トスターレーシングを応援するアグニャンこと三方アグナです。私たちドリフトスターレーシングは土井正和選手、畑中夢人選手の2大体制で今年も参戦しています。もちろんタイヤはドリフトスターでバリノの企画設計でアメリカ生まれのタイヤです。98号車の土井選手と75号車の畑中選手の応援を
丸柳
お願い。
はい。経験やスキルを伸ばすために何をすべきか。
転職サイト。
会社とか自分のレベルも分かるしね。
なるほど。今
をサポートする世界トップクラスのクラッチの専門メーカーです。私が応援するのはゼッケン2番田中誠美選手、56番森高弘選手、76番中村龍選手、98番土井正和選手、99番中村直樹選手です。私たちと一緒に応援よろしくお願いします。ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。皆さんおはようございます。ウェインズトヨタ神奈川モータースポーツアンバサダーの五十嵐のぞみです。のんちゃんって呼んでください。私が応援するのは90号車ウェインズ神奈川俺だれ
On this episode,
33号車ドライバーは石川純也選手、マシンは HP ダンロック86、モデルは SN8 です。55号車ドライバーは石川和也選手、マシンは HP ダンロック85、モデルは AE85 です。メインスポンサーは
we're out here again today at Gunsai,
それでは私たちの紹介をします。
most toge-like
私たちはドリームガールズ撮影会に参加をしています。ぜひホームページをチェックして遊びに来てください。次回は10月5日です。松川選手は昨日の練習走行の際に横転してしまったためリタイアとなりました。次戦のオートポリスにご期待ください。それでは広島トヨタチームドルーピーの応援をよろしくお願いします。
ありがとうございます。
皆さんおはようございます。リペアクリエイト×リザルトジャパンレースクイーンの月島ダダです。私が応援しておりますのはカーナンバー23村上充選手です。リペアクリエイトは広島に所在する自動車の中古ヘッドライトをリペアし販売している会社になります。そしてリザルトジャパンは村上選手のマシンに装着されておりますエアロパーツをはじめとする各車種のエアロパーツを手掛けるメーカーです。本日も優勝を目指してチーム一丸となって戦ってまいります。パワーアップしたマシンの活躍にもぜひご注目ください。それでは本日も村上選手とリペアクリエイト×リザルトジャパンの応援をよろしくお願いします。
ありがとうございます。
皆さんおはようございます。アキュームガールの木瀬崎瑠璃と
チーム領事バンキーシャーズ姉の岩佐美音と
妹岩佐香音です。
私たち実は姉妹です。
私たちが応援しているのはカーナンバー30号車中田哲郎選手のチーム TNR ラブカ SE システム。お車は赤いマーク2です。アキュームガールのアキュームカンパニーは静岡県三島市に本社を置き、埼玉県日高市に関東営業所を置いているトータルカーショップです。本日アキュームはブースを出しております。おなじみの 7P グッズ、アキュームグッズ、ステアリングやレーシングナットをイベント価格にて販売しております。
チーム領事は S 隊に参戦していたレーシングチームです。この D1 ではアキュームとコラボレーションしています。
チーム領事は YouTube 撮影もしています。今回はアキュームで私たちのキーホルダーも販売しています。アキュームブースにいますのでぜひ皆さん遊びに来てください。
お待ちしています。
本日はお暑い中エビスサーキットにお越しいただきありがとうございます。寒暖差が激しいですが体調に気をつけてみんなで D1 を楽しみましょう。よろしくお願いします。
ありがとうございます。
皆さんおはようございます。ケノールガールの長谷めぐむと
高木由紀です。
ケノールオイルは 100% メイドインフランスのオリジナルブランドです。サーキットで生まれたオイルはドリフトはもちろん F1 ルマンまで幅広くサポートしています。
D1 グランプリでは2台のマシンを応援しています。カーナンバー79メクワ選手、カーナンバー10三好選手です。
私たちと一緒にサポートドライバーとケノールガールの応援をよろしくお願いします。
それではレースクイーンの皆様ありがとうございました。このままオープニングセレモニーがもうすぐ始まるのでしばらくお待ちください。出発。
新しいの買っちゃおう。いいね。
車買うなら
東方銀行オートローン。
プレイステーション。
そのタイヤは刻んでゆく。大地に立ち向かう勇姿を、恐れを知らない青い挑戦を。あなたの青い意志を、青を刻め。
Toyo Tires.
バリのタイヤ。
Shaping the future of motorsports. The future is all in display. Super Tire Motorsports.
雨の日の運転って心配ですよね。いざという時によりちゃんと止まれるタイヤといえば横浜タイヤでしょ。
晴れの日の約4倍も事故が多い雨の運転。横浜タイヤならより安心。
タイヤは雨で選ぼう。横浜タイヤ。
タイヤマルゼン、タイヤマルゼン、ホイールマルゼン、ホイールマルゼン。
タイヤのネット購入徹底サポート宣言。タイヤ選びをサポートするマッチングシステムを導入。購入後のタイヤの取り付けもサポート。ご自宅近くの取り付け店をマルゼンが紹介。取り付け店にタイヤを直送、あとは手ぶらで行くだけ。タイヤのネット購入は
カーポートマルゼンで検索。
In a world of extreme, this is where they're refined, the real deal. Cusco.
出発。
新しいの買っちゃおう。
いいね。
車買うなら
東方銀行オートローン。
出発。
新しいの買っちゃおう。
いいね。
車買うなら
東方銀行オートローン。
プレイステーション。
そのタイヤは刻んでゆく。大地に立ち向かう勇士を、恐れを知らない青い挑戦を。あなたの青い意志を、青を刻め。
Toyo Tires.
中村直樹選手。
Tomas Kylie jumps onto the front wheel, across the transitions into shallow. Vincent goes nice.
Nicholas
バリのタイヤ。
Born to drift. Shaping the future of motorsports. The future awaits, all in despair. Super Tire Motorsports.
雨の日の運転って心配ですよね。いざという時によりちゃんと止まれるタイヤといえば横浜タイヤでしょ。
晴れの日の約4倍も事故が多い雨の運転。横浜タイヤならより安心。
タイヤは雨で選ぼう。横浜タイヤ。
タイヤ丸善、タイヤ丸善、ホイール丸善、ホイール丸善。
タイヤのネット購入徹底サポート宣言。タイヤ選びをサポートするマッチングシステムを導入。購入後のタイヤの取り付けもサポート。ご自宅近くの取り付け店を丸善が紹介。取り付け店にタイヤを直送、あとは手ぶらで行くだけ。タイヤのネット購入は
カポート丸善で検索。
In a world of extreme, this is where they're refined. The real deal. Cusco.
皆さんおはようございます。ただいまより2025年 JAF 日本ドリフト選手権グランツーリスモ D1 グランプリシリーズラウンド5恵比寿を始めてまいります。今回都合により勝俣さんがお休みということで、私風間空が司会進行を務めさせていただきます。不慣れな部分も多いと思いますが、
All right,
頑張り
everyone.
ますの
Good
でよろ
morning.
しくお
Good
願いし
morning.
ます。
Welcome to the stream.
そして D1 の走りを盛り上げるのはこの方、鈴木学さんです。
はいどうも皆さんようこそ。
Let me just finish my coffee.
素晴らしい秋晴れのいい天気でございます。今回もこのちょうど D1 シリーズの中盤戦、まず土曜日はラウンド5というところで、もう実はですね今日に至るまでいろんなことがもう起きています。この後の単走早速ね、一体誰が走るのかもわからない状況下の中、一体どんなラウンド5になるのか、本当に楽しみに私もしておりますので、皆さんと一緒に盛り上げてまいりたいと思います。今回も実況私鈴木学、よろしくお願いします。
How's that?
はい、そして D1 シリーズチャンピオン
Get
を
ready
2
for a
度
jump
獲得、
scare.
選
Bah!
手目線の神解説、熊久保信重さんですが、
はいが
Let's move
い
it
ま
over a
せ
little
ん。
bit.
大変申し訳ございません。なんとですね勝俣さんが今回来れない、
はい、
さらにはですね急遽ですね体調不良ということで、本当ですよ。
びっくりですよね。
はい、あの人体調不良なんか絶対ならないような方なんですが、熊久保さん今回の土曜日ラウンド5だけは欠席させていただくということで、明日はね、なんとか来れそうだということを聞いておりますので、今日はいつものおじさんたちがいない状態、私両手に花状態ではい、もうおじさんなしで、やっていこうかということで思ってますんでね、よろしくお願いいたします。
はい、よろしくお願いします。そして D1 イメージガールの白田杏さんです。
こんにちは。2025年より D1 イメージガールを務めさせていただいております。17歳高校3年生白田杏です。初めてのエビスサーキットということで、どんな戦いになるのか今からワクワクしているのですが、皆様気候の変動が激しいので体調にお気をつけてしっかり水分をとって楽しんでください。
はい、ありがとうございます。こちらのメンバーで進めてまいります。どうぞよろしくお願いします。
So welcome to round 6 of D1 Grand Prix for the 2025 season. Wow, a lot of action yesterday here at Ebisu Circuit. A lot of accidents. This track is. It might not look that dangerous, but just over there on the far left of the screen, that wall there claimed quite a few cars yesterday and even this morning as well.
まずはカーナンバー66チーム東洋タイヤドリフト1藤野秀幸。どっから僕が喋ってるかということなんですけど、向こうですね。
So let's start with the driver introductions.
チーム東洋タイヤドリフト2松山北斗。続いてカーナンバー14チーム東洋タイヤド
I
リフ
didn't
ト
get an updated. I didn't get an updated list of drivers who were actually in this morning. But yesterday there was already one retirement after a pretty heavy crash, rollover, and slight engine fire yesterday. But it should be high 30s by now. I think there was about 40-something cars entered into the competition at the beginning, before practice. And all of them will be vying for a spot in the top 16 later on today. So what's happening today is we've just started. It is now just past 9:30 in the morning here in Japan. So wherever you're watching from, thank you for watching. I know it's not necessarily the best time zone for a lot of people around the world. I need. Oh, and I can see chat. Hello, chat. There you go. Hello. I can see you right there. I am reading this. So I'm not on site actually. I'm doing this remotely. So if you ever do see an ad in here, like a YouTube ad, that's why. I'm just going off the YouTube feed. That's just the way we're doing it. But they still did ask me to do this stream. There you go. There you go. I gotta see if I can turn ads off. Ignore. I hope that. Now it's got a buffer. I swear, chat, I swear, I have no control over that. I swear. That's not my fault. I'll do my best to try and skip it. Yeah. Look, I've got ads set to minimum on this as well, like as low as it can go. So this is a job for me as well. You know, option is getting me to do this as a regular job. So don't worry, I've got the ads turned off as low as they go, but it looks like they haven't. So anyway, that's the story. That's the story. It's a little bit not quite as professional maybe as I would like. You know. The Japanese ads are way more interesting, says chat. Well, yeah, I guess. So, good morning, everyone watching from Australia, New Zealand, Southeast Asia, this part of the world. So, good evening to everyone in North America on the Americas. US viewers, Canada viewers, anyone who's watching from South America as well. And if anyone is here from Europe, either very good early morning or you probably should have gone to bed by now, but now you're staying up and watching D1 Grand Prix. So yesterday, let me just pull up. So Naoki, also one of the cars that had a bit of a crash yesterday. He went back into the dirt wall. The car wheelied up in the air, it looked like, from a photo that was taken. That car has been fixed. I believe this morning, actually, as Foaz points out in chat, the RX-7 of the Aria Mamiya team had an accident this morning as well. It's being fixed. Some people, honestly, criticizing this track for being a bit too high stakes. But then again, other people responding to that, it's D1 Grand Prix. Of course it's high stakes. What about Greece? You're part of Europe. Will this VOD survive? Yeah, all the previous VODs that I've done of D1 Grand Prix on this channel are in a playlist that's called D1 Grand Prix videos. They're in there. If you go look for it in the playlists on the channel, it will survive. But I unlist it from regular viewing so it doesn't come up on my feed. How was yesterday practice? Well, one car rolled over and caught fire. Let's see. Daigo Saito had engine trouble, which is not surprising. That he's probably one of the hardest people in the world on 2JZ engines. There are also a few other crashes here and there. So the course we're using here this weekend, Ebisu Circuit, West Course. That's a Nishi course. Nishi is west. So if you hear people calling it Nishi, that means West Course. And we're using the front straight first corner section. You can see there on the track the chalk mark zones, which we'll be explaining this later on when they'll all of a sudden pop up the description of how it works. How's the sound balance, by the way? I don't have an audio technician. If I'm too loud or they're too loud. Oh, also, yeah, that's true. Mekua having to use his teammate's car after a crash yesterday.
3人なんですけど、中村直樹さんと中村龍さんと山中真央さんです。
Naoki is popular. The Nakamura family is popular. They asked them, who are your favorite drivers? Oh, this kid's a bit more serious. He likes Kawabata.
はい、ドライバーの皆さんもよろしいですか。
Thank you, Dak Coops.
はい、乗り込んで
Thank you.
エンジンスタート
Okay,
の
good.
準備をどう
Sounds
ぞ
good in
皆さんよろ
headphones.
しくお願いいた
Nice.
します。大丈夫ですか？まだ乗り込んでいない方はいるかな？もうカウントダウンとともにエンジンスタートになりますけど、まだ車がない人いるからね、多分乗り込んでないのか。
So if you just joined us, we have just done the driver introduction and we will be starting qualifying very soon. So we're running all the way through today. We're pushing all the way through. I'm here by myself. Unfortunately, no Kyle to help me out here today. It's just you and me, chat. Bit more chill. I'm not on site. I'm doing this remote.
いきますよ。せーの、5、4、
4, 3, 2, 1.
エンジンスタート。
Oh, sorry. Wrong button.
東方銀行プレゼンツ2025年 JAF 日本ドリフト選手権グランツーリスモ D1 グランプリシリーズはシリーズタイトルスポンサーグランツーリスモ、大会冠スポンサー東方銀行、オフィシャルタイヤスポンサー東洋タイヤ、バリノタイヤ、芝タイヤ、サポートタイヤスポンサーダンロップ、横浜、パートナースポンサークール、トネ、ダスキンレントウォール、カーポートマルゼン、スノコ、小倉クラッチ、グラムライツ、ワーク、プロジェクトミュー、BN スポーツ、ブリット、ATS、エクセディ、レーブ D、モティーズ、バズブレイク、ミルウォーキー、ウェインズトヨタ神奈川、ローチケ、オフィシャルウェア、プーマ、オフィシャルドリンク、アサヒドライゼロ、メディアパートナー、ドリフトスピリッツ、3A、以上のご協力でお送りいたします。
それではここで D1 グランプリの単走審査の方法についてご説明。
All right, everyone. So let's talk about how they are judging D1 Grand Prix here this weekend. So they use, once again, if you're familiar with it, the DOS system. D1 original scoring system. It's the computerized judging system they've been using in D1 Grand Prix. It measures using an algorithm depending on the track. So what does it want to see? Well, because it can measure the car's angle, it measures angle of the car, and not only just angle of the car through the corner. The rate at which they flick the cars out, the faster they flick the cars out, the better. The more stable they hold that angle through the corner, the better. No wobbling around. In Japanese, you'll hear them say fura fura, which means like wobble wobble, like that. Big angle, stable angle, big flicks are what they like to see. Here's the course for this weekend. Coming down the front straight, it's split into sectors. Sector 1, entry. Sector 2, stability. And big angle. Sector 3, stability through the corner. Sector 4, the transition, the big flick. Sector 5, holding clean angle, and then over the finish line, and then through the finish line without spinning out. You'll also see on the track there are zones. But the cars do need to hit those zones. They're not quite as long as you may have seen in some other competitions. They're a little bit shorter, but the cars do need to go through those zones. We'll explain a bit more about that later on when it's a bit more obvious and they're actually doing it. And of course, we do have human judges, or as we sometimes say on here, the meat judges, looking at the cars as they go through the course to see where they make any mistakes, going over the edge of the track, missing zones and things like that. Any kind of understeer or big understeer, big ugly straightens and things like that. They're a little bit more lenient on straightens in D1 Grand Prix. It is still possible to earn points for the rest of the track. It's not an automatic 0. So it does always make sense, even if they make a mistake on one part of the track, to keep going as hard as they can. So we get points for each of the sectors, which are weighted slightly differently depending on how important they are to the course. You add up all those points, take away any red penalty points, and you get a score out of 100 for the qualifying run. In the case of a DOS error, we'll deal with that when if that happens, we'll deal with it when it comes to it. But they decide on whether they're going to run them again or just judge them by the human judges, who are actually very experienced judges. We do have corner judges who are all, and spotters who are all former D1 Grand Prix drivers. Of course, Kamimoto, the head judge, former D1 Grand Prix driver. He was a day one D1 Grand Prix driver back in the day, and he's been involved in setting up drift competitions for a very long time now. And I will be talking to Chad every now and again for Wazzy. I actually spoke to Wally about that, yeah. No, they don't call them meat judges. That's the joke that we have here on the English chat. It's judged by AI. It's not judged by AI. DOS has been around like since before AI was a thing. It's been around for quite a while now. So good morning, everyone watching from all around the world. I saw all these places being said before: Poland, Milwaukee, all sorts of places. Doofus says, okay. Hi Zephyr, how you doing? Hope you enjoy the video. Dzień dobry. Dzień dobry. Baltimore!
はい、皆さんおはようございます。簡単にコースを説明します。まず
Here we go. Missouri, Portugal, Portugal. Canada, nice. All around the world, we all love drifting.
くねって曲げてあります。で、その前に J 区間があるんですが、その J 区間に関してはカウンターが当たるような逆振りの逆振りみたいな感じなんですけど、カウンターが当たるような状態になると、減点されます。なるほど。なのでまずスムーズに左コーナーから入ってもらう。で、その開始際がまず鋭い振り、そこがポイントになります。で、早いうちにアクセルを踏まないと、
I'm just listening to this because it's once again that's Koguchi there, old school D1 Grand Prix driver Koguchi explaining the course right now, which I'll explain a bit later.
なるほど。
その状態でこのゾーンを取る。それからその姿勢が安定したまま3ゾーン。
On screen, you can see right now, far left, that's Manapi, the voice of D1 Grand Prix from back in the day. If you've ever heard someone screaming on a D1 Grand Prix video, that's him. And our human judges down there, Koguchi, absolute legend, old school OG D1 Grand Prix driver. We have Kamimoto, the head judge, also former driver. We also have down there our sub-corner judges, Hariyama from Car Modify Wonder, also a sponsor of mine, by the way, and a former D1 Grand Prix driver. And, of course, on the far right, Kuniaki, or Kuni, also OG D1 Grand Prix driver. They are positioned around the track, watching the cars to make sure that they don't go off the edge of the track and make sure they hit those zones like they're supposed to. So even in the judges, a bunch of absolute legends from back in the day.
でこの辺りのゾーンとコースアウトとこういう形もどういうふうに減点されるのかというところも改めてここの場所でちょっと説明すると分かりやすいかなと思います。
Florida, what time of day is it over there? East Coast guys always get screwed for live stuff from this part of the world.
でそこでまず減点が入ってこのラインカットも減点されてしまうので、
ここ出ちゃえば同時に途中退場にもなるし、コースアウトも取られるということですよね。両方マイナス3点になると。
So track limit, you can see there that line, which goes a fair way out on the track. This layout is scary. I don't think any of these drivers would say this is an easy course.
左フロント右フロントでもいいんですけど、左フロントでもいいんで、内側な
左フロントですね。まあ右が取っていくようだとするとゾーンは OK だけど多分違うところで引かれることになるだろうし、ということにもなりますけれどもね。さあそして上本さん、基本的には特徴としてやっぱり一番ポイントというかどこを見といた方がいい、どこが違うかなというところなんですが。
これ1ヶ月ほど前にライツ
in Zunzer, I think they're about to explain that.
結構直線からゆるくこの1コーナー向こうのね、飛び込むじゃないですか。ただ逆フェイントの本来ね、逆フェイントで縦飛びでバーンっていってうわーっていうのが大体皆さん
そういう走り
で今でも多分なってる選手も多いんですけど、
I love the body language.
S 字風、それをちょっと覚えておいていただきたい。
そう、ここが重要で、多分ねスピード縦飛び系のスタイルって、スピード感はすごくあるんですよ。ただちょうどここスタンド席ありますよね。でちょうど1コーナー第2ゾーンの入り口あたりでみんな車止めるのが必死でもぞもぞもぞもぞして失速したり
角度変化する、失速する、戻る、
滑らかに角度つけた状態でそう3セクにこうどういうのか最大アングルのままこう角度でこう角度旋回するような乗り方にならないんですよ。縦飛び系
そうしなきゃい
けない。そのためにはどうするかというところの
それを S 字にすると滑らかこうまあ要は振って入って振り返してこういった時に放物線的には基本的にこの角度つけたまんまこう旋回
回っていけるはず。
こう回っていけるんですけど、
できる人はかなり点が上がると。
でそういうスタイルにしてくださいっていうのをまあライツの時から言ってきてですね。で GP の車両でまあとりあえずパワーもあります。まあいろんな技術高い選手多いんでそうやっていただきたいんですけど、なかなかこの選手も錯覚する。だからもうぶっ飛び系と S 字系っていうのが多分点数にね。だいぶそのドスの方も設定値を昨年のベースにしたんですけど、一応チェック総額昨日からね合わせていって、やっぱりぶっ飛び系の人って角度変化をするんですよ。
やっぱりしてしまう。
で去年のやつは数値が結構甘かったんで、
まあある程度は点で出ると思うんですけども。
Kuni says hi.
今回はね2セクと3セクここ点数が結構落ちやすいんで。
わかりました。そこを見ていこうというところ。さあそして高橋さんのいる場所での見るところのポイントはどこを見て何を判断する？
私はコースアウト走行とゾーン第3ゾーンの途中入場途中退場だったり、さっき小口さんの言った通りゾーン中のコース外走行、20減点を取ります。
いうところを審判席から見えないだろうというところに置かれてるわけですね。
でそして第4のイン側に今回設定してありますので、そのインまたぎ。昨日の練習見てるとですね、最近皆さんアウトゾーンには慣れてるんですけど、インゾーン全く見てないんですよね。
なるほど、そっち来ないというところも逆に難しいんだ、イン側にすると。
いや逆にね見てたんですけど、ヘルメット見てると外見てますから。お前ら因果にゾーンあんのに。
So these are all the judges that we're looking at right
な
now.
んか行かないんだよねこっちにねやっぱり。それはしょうがないんで、じゃあそういうところもしっかりと見とくというところで、それは追走においても非常に重要な。
Okay, so essentially,
はいというところで今日一人ですけどもね、そこで頑張ってください。はい、よろしくお願いいたします。
so the course we're looking at here
もうさっきチャイムは
comes down a straight,
もう10分前というところになります。そこからもう多分あと
kind of an opposite flick into the first corner. And what you want to see them do, the idea of this is that they go into the corner. And the trick is, because normally when people enter this course, you enter the course and slowly get more and more angle into the hairpin, and then come out of that. There's the switchback, which is treated as like a transition essentially, and then into the final corner. That will get you points. But the maximum amount of points you'll get is if you flick in, get maximum angle from the very beginning, and then hold that angle all the way around to the corner exit, which is not easy to do.
そしてスウェットパンツなどクールなアイテムばかりです。どれも本当に素敵なデザインなので、ぜひ手に取ってみてくださいね。そしてつくばでは大好評だったあのアイテムも再登場です。そう、アクリルキーホルダーです。実は私もつけていて、私は4回引いたんですけど、藤原選手、和田選手、そば切りで。
Yeah, we don't have Katsumata, the usual guy we have with the extremely deep, sexy voice, doing the commentary. We have this young lady today whose name I don't know.
ぜひ推しの選手を狙ってチャレンジしてみてください。
I'm sure you're not complaining. So schedule is looking like this. It is currently just coming up to 10 o'clock, which is when the solo runs are due to start. So the driving should start very shortly. It's going to be qualifying. Since it's coming up to 10 o'clock, it's going to make it easiest to understand. So 10 o'clock is when it starts, which is 2 minutes from now. So on the hour is when qualifying starts. Then 4 hours from now, 4 hours from now is going to be the actual battles themselves. 4 hours from now. So wherever you are, it's going to be in 4 hours. If that works out for you or not, I don't know, but it's going to be in 4 hours from now. Just on top of that too, we have this round today, it's round 5, round 6 is tomorrow. I'll be doing it here, same channel, same everything, same time schedule. このシートはブリッドの定番フルバケットシート G4 but the stream will continue running the entire time with a bit of a lunch break. Also, I will say too, at the lunch break, new Norio video, just a bit of a promotion there. I'll be putting it out to give people something to watch during the lunch break.
D1 のイメージカラーである鮮やかなオレンジの刺繍と肩の部分のオフホワイトのカラーリングがとってもかっこいいですよね。そしてこのシートは見た目だけじゃありません。日本人の体型に合わせた設計で、
Emmett, it's not Asahi beer. One of the sponsors of D1 Grand Prix for this year is Asahi Zero, Dry Zero. It's a non-alcoholic beer, which is good for something like this. I get an ad. I can't do anything about that.
洗濯科学のアリエール。これまでの洗剤、未来の洗剤、これまでの洗剤はブリガリスゾンビ臭。アリエール未来はまるで新品。これまでは1日履いた発酵臭。アリエール未来はまるで。
Just wait here till I can skip it. Hi.
またこちらのシートはブリッドのブースにも置いてありますので、実際に座って体感してみてください。ではここで。 今年の恵比寿ドリフトを支えてくださる大会スポンサーをご紹介します。
Someone in chat asked, when am I buying a Jimny?
地域とともに歩み続ける頼れるパートナー、東方銀行様です。地元に根ざした活動を続けながら挑戦する人を全力で応援する企業の東方銀行様がこの熱いドリフトの舞台をさらに盛り上げてくれています。皆様どうぞ大きな拍手をお願いします。
Oh, that rabbit, it's a
皆さんのお手元にこちらのチラシがあると思います。東方オートローンのチラシです。 こちらの QR コードからこちらですね。
It's a bank
アンケート
mascot.
にお答えいただき、SNS に投稿いただいた方の中から先着100名様に
Show us the ads? Okay, well, I'll let them run. So the reason they're popping up is because I'm just using the JP stream as a feed because it was just easier. I said, are you going to send me a direct feed so I can go off it? And they said, just use the YouTube one. I was like, okay. So it pops up sometimes. I do agree, though. I think it's kind of funny when you see ads from overseas. It's like, oh, that's what you have over there. Cool. It is the Banks mascot. There you go. All right, here we go. Let's get the cars out on track for qualifying. So each of these drivers gets 2 solo qualifying runs. Their best one run goes to their qualifying rank. It's top 16 only. There's no top 32 in D1 Grand Prix yet. I don't know if they're ever going to do that, but it's top 16. If it comes down to a tie for a position, that's where the second run comes in. So it makes sense to go hard for 2 good qualifying runs if possible. Of course, there always is a bit of strategy when it comes to that sort of thing. We do get some drivers sometimes that will only do 1 run.
先ほどオープニングセレモニーにおきまして、熊久保解説員がですね、体調不良ということで
Couldn't even spring for premium. True. True. I should. As someone who does what I do, you think I'd have premium? Let's see. So we have. I'm not sure about this morning retirements, but there were 40 entries yesterday with 1 retirement. So 39 cars entered for a top 16. Not very good odds. Not really very good odds at all.
はい、よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いいたします。メーカーさん。異例ですね。まずこれはシリーズに参加している方が単走で解説するなんてことはありえないですね。
ですよね。はい。何なんですかね。
はい。いや何なんですかねないんです。これ本当に残念なことなんではあったんですけれども、まあ。
So as you can see, dry conditions here at Ebisu Circuit. It should remain dry during the day. Yep, this VOD will stay on. It's going to be on a playlist on my channel. If you just go and look, it'll be unlisted, but it'll be on the D1 Grand Prix playlist.
でもね、全然別にメガ選手がどうこうっていうわけではないんですけれども、空いてるんでね、これ当然見てるつもりでしたでしょ、単走は。見た方がいいですもんね。これ明日もコース同じだから、そうなりますと。そうですね。これはちょっと見といてというのを見ながらですね、ちょっとね、めったにあることじゃないんで。
Good question. How hot is it? I don't know. Because I'm not there. It's about 25 degrees down here in Tokyo. Looks to be about up there, saying about 25 degrees. All right, first run. Let me translate that. 25 degrees Celsius in Fahrenheit. It didn't say. 77 degrees. So quite nice. So first run there from Fujino in the 2JZ powered GR86. You can really see they have to get that car pulled up in time to make that hairpin with the inner clip. So there is 1 outer zone and 2 inner zones. Sorry, there's 2 outer zones, 2 inner zones on this track. Reasonably short track, quite narrow. And that's actually not that bad for a first run. Look at that, a 98.1, 143 kilometers an hour entry. No penalties there either. All right, next driver in the GR Corolla, Matsuyama. So the rules for the zones this year, the car doesn't need to go through the entire zone. They have changed the rules over the past few years. You know, the car only needed to sort of tag one part of the zone, didn't need to go through it. These days, they do need to go through it with a wheel from beginning to end. So as the zone starts and the zone ends, they need to be in the zone. So pretty stable angle there. Yeah, look at that, trying to get that car slowed down in time for that inner zone. In previous D1 Grand Prix on this similar layout to this, the biggest thing that the drivers struggled with was exactly that, getting the car just to turn around the corner while already at full angle.
だから両方揃えていかなきゃいけない。はいはい。あ、そういうことか。じゃあ結構大変です。しんどいですね。いやいやかなりきついです。はいはいはい。相当多分それ課せられると、これドライバー分かった上で多分出てたと思いますけれども。はいはいはい。はい。だとは思うんです。あ、違いますね。もう引かれてますね。これ1本目から引くということになったんですね。あ、なるほど。そこは変わったんだ。また。なるほどなるほど。
Oh, we had a penalty there for, I didn't hear them say what it was. It may have been a start line penalty there. I didn't catch that. Of course, the cars do need to keep it clean off the start line, not knock over any of those pylons. And there you go. See exactly right there. Tamaki. Car washing out wide there, one of the Team Toyota's GR86s. Just like to say welcome to everyone who just joined the stream. Welcome to D1 Grand Prix here at Ebisu Circuit. We'll be doing the official. It is official. I mean, I'm being paid to do this. This is a job for this weekend, so it is official. But we're keeping it casual. We're keeping it fun here. So watch this. Getting on angle, but washes out there very late on the accelerator as well. Thank you, John Zena, for the super chat. So there you go. Zone 2. Completely missed. So penalty for that. All right, here he is, your boy Yokoi. He's that proverbial guy who has practiced one punch a million times. Right? He's been running a D1. He's been running an S15 in D1 Grand Prix for the longest time. Very similar setup. Only slowly evolved it as he needed to. Was pretty much the last person in D1 Grand Prix to not be using a hydraulic handbrake. He knows how to steer a 2JZ S15. It's been the meta car for the longest time. And there you go. 98.3, over 140 km/h entry. All right, next driver, Doi. The Drift Star Racing sponsorship, very patriotic right there. Get it in the zone. There we go. Off the inside of the track a little bit. That might be an in cut there. It's so hard. The timing as it gets towards the high end of drifting competition, any top-level drifting competition worldwide. The most obvious thing is the amount of time they have to make a decision and also the amount of time it takes to make a mistake is so small. Any top-level competition in motorsport is exactly the same. You have very little time to get it just right.
目指していくっていうか、そこに置いていかなきゃいけないっていうのがちょっとありありな状態になっちゃうと、ちょっとドスの得点も厳しいですよね。
そうですね。やっぱり。はい。まあこの最後。
We've had some pretty good drivers so far, but we'll see what DOS says about this run. See the angle there, just at the bottom of the screen there, bit less than what we've seen from some of the Team Toyo people.
引かれてちょっと94とか5になってしまう可能性があるということだとは思いますが。
20-inch wheels. I don't know if they're 20, they may be 19. You will be seeing some people running larger tires in the back in D1 Grand Prix due to certain tire rules. It allows them to run slightly softer compounds due to the rolling resistance. It's complicated. Tire rules are always complicated.
その手前の4セクターの振り返しの位置でだいたい決まりますよね。そこもね。そうですね。
But it can be also that a lot of people in S13s, especially, run staggered setups. And sector 5, yeah, that was at the bottom of the track. We saw him have to correct, and the car went off the inside of the track. So it's not just going off the outside, also if you cut on the inside too far, penalty for that. We could see it quite clearly. All right, second run now for the 2JZ86 in this group. Look at the speed.
2ゾーンの後、1ゾーンの後の2ゾーンへの角度のこの深さとこの安定度がいいラインで打ったなっていうところで、
手前からアクセル踏み込んだまま回し込んでますもんね。そうです。完全に。まあサイドは使ったりはしてはいたんですけど、そこには乗ったなって感じで、ちょっとその後3ゾーンから4ゾーンに向けてをちょっと届かなかったっていう感じがあったんですけど、それだけちょっと伸ばしが入ったかなっていうぐらいで、多分それはその今の姿勢があったからこそだと思います。点数出ました。同じですね。98.1。ただ安定していいと。安定してますね。続きましてカーナンバー77チーム東洋タイヤズドリフト2松山北斗。さあ松山ペナルティを取られていますのでマイナス10点。ここは1本目からもう引かれていますのでこの2本目。
I missed the score. Was it good?
前線の優勝者松山北斗。ER カローラ。
This group though kind of stacked. The next driver. Hokuto Matsuyama. Bit of a weird build this, of course. The Corolla, normally front-wheel drive. Now rear-wheel drive, 2JZ powered. As they should have been, honestly.
なるほど。ちょっとやっぱ絶対失敗できないけど、できないっていう感じは。でも行き過ぎて合わせるというよりはちょっと行かないとダメだなっていうのがありましたよね。でもちょっと行き過ぎない中で合わせて伸ばしていくっていうスタイル。
I lost a bit of angle. So what you really want to see here in D1 Grand Prix, what the DOS system really likes, if possible, is if the car comes in with this huge angle, but then they hold that angle all the way around, the same way. The same angle all the way around. The car just sort of rotates around the corner like that, holding the same angle. If you see them come in big angle, then kind of like wash out a bit as they get to the apex of the corner and then sort of get the rear end to come out again. We want the impossible. That's the point. We want the impossible. Hopefully someone can pull it off here today. See, once again, kind of shallow there. Car has to straighten a bit, and then step the rear end out again. DOS does not like this, and we don't like it either.
やっぱりこの飛び込みの山側に向ける感じからちょっと。
So watch this again. Comes up a bit short. Angle of the car straightens a bit. The rear steps out again. Yeah, 角度浅めに shallow angle.
もうちょっとついてればよかったという。
いや、ちょっともしかしたら濃厚になってる時間あるんじゃないと思って、フロントハンドル周りがそれで流されたような風にもちょっと見えます。
ここは出やすいって言いますもんね。
はい、めちゃくちゃ出やすいですね。
本当にね。
はい。
そのパーステの問題が
あるようには見えたんですけど、ちょっと
そういう動きだった。
田口さんの車の事情、僕も何もわかんないんですけど、まあ僕
commentator saying it looks like it.
散々経験してきましたね。
Oh, bit of a tag there. Oh, the zone cone stood back up. Saying that this car looks like it has some power steering issues. Either they heard it before, it had some power steering issues, or that's how it looks.
第1セクターがやはり伸びていない、第1、第2が伸びていないというところから、この得点は伸びないということになってしまいます。玉木な。
でもこれね、ちょっと抑え。
Was that furu? I mean, like fura? Not really. It was just sort of.
抑えたらこういうふうにちょっと1ゾーンから2ゾーンにかけてちょっと早めにインカリ
That'd be more like
なっちゃうし、
kaku kaku, which is like kaku 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 like
外側流されてどっていっちゃったり。
They do like their onomatopoeia words here, that's for sure.
割とピンポイントでもうその振り出しの位置と振り出し方、角度が割とピンポイントで決まっちゃってるってことですよね。
そうだと思います。
そうですよね。
だからこそこの最初のこの
Chat said, is Naoki's car good? Apparently it's been fixed. I think I saw was it on Instagram? Like the caption was something like our God hand mechanics fixed the car in time or something like that.
大事なポイントなんじゃないかなって。
このライン自体っていうのは向こうから全開で来るとすごく細くね狭く見えるんですもんね。
細く見えないですよ。
And Tamaki's score there, it's got a bit of a Tetris feel going in the penalty area. Zone 2, Zone 3, and line penalties, unfortunately. Alright, here we go. Yokoi, second run now. Sets the car up, big flick. You can see on the entry there as well, the line that they need to take is actually marked on the track. They can't start from all the way over on the left. They have to start on the right of the track and then flick across like that. Not as good as his first run though, Yokoi, even though a lot of good results for Yokoi over the years. For some reason, just sometimes self-sabotages and just doesn't do well. Usually when he's meant to do well. Yeah, bit of a bounce. You can see the front of the car lifted there. It just got unsettled somehow. Let's see it again. So the flick back here and see if we can see it again from another angle. Really obvious from this camera angle too, a lot of these drivers using almost four-wheel sliding going into that corner. You can see the slip angle of the trailing front wheel. Not driving down the track, it's actually sliding across it. Overall, though, a good run. There you go. So, yeah, end of the track. Penalty there. All right, second run out for Doi. This color scheme is their. This color scheme is Let the Bald Eagles Sing, yeah, brother. Color scheme is the Driftstar Racing. It's a tire. It's a tire sub-brand.
そうですね。この規制されているがゆえに、振り出すまで、本当この2ゾーンの方向のコースって見えないんですよ。見えないですよね。ただの茶色い壁にしか見えない。なるほどね。そうですよね。壁しか見えないんだ。怖いですよ。なるほど。だからこそちょっと事前にラインを分かってるっていうのがすごい大事になってきて。そこに行っちゃってから見えてからじゃもう遅い。
Not too bad overall. Just the timing maybe a little bit off. Actually, something Koguchi just pointing out there. When you enter the course, it does drop away a little bit. As you come down the front straight, it's slightly downhill, then it goes flat and then kind of drops away again to the right. And because you're so far over on the right of the course, you can't actually see where I am here, like this part of the track where you're meant to be flying towards, right? It's completely blind, as he pointed out. All you can see is a big brown wall, the big dirt wall that has claimed a few people so far this weekend. So a lot of faith in your own driving, a lot of faith in the car to react the way that you hope it does.
できるとしてもちょっと判断が結構迷うところなんじゃないかなと思うんですよね。
ですよね。はい。でも多分調子が練習含めて昨日なんか調子が良くなってくると点数が出てくるとやっぱり攻めてくることになり。
Yeah, if anyone, if you have to get up for work tomorrow morning, if you can't watch the VODs right now, if you want to watch, the Top 16 later on today. This will be a VOD on this channel, unlisted, but if you go to my playlists, there's D1 Grand Prix live streams. It'll be in there. All right, here we go. Here's our driver list. First 5 drivers so far with a top score. Yokoya, 98.29. I believe his entry speed was about 142 kilometers an hour entry. So over 140 kilometers an hour so far. 140 kilometers an hour in miles per hour, which is just under 87 miles an hour for the entry. Etheric Bike says, "What sleep, Alexi? I like the way you think." Someone before said, "What does Tone do?" Tone's a tool brand.
ちょっとコースのに薄くまばらになっちゃうとか、可能性はあるので。
All right, second group now, Group A2. All right, next driver, one of the next generation drivers, Yuki Tano. Another Team Toyo GR86 with a 2JZ. Seems to be a pretty good combination. On average, the cars do pretty well. Oh, that car looking really squishy and grippy right there.
そんな感じです。職場よりもだいぶ車は良くなっている感じですが、ここもちょっとしたズレですかね、飛び込みの第2ゾーンに向けて。ちょっと思ったより奥に行き過ぎたなっていうだけ。
See there a little bit of foot brake ride there.
ちょうどいいところで全部結構踏んで、なんかいけそうな。いけそうですね。
This car was right on the edge of grip. It wasn't fully under his control. Yeah, his control. Look, had washed all the way out there. Gets a weird, awkward line. And then has to correct that by using the brake, the foot brake, to sort of allow the rear to come around and the front to slow down a bit. Yeah, a little bit too hot.
スピンそうだったからとかいろいろ理由はあったかもしれないですけど、すごい左足を
And the thing with that,
使ってました。で、ちょっとうまく縦にも伸ばす。
that decision was made all the way back up the straight, where he entered, how much speed he entered, how much he flicked in.
いや、全然さっきも松山君とか。
And then you end up on that part of the track. Obviously, quite difficult to control a car at full speed sideways at that level. There's people who can do it. I'm sure you've seen drift competitions where you just look at them and go, how did they do that? Well, that's what we're here to see today here at D1 Grand Prix as well. Oh, yeah, and someone pointed out in chat, a little bit tire fire there. Right at the end. Oh, 152 kilometers an hour. Yeah, a little bit too hot, maybe. A little bit too hot. Coming in kind of deep there. Next driver. If you've heard of CarMake T&E or Vertex body kits, this is the guy. Day 1 D1 Grand Prix driver, the longest running. The longest running driver in don't laugh. The longest running driver in D1 Grand Prix. We will get a replay, I think so. Apparently, YouTube thinks my laundry is stinky. Ueno in the big Lexus. Of course, the engine's been replaced with a 2JZ. This car slightly cursed. Slightly cursed. It's had some problems in previous seasons. Some like, what? Problems and little issues. But this is the whole point. Ueno drives a big luxury touring car. His original car, the Sora, back in the day. The red Sora that everybody knows. then BMW, then back to a Sora, and now the big two-door Lexus sports touring luxury car. So missing zone 3, you can see that on that little straight there, missing that outer zone. Double the amount of Japanese ads. No, they're annoying. All right, next driver, Kawabata, former D1 Grand Prix champion. On average, very clean driver. Does well in qualifying, does well in battles as well. Sometimes lets his mind get ahead of him though. Bit of an in cut there as well. You can see the tyre go over the inside of the track. Although going by previous seasons, it is fairly common for Kawabata to split his qualifying runs, like either take it easy on the first one and go hardcore on his second one, or just go all out on the first run, get a top score, and then just not do the second run. Whereas, most drivers would normally just go as good as they can in both runs. There is a bit in this run, I would say the Japanese word is yoyu, or a bit of leeway, a bit of a bit left in the tank. He could have gone harder than that, I think. Just going by how stable the car looks. Just getting a feel for it, but he will get a penalty for that. So it's going to have to come down to his second run, I think, for a good top 16 score. And there you go. Yeah, penalty, but we saw that coming. It'll come down to his second run. All right, next driver, Yumeto Hatanaka. Second gen D1 Grand Prix driver. That's how long D1 Grand Prix has been going for. He's the son of a former D1 Grand Prix driver. Some really bad luck in previous seasons, but he's back again in his JZX 100 Chaser. And looking pretty good there for Hatanaka. And you can see that flick there. It just doesn't show. That zoomed in camera angle doesn't show how fast they're going. It's only a reasonably short run up on the straight here at Ebisu Circuit, but they do get up a lot of speed. As you can see, the lovely mountains in the background here. The Bandai Mountain Range in Fukushima. Very beautiful part of the country. Some great driving roads. As you go up from Ebisu Circuit, up into the mountains there. Beautiful, beautiful driving roads. Very enjoyable. So what could we say about this run? Not bad overall. He held good angle. Look, stable angle. Here comes the flick. Once again, stable angle. Front of the car tracking nicely around the corner. Yeah, Koguchi pointing out there, maybe a bit more aggressive on the flick. You can see that he didn't get to full angle until very deep into that corner, whereas some of the other drivers we've seen before, like Kawabata, for example, big angle very early. DOS likes that. You got to make the DOS happy. You got to make the algorithm happy. And a 96.9 for Hatanaka. All right, second run. And you can kind of see their big angle very early. Oh, that's a bit too much. He's going to come in shallow. Yeah, that sort of angle there. Normally, if you're in a lower level car, bit of low, less grip, less power. I mean, come on, you've all seen those Instagram clips, right? People throwing cars completely backwards and then just driving out of it easily. Can't do that in a car at this level, in a top level drift car. They have a lot of grip. And once it grips up, you're done. He did try though, he did, as chat said, he did try.
ここのコースだけじゃなくて、大体飛び込みの振り出しで決まってくるっていうのはありますよね。本当にね。そうですね。でも機械だからこそ、ここちょっと下がってるなっていうのが。
Does anyone else imagine DOS having an attitude like GLaDOS? Imagine that. You do your qualifying run.
さあ、点数出ました。
That run was mediocre. Sort of thing. All right, here we go. Second run now. Hopefully no ad this time. Ueno Takahiro. Or Takahiro Ueno. I'll say the name Western way. A little bit deep there as well. Yeah, the big heavy Lexus, maybe not ideal for a competition car, but Ueno is, like I said before, the last remaining OG driver, the very, very OG driver. He came third in the very first round of D1 Grand Prix that was ever held. It was actually here at Ebisu over on Minami course. And he's bringing that attitude from back in the day of drifting is doing it your way. The car you like, the style you like, doing it the way you like. I'm sure he'd rather win. But there's those people who, unless they can win their way, they don't want to win. Not just in D1, there's plenty of drift drivers around the world like that. I've seen them, which I think is cool. Right, here we go, second run, Kawabata. Is he going to throw down a banger this time? There we go, big angle. He's got to hit that zone. Yes! And last zone here. There you go. That's what he had to do. Typical Kawabata. Splitting his qualifying runs. Going for a feeler in the first one. And then a precise, clean run in the second. Much more angle. Very nice.
それで引かれないようなところをしっかり取っていけば、8点台が出るという可能性もある走り。そうですね。今この
Garrett in chat says, drifting BDC on Ebisu on Assetto Corsa while watching. Feel like I'm drifting with them. We do see, you see sometimes people, there's a couple of guys here who... What happened there? Slow entry speed. Slow entry speed. Okay. Okay, so he sacrificed speed. Oh, the Sector 1 score was low. Wow. Okay, well. That's the problem. That's the problem. The computerized judging system is measuring their speed on every part of the track 30 times a second. It knows. It didn't seem slow, but I'm just watching my own. I got a delayed replay on my thing. Angle looked fine, but apparently it was slow. Wow. That's tricky. That is tricky. Okay, well, I will say, for people who are wondering, all the competitors do get access to a much more detailed breakdown of their run, like the data from each run, so they can see exactly what part of the track was scored, like what. So, oh, and Hatanaka coming in shallow there.
そうだと思います。ここ
分かっ
は特に。
てはいるけど、じゃあできるかって言われてもね。
いやー、そうなんですよね。
あそこのスタート地点にだってこの先が見えない、さらに細い状態の中に飛び込んでいく、それをじゃあできるかってそう簡単にはなかなかね、どっか一か八かになっちゃってもね、やっぱそういう時って大体いいことにならない。
So they can see exactly how the scores are judged. So it is reasonably transparent. Chat, what do you think about computerized judging? I don't know. It's difficult. Whenever there's human judges, look. Someone asked in chat before, have you ever been a judge? Yes, I'm never going to do it again. It's terrible. It's the worst job. It is literally the worst job. I'd rather be the guy who runs out there on the track and like picks up the cones after they get knocked down every time. Or, you know, I'd rather do anything. It's terrible. It sucks. At the end of the day, there's only one person at the track who likes you. I'm not saying that that's like a, you know, I don't care about that, but it's like, you have to watch every run. You have to be consistent. It is the worst job ever. So whenever someone doesn't agree with the judges, it needs to be, why isn't it all computerized? We need AI to do it. But then you get computers to do it. Oh, that doesn't make sense. That's weird. The upside is at least it's consistent. Everyone's getting judged by the exact same thing. So supplemented, it's difficult. It's not easy. I'm glad I'm not the one who has to make these decisions because it is difficult. I will say though, I will definitely say this, and I'm not just because I'm working for this, but I do honestly think this, is that DOS has improved a lot over the years. There have been times back in the day when, like for example, in wet conditions especially, and especially wet conditions, there were some times when people got these scores that shouldn't physically be possible, but because the track was wet, they were able to get a lot more angle earlier than they needed to. And the system went, oh cool, maximum angle. So it is weighted toward, these days it's weighted more towards the speed and the consistency of the angle. So they have changed things and improved things a lot, I think. I think it's reasonably consistent. In general, there's like usually one run per competition or one qualifying run per competition or one like battle per competition where you go, I don't really agree with that much, but you know, that's sort of the exception. Pretty much every other run is like, oh yeah, fair enough, I think that too, sort of thing. It's difficult. It's so hard as a judge sport. Yeah, so be nice to judges. Pretty much every drift judge every human drift judge who does their job is doing it because they want to make drifting better. That's why they're doing it. I know that because I've worked with people like that before, and that's why I did it. I want to make it better. I want the best people to, you know, I want the best to come out. But then again, people don't always agree with me, so what are you going to do? Yeah, Spike, exactly. That's the thing. That's the thing. Different cultures, different countries reward different things. You've all watched, you know, Drift Masters. You've all watched FD. You've all watched whatever. All these different competitions, RDS. Every country, every drift culture has their own sort of feelings about how, you know, what makes a good drifting run, and it's difficult. But I'm hoping you're here today because you want to see the Japanese style, which is more about, honestly, the biggest thing is big flicks, hard flicks. Whap, 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 right? Like Bruce Lee, like whap, you know? That sort of thing. I do think that is one thing that is judged a lot more strongly in D1 Grand Prix than other competitions, which is a lot easier to judge with a computer. It's difficult. But at the end of the day, we're all the winners because we just get to watch all these people do cool stuff, right?
かいいフェイントと振りで入った風には見えたんですが。
そうですね。
第2ゾーンに
So you're listening to some words there. You can hear them say feinto or feint, and then furi, which means flick. Furi, furi, right? Other words you hear them say shinyu. I'm not pronouncing that right. Shinyu means entry. Shinyu.
ちょっとやっぱ前後のバランスが悪いがをちょっと見直す。
バランス。balance.
角度が
角度 means angle.
一気に本当は一瞬深い角度つけてたのに、角度が最後ない状態にちょっと戻されてましたよね。
そんな感じです。カウンターもかなり
戻っちゃってましたね。
You can hear them say other words like counter or counter steer.
そこが
or lock.
もっと例えばアクセル抜いてても角度が戻りにくい車だったりとかっていう風に
アクセル is acceleration.
走りに対して楽に集中できるかなと思いますね。
あれだけの振り出しができるならば、
Somebody in chat asked before, how did you learn Japanese? Literally this. I would watch Kano collecting red squares there for a score of 85, only 130 kilometers an hour, inch, a little bit slower, still getting a low score there. All right, here we go, Mr. Saturday. Mori, GP Sports, 180SX. He's going to come up short. No, he makes it. Had to straighten out a bit there to avoid getting a penalty there. A bit wide there. There may be a penalty there too. Yeah, Mori, he's one of these guys here who, obviously everyone here wants to win, right? Mori's here for a good time. He's that kind of guy. Obviously he wants to win. And he works hard. He works hard at it. He's been improving over the seasons, but he's here for fun and to make lots of smoke and lots of noise. Great sounding car, this 180SX. You can see that red to purple graduation color there. Painted by Naoki Nakamura, actually, this car. Naoki's signature fade.
できるベースはもちろんねあるということですから、気を取り直して2本目ちょっと頑張ってもらうしかないというところ、今のはもう今の入りからすべていろんなところで大きな減点も入っていったと。
Yeah, Mori's gone through a few nicknames. A little while back, he was being called Mr. Average. And then last season he started to do pretty well. He started to qualify, started to place pretty well. So he lost that nickname. One of his recent nicknames was Mr. Saturday. That's it's not a unique thing. That's sort of a common thing in motorsport here. People are called like, you know, Mr. Saturday or Mr. Sunday. You know, people who they do well on the first day of competition and then the next day they just bomb, or like the other way around. Oh, he always does well on the second day, or he always does well on the first day.
もう生まれ変わっているというかね、できるような選手になって常に16というところにね、本当に残るような選手になりましたからね。やっぱりね、ここはうまく調整してくる2本目になるんじゃないかなというところだと思いますが、今だいぶいろんなところで
Just surprised the 20-year-old engine is used in D1 Grand Prix. Well, look, I mean, what can you say? Does NASCAR still use carburetors? Or do they use fuel injection now? And collecting red squares there.
ものすごく
カーナンバー10チームバズブレイクドリフト三好隼人。
さあ三好隼人の GR86 はどうでしょうか。バリのファイターこの GR86。
Our next driver Miyoshi. Offline there. I was about to say, hoping to see Miyoshi do a bit better this second half of the season. Hasn't always had the best of runs. Still carbs. There you go. See?
ちょっとおかしなコントロールというか動きになりましたね。はい、第2ゾーンあたりは。
もうちょっとハンドル問題があったの
か、あと自分で
Electric carbs. Fair enough. I know what you mean. So what went wrong with this run?
ちょっと完全にそうですね。アンコントラブルになりましたね。はい。
Uncontrollable.
この自由度が高いか
It just didn't pull up in time. Wow, that is a big course out right there.
完全に4輪出ましたね。もう基本的には4輪出ちゃうとそこまでということになりますから、第2セクターまでかな。第3セクターがアウトなんで、第2セクターまでの得点しか入りません。46.9 と。
Yeah, even though a fairly low entry speed. Yeah, once a car kind of steps out of your control, it can be very difficult to gain control of it again. Got to remember, these cars are not set up well. They're set up, they're trying to kill you. They're set up to do the weirdest thing, which is drifting, right? All right, well, it seems that Daigo Saito has fixed his engine problems from yesterday. He's back. The Sunoco Supra. Looking pretty good. That's a lot. That's big. That's high average speed through the course. Is this sped up? Look at this. Is that sped up? Maybe a little bit shallow on the entry though. We have to start looking for that. Because we've seen so far that the DOS has penalized people for not having enough angle on that entry, even though their runs seem very fast and good. Look how fast he is. Wow. That's good. Even for Daigo, that's pretty good. Watch the flick here. That's big angle too, like lock to lock. Not quite lock to lock, but compared to other drivers we've seen so far, that was really good.
本当にね、いろんな人の特徴、いろんな人の走り、おそらくそれをもちろん研究した上というところだとは思います。はい。これドス的には、はい。悪くはなかった。そうですね。だから
No penalties, please. No penalties. No penalties. Can we see like a 98 or a 99? Unless there's something. Bit of a bit of an understeer there, bit of a loss of angle there. Now we have to pick it apart now. But the first half of that run, I like it. I mean, it's not bad. You can see the car was set up nicely just to exit that corner, but... All right, stays on course, hits that zone. Nice, reasonably stable angle too. Nice flick there. You can see as he comes into that camera shot, he's already at full angle. What do you think, chat? Here we go.
競合も動いてますよ。うちの会社じゃな。今のままで成長できるのか。もっとユーザー目線で。やっぱインカットしてるからね。
そこですね。スタートしてから最初の飛び込みですね。はい。
There's going to be a penalty, I know it. This is why they're taking so long. There's going to be something wrong. So we do have human judges on different parts of the track, keeping an eye on it and relaying, oh yeah, he cut the course or he missed the zone, back to the head judge. All of them former D1 Grand Prix drivers. Yeah, that was an ad for a recruiting company. I'm sorry, I don't have any control over that. Let's see if nothing else, DOS is consistent with what it says. Make the computer happy. Come on. Oh, wait, that's an in cut there. Yeah, I saw they were saying that. I'm like, what were they talking about? Right. If you look at the top of screen, middle of screen there, on the... No way. As I'm talking up the system. Come on. Unbelievable. No way. That didn't record a score. We haven't had a DOS error for a long... So DOS error is when the system doesn't work properly. We haven't had a DOS error for a long time. Like actually a long time. As I'm talking it up. Why have you forsaken me? You know? Maybe that run was too good. Maybe it blue screened it. Like it just went, that run was too good, and just blue screened. You know? Maybe it was too good. Well, he's going to have to run again. So I think that means Daigo's going to get 2 more runs. In this case. Just chat says, just give him a 99 and move on. I agree, honestly. I agree. There was an in cut there, though. They aren't allowed to cut on the inside, so that would have been a couple of points off. So at least a 98. Well, TG, there wasn't a score because it didn't get recorded properly. That's so weird. Like, I don't think we've had an error for a long time. There's been cases where, like, there's been extremely severe overcast weather and the GPS wasn't working properly.
今の走りのドスエラーはもうその手前から分かっていたというところから、全ての走りを、審判員が
I mean, it saw that entry and it was like and just shut down. Well. Alright, I guess we'll wait and see what's happening. Just like to say to everyone who's just joined us, welcome to the 2025 D1 Grand Prix Round 6 here at Ebisu Circuit. We are live here on the Noriero channel this time. D1 Grand Prix has asked me to do the commentary live. Live from Tokyo. I'm not on venue, unfortunately. Just as we're talking about that, I'll let you know, just for those who like the law, originally it was just me on site. Then they decided to do it off-site at the D1 Grand Prix headquarters at Sun Pros in Shinjuku, which the broadcast guys really like because they didn't have to lug all their equipment out of the track and get it rained on and covered in tire dust and tire rubber and dust and stuff like that. Obviously, I like being at the track. It's more fun when you're there and physically watching them do what they do. On the other hand, though, I didn't have to travel, 4 to 6 hours to get to the racetrack. I just jump on the train and go home after that. But then we got in Kyle Cooney to help out with the commentary as well. So we had 2 English commentators. And but then they said, we're going back on site. Can you just do it remotely? I was like, okay, I'll do it remotely. I'd rather just do it than not do it at all, because it is fun. Steve, don't say that. I wouldn't say that, but we're still doing it. ただちょっと分かんないまんまやんなきゃいけないというのはちょっと辛いかもしれません。ちょっと久々の珍しいケースがちょっと出たというところで今まだスタートというところにはなっておりませんが、現在 So once again, we are currently doing qualifying. The actual battles themselves will be starting in. What time is it now? 3 hours from now. So it's qualifying right now. Battles in top 16 battles in 3 hours from now, and this VOD will be available on my channel in the playlists under D1 Grand Prix English streams later on today. All right, so I think we'll be running Daigo Saito again. Gerhard, I wasn't listening because I was having a bit of a yap, but usually in the case of a DOS error, they give them another run, yeah. All right, threading it right down the middle. Bit of a stutter there in the video.
ただちょっとギリギリで第2ゾーンに 入ってったがゆえに、その後の回し込みと第3ゾーンに向けてがちょっと辛そうな状態にはなってましたけどね。
そうですね。でもドライバーとしてはこれはもういっぱいいっぱい
なるほど。そして減点されないところを
Our second run for Kano in the S15 Silvia.
調整しきったというところですか。
You could really see that slip angle of the front tire there. Car almost four wheels sliding in there. They're trying to get that rotation around that corner.
ただ今見る限りではやっぱりメカさん
And slow it down while keeping speed up. It's not easy.
第2セクター、ここの最初の振り出し角度というところですね。ああ出ました。減点はやはり減点ないですね。そして点数は
Okay, no penalty there for Kano. 130 kilometer entry, speed a little bit low. 95.
さあ森高弘の2本目ということになります。森高弘の2本目は
Second run now, Takahiro Mori. 180SX 2JZ.
調整はしたぞ。自分なりの走りうまく乗せた。ギリギリ踏み込んでる。
Good speed. He's leaning on that loud pedal, but he's going to wash out a little bit wide there. He messes up his last corner.
辛いな。最後の第5セクター。
最後は、そうですね。途中入場から
Yeah, not bad. Good entry.
インカット、両方やっちゃった。
これはちょっと
まあ今ちょっと振り出しがね、手前の振り出しがちょっとゆっくりになっちゃって、奥へ。
Murray, the current boss of GP Sports, if you've seen that brand before. Almost starts to back it in there without slowing down too much. I think he was starting to feel himself on that run, and it just got ugly right about there.
気抜けちゃったんですかね。
気抜けちゃった。そんなことはないと思ってもね。いやこの減点がなければということになる。
If that wasn't, if there's, yeah, that's a big obvious like problem right there. If he didn't do that though, could have been a pretty good score. It should still be reasonably good. Once again, because D1 is judged in sectors, if you make a mistake in one sector, you still can get points for all the rest of your sectors too.
前半いいですね。前半かなりね、まずまとめてったなと。だから最後の5セクだけが。
So it does make sense to go as hard as possible for the entire course, even if you make a mistake on one part. You know, even if you get a bad qualifying run, you know, it could come down to something like a tiebreaker for a position in the ranking, which could then change the amount of points you receive for a competition, which could possibly change your rank for the entire season. So everything is important. -3. So it would have been a 96.
さあ三好の2本目、1本目は全く得点が伸びておりません。さあ
Right, second run for Miyoshi. 2JZ GR86.
どうだ、なんとか何か不安を考えながらのちょっと第2ゾーンには入れなかった。
Yeah, once again the angle, you saw it right there. Car comes in and then as he sort of is ready, gets into the corner and then puts on angle. Doesn't like that's not going to get you the good points. You want to come into the corner already at full angle and then just hold that angle all the way around, if possible. It's a big ask, I know. But there's people who can do it. That's what we want those people to win.
戻されないような角度まで持ち込もうっていう意識は、そのまま持ってきましたもんね。それはすごい修正してたかなとは。
Yes, Daigo is indeed running today. You'll be seeing him again very shortly, like in this group. Zone 2. Yeah, someone in chat who said that in chat. Zone 2 is insane. Headstock. You are indeed correct. It's so hard to get that right. Any specific reason why they moved the last zone to the inside? You know, I don't know. They ran that layout in D1 Lights, and it seemed to work pretty well, honestly. Hello, Burger Cat. Tennis Ball is indeed out there today. Tennis Ball will be out there. Speaking of Daigo, here he is. Let's see if we can see a Daigo style run. Big angle, big angle, the flick. Big angle. Wow, the exit speed from that corner. This car is dialed today. Hit the zone, hit the zone, hit the zone, hit the zone, hit the zone. Nice! Nice run from Daigo.
いや僕はいいと思いますよこれ。
Very nice.
ですよね美川さんね。
Oh, I want to see more of this from everyone.
選手らしい走りがぴったりはまった。
そうですね。らしいですし、本当深い角度でコーナーのね、コーナーにアプローチしてそれが安定してたんで、これは
あとずっとアクセル入ってましたね。はい。もう。 ずっと空転させた状態になってますよ。
Look at that angle, 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 angle. Holds the same angle all the way around.
これ減点なかったですよね。
Please no penalty. It should be okay.
出ないかぐらい。まあ8点台。
The flick to the big angle, big angle. Great to watch. Oh, enjoyable.
ということは自分で2本目で決めてったということでしょう。
We'll see, we'll see, we'll see. I don't know.
点数はしっかり出ています。もちろん1本目の
I'm hoping it's a good score. Just simply for his exit speed there is amazing. You know, the most strongly judged part of the track is the entry in the first part. 98.2, where did he lose points? 9.9, 90.6. Yeah, sector 2. Just behind Yokoi. I mean, Yokoi threw down a bit of a banger as well. I would say that Yokoi's entry to first corner was better than. I'd like to see this. I should have written down the scores. I'd like to see the scores, but just going by feeling, I'd say Yokoi's first half of the track, which gets more points, was better, but the rest of it was better with Daigo. There's a bit more of a flow to it. Still though, not too bad.
15台が終わったところ、半分もいっていないところではありますが、おそらくですね、6点台には入ってくると思いますよ。
そうですよね。
おそらく今までの走りと点数を見てる限りにおいては、多分6点台。今6点台っていうのは松山北斗選手が5番手なんですが。
Robbed, yes, even when it's a computer judge. Robbed.
畑中夢人選手が 96.86.
Don't worry, we'll see Daigo in the show.
96.52. この辺りはちょっと厳しくなってくるかなぐらいな。おそらく逆に言うと7点以上出していれば。まずもう OK ということだとは思います。田野選手が現在4番手、97.2。
All right, next group heading out right now. Looks like the RX-7 isn't going to make it out. There was a crash this morning with the Yamamiya RX-7. That wall in the background there, that brown wall, that dirt wall. It's already claimed a couple of cars this weekend. Yeah, Amamiya RX-7 out, unfortunately. This car actually as well, Fujiwara, had a bit of a crash this morning. Was it yesterday or this morning? I didn't see. I just saw the aftermath of it. Car looks good now though. Fujiwara, first qualifying run, S15 Silvia. No, not that guy. If you're wondering.
ちょっと辛い走りに自分で持ってっちゃってましたね。
ですね。1ゾーンがちょっとおそらく通ってないように見えるんで。
Alright, first run Fujiwara S15 Silvia. Zone 1 not looking all that ideal.
2ゾーンに向けての姿勢をなんとか保つっていうのはドライバー
And you can see there too, coming to that final hairpin, just sort of waiting at angle for a second and then getting more angle right at the end.
5セクターも同じような動きしてたように見えて、結構ちょっと多分藤原選手、確か昨日かな一昨日結構大きいクラッシュしてますね。
Not bad, not bad. Just so Fujiwara is an actual racing driver. It was interesting seeing his debut at Scuba Circuit. Didn't do that well. Spun out a couple of times, but to his credit, he kept the car on the track. I thought that was a very race driver thing. It was, you know, even when you mess up, it's like don't go off the track. Keep the car on the track. Kind of different to your standard drift driver who just goes spearing off into the dirt. So zone 1, not ideal. We'll get one more run. All right, next driver. Oreda Hibino. His catchphrase, "Hey, it's me." It's his catchphrase on his YouTube videos. From A86 to GR86.
いやちょっとわかんないですね今の。どっち？わかんないぐらいの。グリーンテントのね高橋さんが。
Hibino, absolutely one of the types of drivers who is not scared to experiment, even in the middle of a competition. He's that guy who, you know that guy who plays poker and then just goes all in on every round and still manages somehow to do well. That's him. That's what Hibino's like.
その途中から合わせながらも全然ラインは乗ってたそうですね。それは
Yeah, unfortunately, one of the remaining 8.6s in D1 Grand Prix had a pretty bad rollover and crash yesterday. Oh, and there you go, first runner, 97.6. Where did he lose points? Sector 3 a little bit low. This is the transition. All right, next driver, one of our Thai overseas drivers. Although he's been in so many D1 Grand Prix by now, you could just call him a regular. Pei is his nickname. S15 Sylvia, first qualifying run. I don't want to mess with this setup to show you the video. I'm just going to do... Hang on. I'm just going to do the... I'm going to do the boomer thing. And that is the V6 A86 from Matsukawa. That's how it looks now. That's the roof. It rolled over and caught fire. Someone in chat said he's been in the last 3 or so GPs. He's been doing D1 for years now. Zone 2 minor penalty, that's 2 1 point.
カーナンバー38チーム宮瀬光斉藤久志さあ斉藤です
Alright, next run. Saito. This is the rotary powered S15 Sylvia. Team Miyase Mitsu. You can hear that rotary sound there, even though the REM RX-7 is out of competition for today. We still have a rotary in here. Rotary flames. Is that a Koguchi wing? It sure looks like one. The Teo or the Emperor wing. 同時にそのエンジンがね難しいエンジン使ってますから自社のコーローターというそのあたりがだいぶパワーが出てきたところ Yeah, the Miyase Mitsu team definitely hasn't made it easy on themselves using a rotary in this this car. It's absolutely off meta. They haven't quite yet cracked getting really good results. But it would be good to see them get some good results once in a while.
近く出てますから。
カーナンバー15チームスカイ FJ トランスポ藤原優
Always
太
good to see the Onigiri team out there, the Rotary teams.
やっぱり第1ゾーンから第2ゾーン。
All right, second run there for Fujiwara. Whoa! Race drivers got to go fast. That zone marker finally getting taken out for good.
走り切ってぶち壊していきました。これまあ車自体は OK だというところが分かって攻めてきたんですけども、逆に言うと今度そうなると走りのラインが
You can see the angle just sort of doing
というとこですかね。
that sort of
ちょ
thing.
っと手前からやったようには見えたんですけど、その中でもやっぱちょっと2ゾーンを外して、1ゾーンもそうですけど、やっぱり
I'm making it sound like it's easy, you know. Oh yeah, why is he wobbling around like that? It's hard, man.
突っ込んじゃったって感じですよね。だって大体第1ゾーンがやっぱり全然取れてないってイン側入っちゃってますから、その状態でやっぱり行っちゃうと、当然これ第2ゾーンに向けてっていうのはやっぱりちょっと突き抜けちゃうわけじゃないですけど、そっち行っちゃいますよね。
そうですね。なんかもっと多分ドライバーが求めるマシンというか、もっともっと彼もGT のドライバーなんですね。
Said that flying, didn't he?
あればもっとすごい
Someone said, how come in Japan they don't use LS engines too often? You see them a lot in the EU comps. For the same reason they use LSs overseas more. There's more parts, there's more know-how. Essentially.
だからそういうなんて言うんだろう、思いっきり行かなきゃいけないっていう時は、今もう148キロですから、やっぱりこう行っちゃうっていうところが、だからそんな行かなくてもいいんだよって言いたくなるぐらいな感じって出る時ありますよね。
そうですね。そういった意味での凄さが出てしまう。
逆にね、もう行くしかないっていう時になんかちょっとやりすぎがこういうケースとして出ちゃうのかなというちょっと典型的なところだったのかもしれません。なるほどなるほど。はい。車のコントロール力とかね、スピードに関しては何にも問題ない、やっぱりね、ドライバー。
毎月のローンまとめて楽に返済したい。それなら関西未来銀行の不動産担保ローン。
No, I don't need a temporary loan, thank you. YouTube thinks I'm broke. I mean, I kind of am, but it's been giving me ads. It thinks I'm broke and stinky. It's been giving me ads for laundry detergent, recruitment agencies, and like short-term loans. What does it think I am?
そうですね。今そのあたりのコースがクリアになってれば
Here we go,
は
whap.
ずなんですが、まだもしかしたらちょっとどこか何か
He needs some milk. Look at that.
まだコースクリアが出ておりません。セクター看板は一つもない。
There have been some V8s, obviously, in D1 Grand Prix. The most famous one, obviously, is Naoki Nakamura's supercharged LS in his S13 Silvia. And he does like it. I mean, who wouldn't like just infinite power? You know? All right, next run. Hibino's second run. Let's see what he can make stick this time. Oh, is that zone going to be okay? Came up a little bit short there. All right, clean, clean, clean. Nice.
ちょっと飛び込み第1ゾーンがというところはありました。まあこの日比野選手もずっと今シーズン実はまあクラッシュしてからもあるんですが、ファーストエア問題悩まされてましたね。あ、そうなんですか。ずっとです。筑波なんかはもう走れる状態ではなかった。
I do remember at one competition, Daigo Saito brought over a. Now you got to forgive me because I don't know American cars that well. A Challenger, I think. I believe I could be wrong. Someone in chat probably knows. I believe it had something to do with Samuel Hubinet. And it had a big V8 engine. It was probably the loudest car I've ever heard in my life. The loudest drift car I've ever heard in my life anyway. And and Daigo took it out. It was actually here at Ebisu Circuit. He took it out and turned the bottom end into soup after like 2 runs. 2-door, okay, Challenger, there you go. Yeah, sounded great though. It was loud. Of course, Daigo also, Daigo's a bit of an American car fan anyway. He's run, twin turbo Corvettes before with the V8. Yeah, Zone 1, Zone 2, major and minor. So it's like a 3-point penalty, 1-point penalty. All right, second round now. Pei, look at that flick on the entry. But he kind of wobbles there. He didn't get it to full angle after the transition. Big guts on the entry, though. Good to see. Pei's looking comfortable here in his S15 Silvia. Yeah, it might be okay. Big guts run right there.
ところですか。でも1本目ちょっとやっぱ引っかかっちゃったから、開始で、だからちょっとそこを意識して多分、左の振り込みを大きくして
みたんですよね。でもその分逆に振り出しがなんか振り切れない感じも見えましたけどね。そこが大きすぎて、そこで逆に減速しちゃう感じになっちゃって、完全に。そうですね。どっからそうになっちゃった。
And 94.9 puts him in 11th place.
94.9 というところが
might be a little bit too low.
チーム宮末光斉藤久志。
斉藤の2本目、なんとかもう少し得点を上げていきたいところ。
All right, second run for the Miyasemitsu rotary powered S15 Silvia.
第一のところから回し込んでロータリーサウンド組み込んでいる。そして合わせていく。第4ゾーン、この辺りはうまく乗せてはいきました。
Rotary, the exact opposite of a V8, since we're talking about V8s. Someone in chat talking about the UZ engine. Yeah, but I mean, UZs are common here. Like it's like the Japanese LS, but it's only 4 liter. The regular 1UZ, the 3UZ was 4.3. I think. Could be wrong. That's like, that's small when it comes to a V8, right?
そうですね、ちょっとギリギリなところではありました。
このエンジンの気難しさはありつつも、
I mean, that could work for maybe up like lights or like a lower level competition. I don't know about this.
どうやらドス出てますが、まあ減点も入りますけども、ちょっとやっぱ第一セクターですね。
そうやっぱ最初の振り出しがすごい。
What does the Fuga have? Fuga has the VK.
感じでしたかね。さあというところで、ゾーンはいっぱい、コースアウトもいっぱい。
And run there for Saito, just kind of all over the place. 133, a little bit lower speed to what we've seen. Flat 90 score for his run. Currently in 9th place after 2 runs. Okay, so here's the scores after Group A and Group B. So we have 17 drivers so far. So out of 38, looks like the cutoff score so far is looking like a high 96. It's going to be the score cut off roughly, which may go. Let's have a look at the rest of the drivers who have yet to run. Just remind ourselves. Yeah, it's probably going to be about a high 96 is looking to be the cutoff score. Mid to high 96. Let's say a 96 point. Let's make a prediction. 96.6 might be the cutoffs. I don't know. Mid 96s, I think it's looking like today. So if you just joined us, we're currently doing qualifying And we'll be coming back later on today for the top 16 battles. Now, this stream will continue running the entire time. It's 20 past 11 here right now, and the top 16 start at 2 o'clock. So 2 hours, 40 minutes from now. Okay, bringing out Group C. First driver out, Kume in the S15 Silvia. This car, when Kume debuted in D1 Grand Prix, very cool black with purple accents car. But, you know, there's nothing more beautiful to a driver than sponsorship livery. So out here with sponsored by Buzzbrake. Car's just getting a warm-up run. Alex says, I'm now committing to the fatal mistake. You mean staying up really late? It's the weekend, don't worry about it. If that's what you meant. Is the Haichu car here? I don't think that she's running this weekend, no. Shadow, that's a good question. If I was running in D1, what would I choose? I don't know. I mean, you kind of can't go wrong S15 2JZ. I mean, it's proven, right? It's been proven. It works, right? But you talk to any pro driver, right? It's not what you want to run. It's what your sponsors will pay for you to run. And a lot of them want you to run a much newer chassis than that. Yeah, sync, which is why the GR86 2JZ is so common now. Nitrous is not allowed in D1 Grand Prix because it's run under JAF rules, the Japan Automobile Federation, which is sort of like the the domestic FIA, sanctioning body, and they don't allow nitrous. So back in the day, nitrous was used in D1 Grand Prix. Wasn't that common. Some of the smaller capacity cars used it, like Kibino in his A86 or 85. Was it 86 or 85? It was an 86. All right, Tetsuya Kume. Next gen driver. Let's see how he does. Oh, good commitment. Yeah, keeps it on track. See the transition here. Reasonably early. Holds that angle, not too bad. I'm not too opposed to this run at all. Good commitment. He flicked it in, transition, and then just held the accelerator flat. It looked like, anyway. There may be a minor penalty for the zone 2, the in clip. You can't really see it from that angle. No, it should be okay. Ooh, great first run. Tetsuya Kume at 97.8. Well done. And looking at those scores too, he was just kind of lacking points on all of, like he lost points on all of them, not like only on one sector. Good consistent run there. That showed good balance of attacking the course. All right, next driver. Seimi Tanaka, that entry there, a bit ugly. The car didn't seem to agree with how far he wanted to launch it forward. It just kind of came up short, and he had to wrestle it back.
はい。とはいえ最初のちょっとまあ走ってないですからね全然ね。まあ振ってから1ゾーンに向けてアクセルを入れた時にちょっと回らなかったように言いましたよね。ここねちょうどね。そうですね。アクセルのつきが悪かったって感じよりもなんかブーっていう吹けなかった感じが。そうですね。それでちょっと。
Yeah, in D1 Grand Prix, tyre rules similar to overseas. Tyres need to be available to the public, and they also need to pass a certain rolling resistance rather than, you know, the stamped tire softness sort of thing, or you know, if it's whatever. The tires go through a rolling resistance measurement.
さあ減点はないところで、うわやっぱりちょっと伸びません。95.9。
All right, Semi Tanaka 95.9. Yeah, entry. Yeah, that mistake there kind of reflected in the results there. Which is why you see sometimes, occasionally, you'll see these guys running very big, like 19 or even 20-inch tires on the back. Bigger wheel, because the wheel is bigger, technically less rolling resistance just because of the angle. You think about it, a bigger wheel can roll easier because of the diameter. So if you have a softer rubber, it has the same rolling resistance as a smaller tire. With higher, with less soft rubber, to put it simply. Yeah. Also fuels, as Fawaz mentioned in chat, yeah, no alcohol, no crazy fuel. No nitromethane, no what was that fuel they used to run back in the day? In drag racing? Comes with a big warning label. None of that sort of stuff.
ちょっと嫌な動きですね、あれね。そうですね。ああなるとなかなかいろいろするのが全部遅れで難しくなってくる。そうですね。はい。あの場合はもっと角度つけて入るしかないんですよ。なるほど、そうですよね。もっと確かにつけるしかない。そうですね。あれでああいう動きになってしまうということは。ただああいう動きが出てくる。
Tire rules up to 285. Depends on the car weight. It was either 265 or 285, depending on the weight of the car. Hydrazine. Enrique said it. Yeah, hydrazine. Yeah, no hydrazine. Yeah.
角度をつけたところに持っていくしかないってことですよね。
And WADA.
ですよね。あの動きは。ですよね。はい。さあというところで
collecting red squares, unfortunately. Nice entry speed though, 146. If you don't know what hydrazine is, just go look up some like old drag racing videos. Hydrazine. Ah!
だいぶ無理くりすごいとこからそして踏み込んでこの辺りの回し込みちょっと第2ゾーンに向けての失敗もろともせずその後はしっかりと踏み抜けて
Alright, rear end kind of got away from him there. The Cusco sponsored. Yeah, look at that. Wow.
面白い乗り方ですね。
なんかあれですね。つくばの時までちょっとブーストのトラブルがあって。
Manapi saying that's an interesting way to drive.
なんか要するにブースターがまあ上がらないっていうか。
Nearly binned it, yeah. Remember this, you know, drifting is kind of like regular motorsport in that sense. Like if you get too far out onto all the dirt and the marbles and the, you know, the leftover tire chunks and stuff like that, you start to lose grip. You just start to go off the track, and there is a big dirt wall there that's already claimed scalps this weekend. I like the commitment though. I like the commitment to the big angle. But if you've been watching the qualifying runs for a while now, and a 97. If he could have 19.39, if he could have brought that in just a bit, man, bring it in just a little bit. Bring it in just a bit. That could have been better. I like the commitment though. There we go. That's if you could have done this line like Kume did. If you could have done that same angle with just like Kume did just there, we demand everything. We demand everything. Do better. Do all the best stuff. See this? You saw the previous car, he kind of went way, he went a bit wider there and had more angle. If you could have just brought it in there, he would have got more points too. Anyway, another good run here from Kume. Oh, that was... Oh, okay, I take it back. That was a lot wider. I couldn't see from that other camera angle. He went way over the edge of the track there. Goldeneye says, so you have to touch the boxes. You do? You need to have the car go through each of those boxes. Alright, second run, Sebi Tanaka. On track. This is one of the difficult things about top-level drifting is when it gets to the point where you're trying to not make a mistake rather than attack the course. You know what I mean? It's a difficult thing. It's a difficult balance. Really obvious steering work there from Semi Tanaka. You can see the front tire as it moves around. Not too bad. Might be enough. Nice entry speed, 152. Semi Tanaka, also long-term D1 Grand Prix driver, also long-term in S15 Sylvia. One of the better performing, mostly privateer drivers. He doesn't really have big sponsors like a lot of other drivers do, Semi Tanaka. Alright, second run now, Wada. Look at that shot. Look at that driver pose there. He's looking like he's about to hit a home run. He's got that baseball look going on. All right, Wada backs it in a bit there. Good angle. Watch the transition. Not bad. Angle comes on a little bit late, a little bit shallow there. He has to have a big correction there. He stomps on the brakes to try and slow the car down a bit so it hits that zone properly. This could be pretty good. Chat said looks grippy. His car does look very grippy. Yeah, it do grip. Yeah, and about sort of in there. Yeah, sector 2 a little bit low. Oh! Did he hit that zone? He's gonna go. He's gonna go shallow. All in, mate. All in. I like the commitment. 2 runs in a row where I've said that. Watch this.
ちょっと行き過ぎるぐらい抑え込んだ感じだったと思うんですけど、
行き過ぎた。Yeah, a little bit too much.
2本目は同じような感じで同じような位置で行ったんですけど、多分1本目は結構濃い煙出していってたんで、タイヤ減ってて、ちょっとスピードが乗ってなかったような気がする。そこが通じ間が合わなかったっていうか、そうですね。開始の段階で飛ばす力がちょっとなかったのかな。これ。佐田選手は横浜ネオバー入ってますけども、あの1本目の走りから言ったらもう1本目でなくなっちゃいますよね、タイヤ。
Alright, so second run for Tada. It's going to be a penalty for him.
ネオバーはまだね何周もいけるっていう、もう芝タイヤバリのやはりみんな苦しいここの走りなんですけども、
Yeah, this is the kind of driver who you kind of think, like, if you're a driver as well, you're like, I really hope I don't go up against him in the competition.
ような気がします。
なるほど、94.1です。やはり低いところで。
All right, currently fifth after 2 runs, so that fifth place comes from his first qualifying run. All right, next group. So if you just joined us, we are currently doing qualifying. These are the results so far. We are, I guess, over halfway. Oh, we're just about bang on halfway. Currently, Yokoi, Daigo, Saito, Fujino, and Kume sitting in the top 4, followed by Tada. So Kume and Tada, good to see them there. Tada was the guy you just saw in the Cusco Panda GR86. Tada, Kume, Fujino, Daigo, and Yokoi.
厳しくはなってきてますよ。そうですね。厳しいですね。ちょっと7点台出しとかないと、ちょっと安心できない。そうですね。はい。だいぶまだ後半にも7点台、8点台出せる選手は数多くいますので、この辺りは今の走りで C グループ前半5台でだいぶ変わりました。
So time here right now is 11:30 in the morning, and the actual battles themselves will be starting at 2. So 2.5 hours from now. Now this stream will continue running the entire time. There will be a bit of a lunch break. By the way, chat, when the lunch break happens, new Norio video will be out for you to watch. I thought I'd put it out there so people have something to watch. Heh.
車はしっかり本当に直っているかどうか、本当にあわや全損ぐらいな昨日クラッシュでしたから、本当にね、もうすごいウィリーしてた。車があんなウィリー
No, rugged. Naoki is driving. Had a bit of a crash yesterday, but thanks to his what I saw in the caption, God hand mechanics.
三井のリハウスはお家を売ったり買ったり住み替えたりをサポートする。
ただちょっとトラブルが出て何か
No, I don't want to move houses, thank you.
そんな感じの出し方ですね。
Okay. Got to make that catch up now. Sorry, we missed that entire run now. Now it's got a buffer. My bad. I'm just running off the YouTube feed just because that's what I have to work with.
ただチームに聞きますとずっと実はパワーステ問題が初めて出ていると。なんかね、純正のラック、本当に純正のパワーステ使ってるんですよ。
All right, this Mark II JZX100.
今まで問題なかったんですが、ここに来て出始めた。
With Ishii behind the wheel. Still a rookie driver in D1 Grand Prix. But with a big team behind him, this car built very nicely. All right, here he is. One of the drivers you've all been waiting for, Naoki Nakamura. 2JZ GR86 first qualifying run, very early entry. If there's ever going to be a guy who's going to back it in, it's going to be Naoki. Oh, a bit wide there. Oh, Naoki loose. Very loose. Very loose run right there from Naoki.
まあ本当まずは1本しっかり点取ることを意識していると思うんですけど、これどうですかね。
これでもメガさん、クラッシュの影響あるんですよ。
あるんですかこれ。
Hey Squid, you super chat me. What's it called on YouTube? Premium. Super chat me a month's worth of premium and I'll turn it on.
なのにどうやら良さそうですよこれ。全く問題ない。
Burger Cat says sloppy. I'd say it's loose. Just sounds cooler. Bro, that was loose.
さあ、昨日のクラッシュ。
And Naoki crashing yesterday. There's a pretty funny photo on the D1 Grand Prix Instagram of him smashing backwards into the wall and the car's like wheeling up in the air.
さあいい得点になりそうだ。どこまで得点伸びるか。今横井のそこを落とすことができるかどうか。それは一番中村直樹にとって
Squid
もま
says,
た
bro,
嬉
I
しい
don't
と
even
ころ。
have premium for myself. Well, there you go. We're in the same boat.
さあまだ点数は出ません。
Just watch the ads. It's fine.
Oh!
No! No penalty. Naoki with a 98.4. 151. Perfect. Perfect. There's your run everyone has to imitate. There we go. You know, loose is also on the edge of control and close. You know, if you're loose, you're on the edge. I thought that'd be a penalty, but there wasn't. Whew. And Naoki still has 1 run to go. Okay, Yamanaka in the toothpaste nicknamed Supra. One of the other young drivers.
よくそのまま行きますね。これ。もう多分練習でも結構いい点数出てたんで、山中選手はこの1、2、3セクターをもうだいぶ掴んでて、その中でまず。
Easy to see there, the brakes being slammed on the front of the car starts to swat down, bit of steering control there. Not too bad until about here. A little bit messy. But big angle from a long way back. And there you go, 97.7 for Mao Yamanaka. Not a bad run. Yeah, very last sector, not too bad, but just before that, losing a little bit of the points there. All right, it's back. Tetsuro Nakada. He's still campaigning with this this JZX 100. Bit of an old school style look to this car, that's for sure. We're talking before about, hey, if I have to play the meta to win, I don't want to win. I just want to do drifting my way. He's one of these guys. And you got to love it. Burger Cat, toothpaste. Thank you for the 2-month membership. I mean, what's not to love about a wide body red JZX with deep dish wheels? Classic look, absolutely classic look. You can see the front end dipping as he rose up through the gears. Nice early angle. Keeps it on track, it seems. Just comes into that zone late. That will be a slight penalty for that. Nakata. This guy had a pretty big crash a while back. That's wheels over the edge, maybe. No. Yeah, zone 2, zone 3. Shucks. Could have been better. All right, next run. Ishii, also JZX 100. This one a Mark II. It's got that big wide body kit. 20 and some worth maybe 25, some worth 10 or 15. It depends on the track. Yeah, Luke's previous Nakata got docked for going off the edge of the track, going outside the zone. Okay, clean run there for Ishii, 96.2. Needs about an extra point there. You can see there, Sector 3, almost an entire point lost there. All right, here we go. Second run, Naoki Nakamura currently sitting in first place. Can he drive that up even higher? It's not like Naoki just to go, yeah, one and done. I'm going to do another one. Looking a bit more controlled this time. Whoa, the angle. Stalls up a bit. Just stalled up a bit. Damn. Yari Sugita means bro did too much. if I'm trying to talk in Gen Z. Sorry, I'll try not to do that again.
相当角度入れ込んで飛び込ませましたね。
そうですね。もう全部セクターきっちりやってやろうっていうのが。
Bro did too much. He almost got it. He was probably feeling himself and yeah, I'm just going to back it in. And came up a bit short.
まあでもどうだろう。実はでも練習走行のそのクラッシュする前とか
Does my title say round 6? It is round 6.
もっと全開でもう角度旋回してる姿を実は僕見てるんですよ。
なるほど。やっぱりちょっとそこの部分とトラブル抱えたところはまだね。
でもまだちょっと
カーナンバー90、ウイングトヨタ神奈川オレダ
Is
レー
it
シン
not?
グ山中真央。
さあ山中真央1本目 97.7。中村直樹は1本目の得点ということになりますが、さあ山中真央はさらなる8点台。もちろん狙ってくるはず。
Fixed it.
ずっとギリギリ。
All right, second run now. Yamanaka Mao, the Supra, of course, 2JZ powered, as a Supra should be. I like how the entire screen just fades to white there from the smoke. Toothpaste! So Yamanaka Mao on in his corner, a former D1 Grand Prix driver, Tezuka, probably a lot of you know. Chat came up with the toothpaste thing because it looks like, what's it called? Like, what's the brand? Like Fresh Dent or something? I went up and told, because I know Tezuka, I went and said, hey, the English chat saying the car looks like toothpaste. And like a few days later, they made a social media post showing a tube of toothpaste next to the car. Aquafresh. They actually sell Aquafresh here. Yeah, they sell Aquafresh here. All right, on course. Good angle all the way in. Drives it out, not too bad. Just clean. That's just a nice clean run. If he was aiming for a clean run, I think the judges might be looking at the very final corner. Yeah, this car sponsored by a Toyota dealer group. So you'll see that sometimes in drift competitions in Japan, where there'll be a certain, like a regional car dealer group that will sponsor a car. You know, like Toyo Pet Hiroshima or something like that, or like from certain areas. So the track you can see there, Ebisu Circuit, you can see a couple of the other buildings from the compound in the background. Great place to visit. I highly recommend it. It will change your life. If you like drifting, Ebisu Circuit will. Well, not everybody. But I have seen it change some people's lives dramatically. It's about 3 to 4 hours drive from Tokyo, depending on the traffic and how you drive. Like a lot of racetracks, especially in Japan, easy to get to by train and public transport, but the last 10 kilometers is always difficult. You can get near there, but then you either need a taxi or a rental car. There is a bus, but this is sort of middle of nowhere Japan. It's one of those places like, oh, bus, oh, I just missed the bus, got to wait 4 hours. All right, let's see, what are we looking at? Oh, hello, Daniel. Yeah, Autopolis. Yeah, Autopolis is probably the king of that. Autopolis and Okayama are in absolutely the middle of nowhere.
そこ大きいですもんねこれ。
10 kilometers, you could walk that. It's uphill the whole way. Oh, there we go. That was a score there. 98, no penalties. They were probably reviewing the video to see if there were any penalties. So 98, very good job there.
5番手です。もちろん1本目より得点は上げてきました。5番手もうちょっといったと思ったんですけどね。
Was it a 98? It flashed up on screen and I missed it.
リプレイとかで見ると小さなその角度の振られとかあったと思いますね。
ダブカ SA システム中田哲郎。
さあ中田哲郎1本目 92.8。
All right, good run. Yeah, that run did look, it just looked clean. Right, second run now. Nakata. The old school Mark II. See, no rear mounted radiator. I believe the rear end is still mostly intact as well. Pretty classic build, this car, and you can really see how heavy it looks. By the way, it rolls into that corner there, but you love to see it. Bit of the old school still kicking around in D1 Grand Prix. That's a big miss there. Watch this. Washes out wide, misses that zone completely.
だからそこアクセル入れられていく角度がついていれば非常にいい状態になる
そうですね。だからこれは車的になのかドライバー的に
Yeah, so missing that zone completely. Nakata 20th after 2 runs. We'll see him tomorrow, I guess.
さあというところで C グループまで終了いたしました。いよいよ残りは8台です。さあ残りは8台ということは8位までは確定。
Rudy says, "You don't drive that boat, you captain it." Aye, aye. We're setting sail for Zone 2. R. All right. That's that group run and done. We still have a few drivers to go. One of which is Mekua, who is currently actually right next on the list there. Kojiro Mekua, driving his teammate's car, because he had a bit of an accident yesterday. It's the dual BMW team. Franklin chat says, how come toothpaste looks so planted while Daigo looks jittery? It's car setup mostly. It's car setup. Daigo's cars are always... Okay. So, I am not, I will admit, I'm not a suspension guru by any means. I look at what some people do with suspension and I don't even understand what you just did. Like, please explain it to me in a way I can understand. But what you need to look out for is there's certain ways that cars are set up, whether it's more neutral balanced, whether it's more rear balanced. And in the case of Daigo, especially with that Supra, it's very much set up to ride on the back wheels. So the front end is very skittery. It depends on the driver, it depends on the car, it depends on what they want. You know, some certain setups are set up to be more sketchy but rewarding, and some are set up to be more forgiving and consistent, if that makes sense. Of course, the car's track can come into play too. You can see the front wheels, how far they are spaced out, how far the rear wheels are spaced out, like how wide the front is, how wide the rear is. Yeah, some cars are fairly even. Some cars have a much wider front track. It's not that common to see a drift car with a much wider rear track, but some are pretty close. Like some are set up a bit more square. Alex Stewart said, haha, a Peugeot. It does look like a Peugeot, doesn't it? It does. That's funny. Yeah, it's a Corolla.
星選手の動き、2セクター、すごい角度でアクセル入ってましたよ。
ましたけどね。
結構
あれで第3セクターゾーンに向けて合わせられる。
Our next group, S13,
でも、
86,
あれをやってる、ウォーミングアップであれをやるぐらいだから。
Corolla and another
自分のイメ
86.
ージっていうのはできてるのかもしれないですね。
かもしれないですね。
もしかしたらね。だからそれがドンピシャであった時は、もしかしたらすごいことになりますよね。
だと思いますね。ちょっと期待できる気がしました。
なるほど。したいですよ。星敦樹選手、ルーキー。
Yeah, that could be something for you to, if you want to start, learning about drifting and sort of understanding it a bit more. You start watching the way the cars are kind of balanced when they drive. See, some drivers like a bit more of a sketchy setup where the car will respond faster and they have to use the accelerator a lot more to turn, whereas some drivers like a bit more of a balanced setup where it's less about just sitting the car on the rear tires and steering it like that. They're like a bit more of a balanced setup where it's a bit more even. That can be, the downside of that is it's not as twitchy, so you can't get like huge, like whap whap, big crazy, huge angle, but it's more consistent. So, it's difficult. Yeah, start watching honestly, the body language of the cars is very interesting, I think, anyway. And not just in D1, in any drift competition you watch. Casual Florida Man says, I was watching one of your videos today where there was a guy drifting a Peugeot 206 on Nico. Yeah, I remember that. The reason he was doing that was because his actual car broke, so he borrowed... It was like his girlfriend's car or wife's car or something? I don't know. Yeah. Also, another thing to look at too is with the ride heights of the cars and the way the suspension moves, some cars are a bit stiffer, some cars are a bit softer, some cars kind of squish in the rear and the front. It's interesting. It's so difficult. Honestly, I like driving a car and just sort of like doing the seat of the pants thing where you take it out for a few laps and go, needs a bit more toe, and you just change it, and it's like, oh yeah, okay. I have no idea what I'm doing. It's difficult. But there's a lot of people out there who are really good at this sort of stuff. Like, oh yeah, you need more, you got to change the valving in the dampers. I'm like, oh, bit of a pause there for a second while it buffers. There we go. All right, so Inoka, we got a buffer again. There we go. We're going to buffer again. Bear with me, chat. All right. I'm just going to let it buffer forward so we're live. There we go. Okay, here we go. Tennis ball. Tennis ball. No. I'm sorry, chat. This is what I have to work with. Give me a sec. Come on. Please? Hello? Okay, here we go. Nicknamed the tennis ball, Murakami in the GR86. It looks yellow on screen. IRL, it is fluorescent yellow, like a brand new Slazenger. Is how he knocked over. He knocked over a pylon on the start. WTF is with his mouth. That's his thing that he does. He's been doing that for like 20-something years now. So Murakami, also an old school D1 Grand Prix driver back in the day. Came back into D1 a while back with a very cool SR20 powered S15 Silvia. Looked like a show car. It was, slammed with 326 power wheels. Didn't really suit the whole corporate drift image. Had a bit of personal style. And then a few seasons back, he changed to this car, which earned the nickname on here, the tennis ball. And he's slowly been doing better and better over the seasons. And also Zone 2, penalty there, and the judge J1, which is the start line, the judged area 1, for knocking over that pylon. All right, here we go. No, that is not a Peugeot. Wow, that's kind of deep there. Keep it on the black part of the track, please. So 2 Corollas in D1 Grand Prix today.
さすがにそうですね。でもこれはなんかそのどうなんだろう。ちょっと全体ちょっと星選手の他の走りを僕ちょっと今日見てないんでわかんないんですけど。
Connor in chat said, are the rectangles targets? Yes, they are zones. If you've seen in drift competition, zones where the cars need to drive through them. Essentially, put a tyre through them. That's what they need to do. If they don't do that, they get a penalty. So it's to sort of dictate the line that they need to take on the course. If you fall up short, you get a penalty. If you go over the back edge of it, over the track limits, you also get a penalty. Cobra D Blade said, sent her a little too hard there, bud. Are you Canadian? Or from the Midwest? I could just hear that accent in my head. Oh, sent her a little bit too hard there, bud. And a sector 2 miss, so that was that inner zone there that he ran a bit too wide. All right, here we go, Sobagiri. This guy's an absolute gun driver. One of the next generation drifters who came up from remote control car drifting and simulators, not from the mountains and the streets. Very clean, very consistent driver on average, as you can see here. Great first run. Sobagiri, also a very nice guy. I used to live in Michigan, currently in Missouri. There you go. I could hear the Michigan coming out of you there. Very nice run. Sobagiri, honestly, I don't know why, but if I go to a track day, even though he doesn't live like in the part of Japan I live in, I go to a track day, he's there a lot more than I'd expect, like considering where he lives and where I live. And there we go, 97.5, 10th place. Room for improvement. Room for improvement. Bit more angle, maybe. He did take that run nice and clean. Okay, next run now, Inooka. Too much, too much. He's going to come up short. And a straight in there, Inooka. Yeah, just misjudged that entry there, Inooka. Redstone Pyroman said that impression is uncanny. I went to wait, what state was it? Not Illinois, the one where Final Bout is. And that whole area is pretty, I guess you could say, rural. Like I saw, the buggy and carts. Like who are the people who ride around in buggies and carts? Anyway, I was at the bar near the hotel, and this dude sits down, and he's this big, like American farmer looking dude, like big guy, muscles, like he works for a living, you know. And he sits down. He's like, "Hey, I watch your videos. Wisconsin, yeah, Wisconsin." Yeah, he wasn't Amish, but it was like Amish here, like. And he sits down and says, "Hey, I watch your videos. I like your videos, man. They're really good." I'm like, "Oh, cool. Like, oh, do you have a drift car?" He didn't look like the type who'd have a drift car. He's like, "Oh yeah," and he pulls out his phone. It's like this sick 240 SX, like full on, just done, a proper with the, just done nicely. I was like, "Oh, yeah, cool, man. I like that." Like, and then he starts showing me all his other toys, like jet boats, skidoos, or is that what they're called? Like, the ones you use on snow. And I'm like, wow. Yeah, this looks like a good place to live. He's like, "Oh yeah, if you like man hobbies, it's good. I got guns. I got, summer, winter, hunting. The lake." I was like, "Cool." Yeah, he wasn't Amish though. No, he wasn't Amish. But he had that, that Wisconsin. I live in the rural Wisconsin look to him. He was a good guy. Snowmobile. Yeah, that's the word for it. All right, tennis ball, second run. Yeah, drifting is a worldwide thing. It can bring us together. He really had to. Yeah, you can see the wheel just turn in like that. He's like, "Oh, I'm gonna miss the zone." Mark Tech, thank you for the super chat, bro. You're a legend. Great to see you streaming live. Thank you, Mark. You're a legend. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you. You could spend your time doing literally anything else right now. Depending on where you are, it's Saturday morning or it's Friday night. It's like peak. I'm just gonna go chill out, do anything, right? But you're here. I appreciate that. As an ad plays. Burger Cat, YouTube Premium Fund. I'm going to sign up for Premium tonight. Now I'm getting chocolate ads. I'm going to skip that. Alright, here we go. Let's not miss the Corolla second run. Kind of bottled his first run. Washed out there. Yeah. Okay, I'll get premium tonight, so we don't have to watch ads tomorrow. Yeah, car just went, just washed out sideways there. Might still need a bit of testing, a bit of adjustments to this car. You can see the front end very bouncy there. Looks like maybe the suspension not quite set up. As the suspension gets harder and harder. And if the damper is not matched to the springs, and it does, the car can just end up skating across the surface of the track. All right, second run, Sobagiri. Oh, is this going to be a top run? Oh, planted. Rear end, squats down. All the power, all the way to the car on the rear. Just driving it forward through those big 285 Shiba tires. Yeah, Suzuki saying "fundemashita ne," which means he gave it the boot. He gave it every inch of that boot, of that right foot. It sounds kind of lame if you just translate it. Fundemashita means like Oh, he stepped on it.
一番来ちゃうような気がしますけど。
Hey! There we go. New first place score 98.8. 146. I agree. I'm fine with that. Look at the entry. 29.99 out of 30. Maxing out. Sector 4. Woo! He had his Timberlands on that run, man. Woo, that was great. Rockets him into first place at 98. Very nice. So we have 5 98s now. Fairly evenly spread too. That's interesting. Sobagiri in the Shibutai GR86 now first place ahead of Naoki Nakamura, Yokoi, Daigo Saito and Fujino. Big hitters in the top 5 here at D1 Grand Prix qualifying. Yeah, he just chucked that in. Great job. Nice solid run. Okay, 4 drivers left in Group D. First driver, Mori.
珍しい。
淡々としてるんですけどね、いつも点出なくても淡々としてるんだけど、ダメだってなんかね言ってましたからね。あららら。はい。ただ本番に力出してくる選手ですからね。
Yeah, usually what they do is, honestly, I don't know the exact thing what they've done with the Corollas, but generally what they've done is they convert it from transverse engine to longitudinal, which means the engine goes front to back instead of side to side. And they take the four-wheel drive model, which has a drive shaft tunnel, obviously, and then just rear-wheel drive it. Ratito Jones says, torn between watching this and Grand Sumo soon. Well, there is actually a lot on this weekend. I remember when I put on my Instagram, like, oh yeah, D1 on this weekend. Everyone's like, oh bro, this is on too, this is on too, this is on too. This is your sign to go out and buy more PC monitors. Or go and find your old, your old Galaxy you've got sitting in a drawer somewhere and get it charged up. Oh, was that? Okay, sorry, I read the name wrong. Nakamura Ryu. This is Naoki's son. Potential of dad versus son battle. Yeah, I was thinking, wait, who's Mori? So, Ryu Nakamura, first qualifying run. Just like Dad used to do in the deep dish wheeled purple S13 Sylvia. Yeah, Dad versus son would be crazy. We've had brother versus brother battles before with the Suinaga brothers. Whoa! 98.1 puts him in the 5th place straight away. That's like Naoki was in 4th, right? No, Naoki was in 3rd and his son's in 4th. Imagine if he beats his dad. Imagine the drive home after that. Hey Dad, can we stop for dinner at the place that I like? All right, next run, Ishikawa. The GR86. Jenna6, thank you for the super chat. Good to see you streaming. Love from Indonesia. I really appreciate all the Southeast Asia viewers. We always get a lot here on D1 Grand Prix. Thanks for watching. Wait, what?
なところから入ってきて、今度アウトはアウトでギリギリなところ行きましたね。インとアウトもいっぱい使ってますね、これ。もう。ですね、まず本当それしない。
All right, Ishikawa kind of washing out a little bit there. He's going to lose some speed.
はないですよ。いわゆる7点台は問題なく出そうな。だから減点があるかどうか。
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was confused for a second there. What is giddy giddy? The drivers, the announcers keep saying. Giddy means like on the edge. Giddy giddy, like right on the edge. You know?
前も修理していたみたいですから。出てるのかな。そうですね。でもいい角度の付け方と、あそこからちゃんと回し込んでゾーン来てますもんね。
そうですね。まあラインの使い方は結構独特と言いますか。独特ですよね。そうですね。これだとちょっとそうこの後半1コーナーの外側。そうですね、ちょっと出やすい方向になるのかなっていうふうに。
でもなんか狙ったところみたいな感じですよね。
He had to wait a long time to get the accelerator down, it looked like. The car looked a bit skatey. Maybe I don't know, maybe could do with a bit more of a setup, a bit more grip in the back, maybe lower the tire pressure a little bit, I don't know. But hey, look, I don't know. All right, next driver. Another one of our Thai drivers, but a regular here in D1 Grand Prix, Pon.
Oh,
it's actually like giri, like it's an R, but you don't. If you said it normally, it'd be like giri. But when you pronounce the R in Japanese, it's kind of like it's not a rolled R, but it's like a rolled R. It's like a Spanish or Italian R in that way, you know? Yeah, this one looks grippy, yeah, for sure. Misses zone. Bit too wide. Do a lot of people in Japan run Samsonus? Yeah, quite a lot of people run Samsonus transmissions, yep. Even with the penalties, without the penalties, maybe not enough there for Pon. All right, crowd favorite, EY in the triple rotor, RX-7 FC, the classic livery that everyone loves. Might be a miss of a zone there. Bit of a stall there as well. I've told EY quite a few times that the overseas chat really supports him. So he sends his love to the overseas chat of like, oh man, everyone loves your car because it's got that retro look and they love the rotary. He's like, oh, cool, thanks man. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Yeah, EY, another one of these drivers who just drives what he wants. He's gone through his drifting career, has had several odd cars. Daihatsu Sharuman, as they say it here. Toyota Starlet, the old rear-wheel drive one. Mazda MX-5, or Mazda Roadster, or Miata, with a rotary. And now the FC. RVBS, Nomura hasn't done his qualifying yet. Greetings from Thessaloniki, Greece. I have been there. I've been there. It's great. Nice place. Believe it or not, my mother's from there. All right, here we go. Naoki, Generation 2. It's his son, Ryu Nakamura. 5th place after one run. Oh, lifting a wheel. He is squatting that down and just flooring it all the way around. The simulator generation. Look how much angle he had. That tire was tucking all the way in. Watch this. Watch the rear end. Watch the rear end. Just squatting. Not a whole lot of correction there too. He kept a fairly consistent angle. Father-son battle. Father-son battle. We want to see that. That would be so cool. I'm trying to think, has that ever happened before in D1 Grand Prix? I don't think it has. Has that happened in any drift competition? I'm sure there's been like brother versus brother battles in D1 Grand Prix, and I'm sure that's happened overseas too. Oh, he beat him! Ryu Nakamura shoots up into second place after 2 runs. He is now outranking his dad. Look at me. I am Papa now. You know? All right. All right, here we go. Ishikawa, second run. First run was a bit kind of all over the place. Better this time. Better this time. More consistent angle. It's just this run lacking a little bit of something. I don't know what. Oh, the Nomuras have battled before? When was that? Was that in Lights or was that in GP? I think, was that in Lights or GP? I don't know. I'm back. That could have been. That could have been okay. Penalties. All right, second round. Pon. He didn't get it to angle early enough. Oh, and a bit of a lock up there, the wheel there, washing out wide. No. Pon from Thailand giving it everything on this run. The car just didn't step out when he wanted it to. Full points for Guts, though. He held on to that for as long as possible. Second half, yeah, no, I mean, good. Second half was good. Just if you watch on the entry, if they show the replay, also you can see here too, 4-wheel lockup. You got a bit too hard on there. The car slid out from under him. Because once you lock up wheels, you just lose all grip. Watch this. More. You can see the puffs of smoke from the rear brakes. You had to get on the accelerator, get on the handbrake to try and get the rear to step out again. And Pon 32 after 2 runs. Oh, apparently the AFL Grand Final is on today in Australia as well. There's a lot on today. Oh, well, up the Blues? I don't know. I don't watch AFL. Ready to go, second run. Iwai. He's got the endurance spotties on, so you know he means business. Might have missed that zone. I want to see this car in competition just because it's so cool. So this two-tone livery, of course, a throwback to the old RX-7, the FCs that ran in IMSA in the USA back in the day. You got the endurance headlights and stuff like that. Color scheme used to be white and Mazda blue. Very nice. But of course, right now, the Watanabe red. He's running the RS Watanabe wheels on this car. They came out with 18-inch wheels recently, which looks hilarious when you're used to just seeing, 13s, 14s, 15s all the time. Very retro look here in 2025. Might not be enough for EY.
ですからこれで16が決定します。岩井の得点が出ます。さあどう出る。出ました。やっぱりゾーン2。
Zone 2, he missed Zone 2.
94.5。
No.
これで確定。
EY pretty much on entry speed there, 238. We've seen sort of 140, 145. Oh, second place, third place. So look at that. Look at the left of the screen there. Nakamura, second and third. So are the rest of those drivers retired? Fujiwara, Mekawa, I think that's Pop. Matsui out with crash. Nomura out with transmission problems, I think. And Matsukawa, big rollover yesterday in practice, unfortunately. If Matsukawa is okay, though, car pretty much totaled. So this is qualifying, I believe, final result there. First place. Kodai Sobagiri with a 98.77. His run was right on point. Everything about it was great. But look at that. Look at that. Second place, third place. Nakamura. Nakamura family. Father and son. Followed by a bunch of big heavy hitters there. Yokoi, former champion. Daigo, Saito, former champion. Fujino, former champion. And then a few newcomers there too. Some of the younger drivers there, Yamanaka, Kume, Tada. And then followed by Tanaka, also former old school name there. Hibino, Wada, Tano, Matsuyama, Hatanaka, Kawabata, former champion there in the top 16. So your left side of the screen there is your top 16 for the battles later on today. Second and third place, does that mean they're going to be on opposite sides of the battle tree? It should. Wait, first, second, third. Yeah, it probably does. Hello, slowly. That's okay. You're going to have time during the break to go back if you want to watch. This is a YouTube VOD, so you can rewind it if you like. Franklin, it's not his supercharged V8 S13, no. Right, so we are out here today at Ebisu Circuit for round 5 of the 2025 season of D1 Grand Prix. Of course, your commentator, as always, the voice of D1 Grand Prix, that guy you always hear screaming on those videos, Manapi. Believe it or not, Manapi, he used to race open wheelers in Japan back in the day, and he was this close to running a Group A GTR. Back in the day when all the Group A GTRs were dominating, he was this close to driving one. And we have up in the booth also, sitting in the middle there, Mekuwa. He had a rollover yesterday in his 2JZ powered BMW. So unfortunately for all the Euro fans, we don't have a BMW out here today anyway. Not Formula Nippon. I can't remember what series it was. Remember, this is back in the 90s, so, series have changed. Yeah, that's true, Sideways. He has also done Super Taikyu endurance racing as well. So Manapi also he's been out there. He knows how to steer. He's also done some reporting work. He's been a TV reporter, like a pit reporter for racing as well. But of course, we all know him as the voice of D1 Grand Prix.
はこの後は追走トーナメントに入っていきますが、皆さん解説はどなたにお願いしたいですか？敗退してしまったドライバーの中から選んでチャットにどしどし書き込んでください。よろしくお願いします。この後は12時40分から道場走行、そして午後1時25分から追走前セレモニーを行う予定です。皆さんランチタイムごゆっくりとお過ごしください。
So 1:25 is when they are going to be starting. Okay, I have to talk over the ads for a second. All right, everyone. So that is qualifying run and done. I'll put a little. I'll just. I'll put a pin up there. Let's just turn this down for a second so I can. Let's turn this down for a second so I can tell you what's going on. So time right here in Japan is 12:30. So we've ended bang on time. That's great. We've ended on time. Time here is 12:30. The actual battles will be starting. The battles themselves, if you're pressed for time, I know some of you got other things to do, will be starting at 1:50. 1:50. So it's 12:29. It's 12:30. We're starting at 1:50. The driver's introduction and all that sort of stuff will be starting at 1:30. So 1 hour from now, we'll be starting back up. So in the meantime, this stream will be running live. There'll be some ads. There'll be some VTR and stuff going on in the meantime. However, I've got a little present for you guys. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Hang around. Just stay here for another minute. There'll be some more stuff going on. Super Steph, thank you for the super chat. We met last year at Tokyo Auto Salon. Thanks so much for the awesome commentary and stream. Thank you so much, Super Steph, for the $4.99 super chat. I appreciate it. It's good to meet you, I'm sure.
To the biodiversity of the ocean, communities are going to have huge improvement in health, in social equity, and in the agriculture sector. You would increase the productivity of that.
So, I got a little present for you guys. In the meantime, new Noriero video. Let's put it in chat. Here we go. There you go. It's coming out right now. If you want to go watch that. This stream will run in the meantime. I'll put a little pin thing to let you know what's going on. And I will see you in 1 hour from now. So we're going to take a little break. I'll see you in an hour from now. Bye-bye. We're just going to leave this running for the moment.
Super Tire Motorsports.
If you want to leave the stream running, just pull out your phone, set a timer for 1 hour. But if you have other stuff to do and you want to watch the battle start, 1 hour 20 minutes is when they'll start. Oops, I'll just turn that back down. 1 hour 20 minutes from now is when the battles will actually start. The stream and the driver introduction and stuff like that will start in 1 hour from now. If you want to jump back and watch some of the qualifying, you can do that too here on YouTube. And I'll see you in 1 hour from now. In the meantime, once again, video. Go watch that. New YouTube video from Noriero to give you something to watch in the meantime. Set your timers. You want me to do that? No, you do it. I don't want to do that. I had someone upset at me doing that last time. To explain that, I mute the audio and I'll say like, hey Siri or something like that, set a timer. And this guy said, bro, I fell asleep in front of my computer and woke up in a panic thinking I had to go to work because my alarm went off. Right? So, yeah, we'll be back in 1 hour from now. Enjoy the video for now. New YouTube video. And as always, thanks for watching. I'll see you in an hour from now. Bye. Bye-bye.
タイヤのネット購入徹底サポート宣言。タイヤ選びをサポートするマッチングシステムを導入。 購入後のタイヤの取り付けもサポート。ご自宅近くの取り付け店を丸善が紹介。取り付け店にタイヤを直送、あとは手ぶらで行くだけ。タイヤのネット購入はサポート丸善で検索。
In a world of extreme, this is where they're refined. The real deal. Cusco.
出発！楽しみ！
新しいの買っちゃおう！
いいね！
車買うなら
東方銀行オートローン。出発！楽しみ！
新しいの買っちゃおう！いいね！車買うなら
東方銀行オートローン。
そのタイヤは刻んでゆく。大地に立ち向かう勇士を、恐れを知らない青い挑戦を、あなたの青い意志を、青を刻め。トヨタイズ。
中村直樹選手。
Tatsumas Kylie jumps onto the front wheel, cross the transitions into shadow. Vincent goes nice. Body タイヤ。
Shaping the future of motorsports. The future is always here. Shiba Tire Motorsports.
雨の日の運転って心配ですよね。いざという時によりちゃんと止まれるタイヤといえば横浜タイヤでしょ。
晴れの日の約4倍も事故が多い雨の運転。横浜タイヤならより安心。
タイヤは雨で選ぼう。横浜タイヤ。
タイヤ丸善タイヤ丸善ホイール丸善ホイール丸善。
タイヤのネット購入徹底サポート宣言。タイヤ選びをサポートするマッチングシステムを導入。購入後のタイヤの取り付けもサポート。ご自宅近くの取り付け店を丸善が紹介。取り付け店にタイヤを直送、あとは手ぶらで行くだけ。タイヤのネット購入はカポート丸善で検索。
In a world of extreme, this is where they're refined. The real deal. Cusco.
出発。
新しいの買っちゃおう。
いいね。
車買うなら
東方銀行オートローン。
選択科学のありえる。ちえくそ、もう匂ってる。
嫌な匂いの原因の一つは100倍に増えた菌かも。
なんだ100倍なんてありえる。
そこで除菌のありえる衣類はもちろん洗濯水なんと洗濯槽まで 99% トリプル除菌。
超爽やか。
ありえない
ありえるでしょ。
お願い。
はい。経験やスキルを伸ばすために何をすべきか。
転職サイト、会社とか自分のレベルも分かるしね。
なるほど。今を知ることで広がる選択肢もあるからきっと今だ。
転職ならデューだ。
働いて笑おう。パーソル。
今だけお得な入会キャンペーン実施中。きっかけは何ですか？体型が
Someone said, can we get Noriero and Yap mid-break? I guess so, as long as there's no ads running. Like there's no, I'm not supposed to talk over the ads. Oh. We still live? We are. Okay. Hello. How's it going? Thanks for being here. No, Kane, they're not. I was originally on site and then we went remote at the offices. And then they decided to go back on site again. But not with me. Sad. I mean, it's good and bad. It's good because I can just chill here in my shorts and sandals and just relax and not have to drive 4 to 6 hours or fly like to Autopolis. Like we get on the plane Thursday afternoon and then fly back Sunday night. Like we go straight from the track to the airport and fly back to Tokyo. So it's good, but I mean, obviously. Oh, hang on, here we go. Oh, got some news. Nope, gotta lock that. Naoki's on the left. Ryu's on the right. There is a non-0% chance of a father-son battle, but it would have to be in the final. It would be in the final. Naoki's on the left side of the tree and Ryu's on the right. So, there's a non-0% chance we have a Nakamura battle, father-son battle. Yeah, so if you weren't here for qualifying, Naoki qualified and his son, Ryu, also qualified. And Ryu actually out-qualified his dad, believe it or not. Yeah. Sobagiri Kawabata. Oh my god, first battle is going to be a banger. Tadakume, Tano Nakamura, Wada Yokoi. Oh, Hatanaka Nakamura. I reckon Ryu should win that one. Tanaka Yamanaka, Matsuyama Daigo. Ooh, that's going to be a good one too. And, Hibino versus Fujino is the top 16. So they're on the left and the right side, so they would have to meet each other in the... What if Naoki gets knocked out first and then Ryu goes through? Yeah, it's not his supercharged LS. It's a different car. It's a 2J. So the stream is due to come back in about 3 minutes from now. And then the battles themselves were due to start at... There was a 5-minute delay. So the battles, like the actual battles, are due to start at 1:50. So like 2 o'clock. Hi Corporal, if you're watching. So we'll start in about under 20 minutes. So you can just leave it on if you want. Oh, it looks like they may have changed. Hang on. What's the rank? Sobagiri, Ryu, Naoki. Okay, they... Oh, that was the actual ad. Okay, we're back. Gonna pause. I'm gonna get off for a second, and I'll come back as soon as it comes back. Bye.
そのタイヤは刻んでゆく。大地に立ち向かう勇士を、恐れを知らない青い挑戦を、あなたの青い意志を、青を刻め。トヨタイズ。
Skyling jumps onto the front wheel, cross the transitions into shadow. Vincent goes nice. Body no tire.
Shaping the future of motorsports. Super Tire Motorsports。
雨の日の運転って心配ですよね。いざという時によりちゃんと止まれるタイヤといえば横浜タイヤでしょ。
晴れの日の約4倍も事故が多い雨の運転。横浜タイヤならより安心。
タイヤは雨で選ぼう。横浜タイヤ。
タイヤ丸善タイヤ丸善ホイール丸善ホイール丸善。
タイヤのネット購入徹底サポート宣言。タイヤ選びをサポートするマッチングシステムを導入。購入後のタイヤの取り付けもサポート。ご自宅近くの取り付け店を丸善が紹介。取り付け店にタイヤを直送、あとは手ぶらで行くだけ。タイヤのネット購入はカポート丸善で検索。
新しいの買っちゃおう。いいね。
車買うなら
東方銀行オートローン。
2025年 JAF 日本ドリフト選手権 グランツーリスモ D1 グランプリシリーズラウンド5恵比寿ベスト16の戦い追走トーナメントが始まります。学さん、追走トーナメントのメンバー見ていかがですか？
はい、そうですね。これで16組が出ましたけども、実はですね、先ほどやっぱり暫定が若干変わってるんですね。メンバーは変わってないんです。順位がちょっと変わって、この対戦がちょっとだけ変わってったというところがありましたので、今その対戦を同士にね、もちろん今紹介はしていくということになりますけれども、久々にちょっと異例のね、決め方による斉藤大吾選手の得点1本目というところが出ましたんで、あれがねかなり今言うとですね相当いい得点だったというところから相当されると2位に入ったんですね、実は。で2位に入ったというところで中村龍選手というあたりとそのあたりが、順位の方がちょっと変わってきてるというところが3位に入ったんだ3位に入ったんで、順位の方が変わってきたと。中村直樹選手が4位に入って、斉藤大吾選手が3位に入ったというところがちょっとですねだいぶこちらの方も出すのにだいぶちょっと時間がかかってしまいましたけども、暫定の16名は決まらないんですが順位が変わった、それによる対戦相手をこれからご紹介するということになりますんで、順位は変わったんですけども、このゲスト解説に来ていただく16位に入らなかった人は変わらないんでね、もう来てもらってますんで後ほど紹介させていただきたいと思います。
As you can see, top 16 cars are now lined up on the front straight here at Ebisu Circuit, ready for the driver intro. A little bit of news there. Daigo's position changed. You saw, if those of you who are watching the qualifying run, saw that Daigo had a DOS error during his run. They have corrected that since then, and now Daigo is in third. So it's that puts Naoki into fourth. And what that means is that there is a non-0% chance of a father-son battle, but it would be in the finals. Both of them would have to go all the way through to the top two. So pretty small chance there. We've got quite a few banger battles going on in the meantime.
いう感じではねありますけれども、どうか最後までこれ決勝戦まで一体どういうことになるのか、楽しんで見ていってほしいなと思っております。今回のラウンド5、いよいよこの後。
So we have time right here now is 1:42. Battles will probably start about 2 o'clock. We still have a bit of time before it starts. Still a bit, as you can see, people are heading back to the stands, so we still have a bit of time. Stream audio. Oh, you're right. Sorry. Yeah.
さあというところでもうねすでにスタンバイしていただいてますんでね、皆さんにねこの追走のゲストの方
There we go. So there you go. That is the top 16 battles, as you can see. Nakamura, middle of the left on. Middle of the left and top of the right. That's the little like the box with the line. And then the other with like 2 vertical lines, that's Nakamura. So they're on both sides. So it would have been cool if they were both on one side of the battle tree, so there'd be more of a guaranteed battle between the two of them, because that would make for an awkward ride home. Honestly. So we have EY, the driver of the retro-style FC RX-7, here as a guest commentator for the top 16. So what they normally do here in D1 is they get a driver who did not qualify to come up and give their opinion. So wherever you're watching from around the world, not ideal time zones, I know, but I appreciate you being here.
それでは、対戦カードを順番にご紹介しましょう。
They do have Asahi beers, but they are 0%. Asahi is the sponsor of the D1 Grand Prix, the non-alcoholic. No, Mekoa did not do his qualifying. Mekoa had a rollover in practice. He was going to borrow his teammate's car, but he ended up not doing it.
は5回4勝川端1勝そば切り若干苦手にしているこの大ベテラン相手にさあそば切り交代ここから昨年同様
So first battle we're going to see two former champions. This is the first battle of the top 16. Two former champions going head to head. It is Sobagiri on screen right there and also Kawabata. Next battle is going to be Kume versus Tada. So first time they've gone head to head before. Tada, he got the lucky run, I'd say, in qualifying. He got that one lucky run that got him in. Could have been kind of messy, but he managed to pull off a good run with that 8.6, the Cusco-sponsored 8.6. Next battle, leading the first run, Naoki Nakamura on screen right now, the 8.6, being chased by Yuki Tano, also 2JZ Toyota GR86. Fourth battle of the best 16 is going to be Masashi Yokoi, heading towards screen right now in his S15 Sylvia. And he's going up against Kenshiro Wada, S15 D-Max. On screen right now. So that's the battle tree on the left side of the top 16. So only half of these drivers will be making it through to the best 8. And in the second half of the battle tree, the second gen Naoki Junior Ryu Nakamura in the S13 Sylvia. This is not the supercharged V8 one though. It's Ryu's own car. Up against another son of a former D1 Grand Prix driver, Yumito Hatanaka in the JZX100 Chaser. Next driver in the Supra, Mao Yamanaka, going up against long-term driver in D1 Grand Prix, Semi Tanaka in the red S15 Sylvia. Next battle, after expected engine issues for Daigo Saito yesterday. Qualifying today, pretty good run from Daigo, gotta say. Okay, ignore the ad. Ignore the ad. Sorry, there's nothing I can do about it. Low res. Come on, hurry up. We get another one. Well, it's Daigo Saito versus Hokuto Matsuyama. I'm just running off the YouTube feed. They don't have a direct feed for me. I'm sorry. I asked them to make one if they could do that, and they're like, just use the YouTube, bro. I'm like, okay. And final battle, Hideyuki Fujino in the blue Toyota GR86 versus Tetsuya Hibino, veteran D1 Grand Prix driver in the 2JZ GR86 also. Yeah, I might get the non-ad YouTube tonight. Someone dropped a dono before, so I'll probably do that. Chat says, if I'm correct, the Vampire Teeth is an upside-down intercooler setup, right? Yeah, it's the end tanks of the intercooler, which are kind of canted out like that, and then the pipe goes straight in the top for a short pipe length.
この後2時を目安にスタートします。しばらくお待ちください。
All right, so as the drivers head around to the hot pit area, we'll be starting the top 16 very shortly.
銀行プレゼンツ2025年 JAF 日本ドリフト選手権グランツーリスモ D1 グランプリシリーズはシリーズタイトルスポンサーグランツーリスモ大会冠スポンサー東邦銀行オフィシャルタイヤスポンサー東洋タイヤバリノタイヤ芝タイヤサポートタイヤスポンサーダンロップ横浜パートナースポンサークールトネダスキンデントウォールカーポート丸善スノコ小倉クラッチグラムライツワークプロジェクトミュー BN スポーツブリット ATS エクセディレーブ D モティーズバズブレイクミルウォーキーウェインズトヨタ神奈川ローチケオフィシャルウェアプーマオフィシャルドリンクアサヒドライゼロメディアパートナードリフトスピリッツ3A 以上のご協力でお送りいたします。
それではここで D1 グランプリの追走審査方法について
Alright everyone, so we've come to the main event of the show, which is the tandem battles. Now of course this is also judged by the DOS system. Both cars are fitted with a DOS computerized judging system. Both cars run a lead run, then a chase run. They get, this is the important part, you've got to pay attention, the base score for their run, which is judged similar to qualifying. But the way they win is by getting extra bonus points for their proximity to the lead car. So the base score, generally the lead car is going to get a better base score, but the chase car, if they can stay with the chase car, match their speed line and angle throughout the entire course, through each of the sectors, they can get more and more and more bonus points to bring their score up and give them a total score. Then, of course, they change positions, do the same thing again, and you get a total score out of 200 for each of the drivers. Now, of course, it is possible to get negative points for things like accidents, big understeers, course outs, and things like that. Generally, the chase car is a bit more free to drive the course. They don't need to hit the zones like the lead car does in order to be able to tuck in close, side by side, and door to door. Of course, the lead car needs to run these courses pretty much the same way that they run qualifying, hit all the zones without making any mistakes. It's very difficult to do. So each of the sectors, the proximity can be a possible 3 points for a total of 15 over the entire course, which is more than enough to get the win on each run. It's very difficult to get full marks, I've got to tell you that. So once again, it's a head-to-head battle. Lead car, the higher ranked car in qualifying runs first, then they change positions and do it again, and we have a winner.
JAF 日本ドリフト選手権グランツーリスモ D1 グランプリシリーズラウンド5恵比寿水槽トーナメントのスタートです。今年の恵比寿ドリフトを支えてくださる大会スポンサー東邦銀行様はすべてを地域のためにをスローガンに掲げ未来を切り開こうとする人や企業を応援し続けています。その姿勢はまさに限界に挑む D1 選手たちのスピリットと重なります。今回の大会スポンサーとしてのご協力は地元福島はもちろん全国のドリフトファンにとっても大きな力。東邦銀行様の思いがこの会場をさらに熱くしてくれています。ありがとうございます。そして先ほどルールの説明について VTR をご覧いただきましたが、学さん、追走の見どころを改めてお願いできますか？
Because it is only a computer, it does the base judging, but there's things like course outs. We have sub-judges on the track to look at cars dropping wheels off the edge of the track, missing zones and things like that. All of them this time are actually former D1 Grand Prix drivers themselves. So we should, we can pretty much trust their opinion and view as far as that sort of thing goes. So about to start the top 16 battle here at Ebisu. It's round 5. It's a dual round this weekend. Round 5 today, round 6 tomorrow. Of course, we'll be running this again. If you have to step out for some reason or stop watching the stream, don't forget, tomorrow, exactly the same time as we did today, we'll be running round 6 right here in Noriero, doing the same thing as we're doing today.
そうですね。僕は特にそんな感じありますね。そうですよね。はい、そうですね。
So you can see there in his racing suit, Iwai, who unfortunately did not qualify. Next to him, Manapi, the voice of D1 Grand Prix. Next to him, Koguchi, that's Koguchi Power Koguchi, as one of the judges. Then next to him, Hariyama from Car Modify Wonder. And next to him is the Oni Gunso himself, the Devil Sergeant was his nickname back in the day. It sounds a bit cooler in Japanese. Kamimoto. Back in the original days of D1 Grand Prix, he ran a supercharged A86 two-door.
すなわちやっぱり追走で勝つ人もしくは単走上位行く人っていうのは全域において常に速いスピード、アベリージ。
So we should be starting fairly soon here. Now don't worry, that is not just right next to me right there. That is not real beer right there. Well, I mean, it is, but it's non-alcoholic. Asahi Dry Zero is a sponsor of D1 Grand Prix, which is kind of cool. Wait until the end. When they do instead of champagne, they do it with non-alcoholic beer. That's true. Kamimoto also ran the Veilside S15 back in the day. That you might have seen pictures of it, like a yellow S15 with a Veilside kit on it.
でそういう形の中でそういう対戦組み合わせがあると思うんですが、例えば岩井さん的にはこの対戦を見て どういったところでなんかじゃあそういうのも含めて気になるところってあります？
それ先に言っといてくれます？全然見てなかったのに。
全然見てないって今紹介したじゃないですか、ちゃんと。
紹介頑張ってほしいなって。
なるほどなるほど。じゃあ全然あんまり人の追走も見ないですか？
いやいやそんなことない。
いつもここで見てたりはしますよね。
ここでは見ないですけど、ここはできれば呼ばないでほしい。
呼ばないでほしい。で4回目ですよね。
そんな来ました？
来てました。
そんな来ました。
All right, looks like we have some of our cars heading out to the top of the warm-up area.
ここはもう。
いやこっち出てたい。そりゃそうだよね。でも明日は頑張れるんじゃないですか。ちょっと見えた、ちょっといろいろやって
Now first battle, first place qualifier Sobagiri leading, being chased by Kawabata.
でメイクワさんがよく解説してましたよ。
Manus, the next Norio video came out about 30 minutes ago.
ご指導をちょっと。
ただね、僕が知りたいのはやっぱりこの後いろいろ追走戦っていく中、戦い見な
I
い
made
と
it
分かんない
public during the lunch break, so people had something to watch.
も含めてやっぱり聞いていきたいかななんていう。
勝ちの心理ってね、なかなか味わったことない。
いやそれじゃなくて、じゃあ負けた。
He's away or competing this year? No, he's not.
今の負け方惜し
I don't know if he's going to do like a single round or something like he sometimes does. Add. Skip.
で、心理面も含めて、そういう時例えばじゃあ1本目かなり先行で取ったな。その後後追いどうするみたい。これ心理面じゃないですか。
All right, and here we go. Let's get straight back into it. Remember, it's top 16, so these battles are going to go pretty quick. Warm up in the top 16. Now, if the rules haven't changed, and I don't think they have, there is no one more time battles in the top 16. Only you can see the course from this angle too. Look at the course limits they put on the track there. They're really forcing these drivers all the way over to the right side of the track, and they have to do like a swing transition into the first corner to make the right line. I'll do it tonight, Cobra. I didn't have time to do it.
でそれからすると今本当に GR86 にちょっと変わりつつある。そうですね。そう思います。それぐらいにいい車なのかなと思いますけど。
なんか86も ZN6 からこう部品がそのドリフトに対しての部品が結構いっぱい出てきたじゃないですか。それで良くなっていったような。
In the transit area,
なんか最初の方 ZN6
this part of the track, not part of the original layout of Nishi course. It was built in order to be able to split the track in half and do a shorter drift style layout, using it as a shortcut today to get back to the start line. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Sobagiri's engine making a bit of a funny noise right there. Doesn't seem to be revving out. It was making a bit of a missing sound right there.
VR を搭載されたこのエンジン1000馬力を誇る VR 搭載の GR86 Sobagiri Kodai.
So the red car running a VR38 engine, which is the engine out of a R35 GTR, the twin-turbo V6. Looks like also that guy in the white shirt there on the right, the pit technical crew, also former D1 Grand Prix driver Tokita. Yeah, that did not sound Daijobu. No, it did not. Oh, returning to pits. Uh-oh. Not ideal for Sobagiri, first place qualifier. Oh, you got to be kind of upset right now. Just driving past there, the Team Orange drift taxis, the orange sedans that Team Orange uses to do passenger rides.
こういう時、じゃあ今川端さんの立場が岩井さんだったら、
それ言う？はい。頼むから治らないでくれと思います。僕だったら。ですよ。お願いしますって祈ります。
いやもうそうですよね。
はい。手と手を合わせます。お願いします。もう
本当に。で待ってるだけ。
So the cars can get, they can call a timeout.
聞いたりするんですか？
僕スポッターいないんで。
ないんですか？はい。
5分祈ります。
じゃあそこにいる人、メカニックに。
But it's only 5 minutes. It's going to need to return to the start line really quickly.
だからこれはやっぱりもう言いますよね。それはそうですよ。
But they're messing around with the top of the engine, so the around the coil packs and the ignition.
でも、多分 このトップ選手たちになると、できないことにがっかりするかもしれないんで、早く治ってって思ってくれる人もいるかもしれないです。あれ？
ちょっと待ってくださいよ。これね、この探し方からするとね、なんかどっか
You never know. It could just be a loose plug. You know, maybe they changed plugs during the lunch break. Of course, we have the classic low-res pit cam. Could just be a loose plug. Could be something worse.
ちゃんと点火してないというか的なものか、本当にどっか。
So VR38 engine, the V6 from an R35 GTR, plenty of horsepower, well over 1,000.
ただ、もう今探してる感じですよね。
そうですね。なんかパッと触れる感じでは
ないですよね。のと、
Yeah, they can call a 5-minute for a mechanical, but the car does need to return. Oh, there we go. Okay, we have, I think we have the timer there on the start line, which is maybe what they were going to show.
いやー、これはなんでいきなりこれ。
Eddie in chat says, what does yappari mean? I hear it all the time. Yappari means, or yappari or yahari, depending on where you live, means like, yeah, I thought so. Or like, of course, is what it means. Is GTA 6 popular in grassroots? Not really. You see them every now and again. You see more of the older 86s at track days. But yeah, because they are still expensive.
ここはウォーミングアップに入りました。そしてもう今川端正人はもうまた待機エリアの方に戻ったと。
Yeah, like if you sort of expect something's going to happen and then it happens, it's like, yappari. Like, oh, I knew it. Or it's like, yeah, of course that happened. Alright, so running the next battle in the meantime. Kume in the S15 Silvia and Tada on screen right now. GR86, sponsored by, very obviously, Cusco.
バギリは戻っています。今戻っているというところは多分5分間ルールの中でしっかりともう戻っていった。ただ
So thankfully, nice weather here today at Ebisu Circuit. Or there, I should say, because I'm not there.
でも音は良さそうでしたけどね。
今戻るので。
ブンブンいう感じ。
あ、でした。はい。
Reginald says, Noriro, what's the highest level of drifting you've done? I've entered and not qualified in D1 Street Legal. Is the highest. I've entered, I have a lights license right now. Probably should use it, honestly. Considering how hard it is to get. If you just do things the normal way these days.
探してましたもんね。はい。
そんな時間も経ってないし。
はい。ですからこれで先に今久米多田が行きますが、もちろんそば切り工大はもう修理の方を終えて川田選手の対戦をこの2組目の対戦の後に行っていくということになるんだと思います。
Yeah, Eddie, yappari means like if you expect something to happen and it happens, you're like, oh, of course, or yeah, I knew it, or like, yeah, well, of course that happens, or of course that's going to happen.
2組目、久米多田初の対戦。
Takeshi S2K says, hey man, you got any more of the Minami courses? You'd be a lot cooler if you did. Yeah, we all miss Minami. There's been just as much carnage going on here at Nishi, honestly. We had a rollover and a fire yesterday. We had two rollovers during practice up until now. We had two rollovers, one car written off. Naoki went in backwards. One guest driver from overseas understeered into the wall. What's his name? I forget now. His nickname is like Uncle Jet. And there's been a few other crashes here and there. This morning, the RX-7, the Mamiya RX-7 crashed in practice as well. So it's been pretty brutal so far. People trying to find their feet here at Nishi Course. What's your opinion on the JZX81 for drifting, and why isn't it as popular as the 90? Because there's not many left. There's not that many of them. Honestly, pretty much every 81 you see these days is just like a street car. Uncle Jet, is he Malaysian? I think he is. Yeah, he's over there this weekend, but he crashed in practice. All right, here we go. First battle of the top 16. Remember, the lead car needs to hit those zones. Oh, I don't understand. Almost a T-bone there. Tada coming in a little bit shallow there, straightening up. So chase car kind of cutting that track limit line there. They are allowed to do that. And a straight in there, unfortunately. So don't forget, each of these sectors is worth points. So even if you mess up in one sector, it still makes sense to keep going. You don't just shut down and go, oh well, I'm going to get a 0 now. You keep going. There's a greater than 0% chance that you could still win. Yeah, that was kind of ugly there. The car kind of hooked up on him. So lead car, S15 Kume. Chase car Tada. To his credit, he caught it in time and didn't cause an accident. Gets back into it pretty quick. He's going to get some points for it. But if Kume can keep his chase run clean, he should get the win. But we'll see how it goes. There's another word for you. Modotta. Modotta means he straightened, past tense. But Suzuki-san said, what did he say? Modotte shimairimashita. It means like, unfortunately he straightened. Unfortunately it seemed he straightened. Has anyone ever run a Toyota Crown as a drift car at the top level? Yes. Actually, the guy who is the pit tech or the start line tech, Tokita, ran a 0 Crown in D1 back in the day. It was sponsored by Goodyear, the white Goodyear sponsored 20 series Crown, I think it was. ちょっと待ってください。まだ出しますですね。今ね。さあ出ました。先行組めてては 92.9。Okay, score there. そしてタダ工事 73.4 後追いポイントはありません。かなり低いところですが。Remember, the lead car still does get penalties for missing zones or coming into the zone late or leaving the zone early. They do need to go through the entire zone. Chase car Tada, 0 proximity points and a low score. That's not looking too good for him. He's going to be leading this run. He's just going to throw down the best run he can and hope the chase car does something. He's got a pretty good run here. He's going, oh, look at him. He's going all out. Oh, but he cuts in too shallow. Lead car, it's Tadova. To his credit, he went all in on this run. Look at that. Just huck it in, big angle. Unfortunately, coming up a bit short. Cut on the inside of the track limit. Through that zone there, no problem. With Kume in the chase. So it looks like a fairly one-sided run this time. Two big mistakes for the Cusco 8-6. Everyone's got to kind of get warmed up for battles. No one's done it for a while, it looks like. Yeah, good angle though. Tada, he threw it in. Win or bin.
さあというところで今の得点の方は多田浩二 48.6 もちろん2セクまでそして、久米哲也の方が
So that was the second run there for Tada and Kume. And there we have a total result there. Winner in the S15 is in the S15. Sorry, Kume. Unfortunately, Cusco Corolla. Sorry, Cusco 8-6. The Corolla's a different car. Is out. He'll be moving through to the best 8 up against the winner of this battle. So we ran the second battle while the 8-6 of Sobagiri was getting looked at. Now they do have a 5-minute timeout rule. He would have had to return to the starting area within that 5 minutes, which it looks like he did because he's not disqualified. Obviously, there's a bit of a gap between when he returned and now because we've run a battle in the meantime. But it looks like that he's back with no penalty.
ここで聞くとあれですね。川端選手は内野低そうに見えたの気のせいです。なるほど。音的に。今の音ですよね。そのあたりをだいぶ落としていった可能性。
So we do have tyre rules in D1 Grand Prix regarding how many tyres you are allowed to use. The simple way of putting it is they have one pair of tyres available to them per bracket. They can have an extra spare pair that they can access for a penalty. Here we go. First place qualifier today. Sobagiri in the lead. Former champion. Actually, they're both former champions. There's going to be a miss of that zone there for the lead car. That zone might be a bit of a make or break for it this weekend. Door to door over the finish line. Kawabata in the chase. D1 champ battle. Technically first battle of the top 16. Lead car missing that zone completely. Both cars, good angle. You can hear them. Oh, hang on.
ただ、そば切り選手も今、第2ゾーンをちょっと外したかな。
Yeah, pointing out the zone miss of the lead car. I mean, that's the pressure that the lead car is going under right now, where they have to throw it in at full speed, pull up in time to hit that zone and not lose any points. While the chase car has a whole lot of space to work with. But good start to the battles here.
無理してなかったっていう感じがなんか見えちゃうのは、だから先行がなんか調子悪いっていうのはあるわけだからと思ったっていうともありますよね。そのあたりね、本来の調子かどうかもわからないじゃないですか。
So the way the score works, someone just asked that in chat. So look at the white score, that's their base score, like as if they were running solo. The blue is proximity for the chase car, and the red is any penalty. So you can see, lead car got a penalty for missing that zone. Chase car got 5 out of 15 possible bonus points. So you add those together. Generally, what you'd hope is that from each run, the chase car has a slightly higher score overall than the lead car. But then they both run those, so then you get a total aggregate score of both runs. Yeah, Franklin Sobagiri is a champion. In fact, both of these guys are former champions. And of course, it is possible to get over 100 if you do an amazing run. And then, remember, you can get up to 15 points. And most of these guys are running like 90s at least, even in the chase. So if you get a lot of proximity points, you can get over 100. It's possible. Right, change positions. In the right lane this time, Kawabata will be leading. Up against first place qualifier. Sobagiri chasing him right now, right on his bumper on the entry. Oh, that transition perfectly matched. Can he pull up in time? Can he pull up in time? Oh, Kawabata maybe missing that zone as well. Oh, Sobagiri falling behind a little bit. Kawabata, great angle. Watch this transition. Wow, right there at the same time. Perfectly matched timing. Exciting for the spectators who are sitting right above that action. Oh, that looks sketchy from that angle. Pull up in time. Yeah, that zone right there. That could be a make or break for a lot of these drivers. Pulling up in time. And it's also on the chase driver. If the chase driver smashes into the lead car, it's going to be their fault. They're going to get the penalty for that. But, you know, it's also up to the chase car to intimidate the lead driver. You know, if you can kind of obviously not drive into them and force them off, but intimidate them enough to go wide. Remember, these cars are all almost, are they all? Yeah, they're all right-hand drive. So the chase car is right there. You can hear their wastegate, like their wastegate coming out of the hood of the car is right next to your face.
後半がフルには取れていないというところだとは思うんで、ただ5ポイント以上はもちろん取れていたというところで、さあ出ました。
Oh, Sobagiri 11 proximity. Kawabata -2 for missing. You can see it behind my mic. All right, it's looking good for the red GR86. And there it is. 200 to 190. Was it 4? It went too fast. Winner, first place qualifier. Champion, taking out a champion and moving through to the best 8. 11. Okay, chat, remember that. That's the biggest we've seen so far is 11. The highest possible score you can get is 15. 状態で普通はそうそう走れないですよね。あるぐらいの 5 sectors, so that's 3 points per sector you can possibly pick up. So you can't just get super close on one part and then fall back for the rest. If you want to, you got to stack those points. All right, here we go. Next battle of the best 16. It is Naoki Nakamura on screen right now. Brand new pair of Velinos on the back there, just freshly scrubbed in. Versus Tano. Also GR86 on the Toyo R888s, freshly scrubbed in.
さあエンジン音が高らって続いてまいりたいと思います。中村直樹、田野由紀、面白い対戦だ。
Here we go, right lane leads first one. Up through the gears.
まずは中村、そして田野がずっと入ってくる。イン側からまっすぐの飛び込み。
A little bit of a damp entry there in the chase car. Wasn't quite as aggressive as what we just saw. Yeah, that was looking pretty good for the lead car. Naoki Nakamura in the lead. He's been driving overseas recently. back here in his home country at D1 Grand Prix today.
でも逆に中村選手に一緒に近づくんですけど、立ち上がりを想定した中村選手の走りなんで、やっぱりちょっと離れる。そうですね。くっつく離れるになっちゃいましたもんね。
さすがの速さだと止めきれない。
Yeah, well, if there's any one driver you can possibly trust just to go really deep and hard into the. Oh, that sounds bad.
第2ゾーンは完全にマイナス2点。
ちょっと振り返しのところ。
It's Nakamura. I'm going to buy YouTube Premium tonight, so I don't get ads.
本当にやっぱり入られたくないという思いの飛び込みでしたよね。で、かつどうしても近づきたいという形でラインをだいぶイン側に。I
want you to announce one battle with the same energy as the other guys. No one can match Suzuki, man. That's why he's the best. Okay, score there. Nakamura 95 minus 2. Tano 94 plus 2.7, 97. It's not bad, but not great. Once again, Nakamura just giving away 2 points. The lead car really needs to pay attention. Hopefully their spotters are letting them know. You have to hit that zone. It could make the difference. Like if you look at the final score and it's less than 2 points, that's what it was. A Horizon NPC. Welcome to D1 Grand Prix. How's that?
後いたののアドバンテージ、これはもうないに等しい状態です。
さっき中村選手と話したんですけど、
I like that guy's shirt. That matching. See, there's people with the matching shirts, white and black shirt, like D1 on it. Got that pair look going.
まだね、何か曲がってるらしいです。
あ、そうなんですか。はい。
数値だけは合わせてはいると言いましたけど。あれだけジャンプすればですね、当然影響出ます。
そんなにすごかったんです。僕見てないんですけど。
ひっくり返る数年にウィリーしました。土手に登って、本当に新車ですよあれ。
あ、そう今回
新車です。今回初めて使ういう車ですから。
無理俺そんなになったら。
いやいや、岩井さん、そういう人しかいないです。ここの中、岩井さん、いや入ってくださいここに。
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering if we're going to see more than 11 proximity points here today, because that was pretty good.
メカニック怒ってましたよ。
なんで？
新車だよこれ。
そういうことですね。
Yeah, Jake, those bleachers are not permanent actually. They get forklifted around to different parts of the track. Like they get removed at the end. Alright, here we go, second battle. Naoki versus Tano.
3組目入れ替えまして先行カーナンバー80田野祐希、後追いカーナンバー99中村直樹。
さあ入れ替えの2本目ということになります。今度は田野が前、そして後ろから中村直樹。
Do you think they'll invite you as a D1 showgirl? I don't think I'd fit in the skirts, honestly. Alright, here we go, second battle. Naoki in the chase. It's where he was born to be. Here we go. Watch those proximity points. Oh, Lika. Well, straightens a bit, but he hits the zone. That was important. Don't give away those 2 points. Oh. And door-to-door over the finish line with Naoki in the chase. Tano, a good effort here. Watch this. Manages to adjust the car's angle so it went forward a bit instead of cutting and managed to hit the zone. You watch this from top down. Look, gonna slow down too much. Get it to go forward again. Yeah, it was slowing down quite a lot. Good effort from the chase car to slow down as well. That's decent proximity, just in a cloud of smoke. You're just going off feeling and timing. Like, well, it usually takes this long. Yeah, zone 1 might be an in cut, but that's up to the judges. So right here, watch this. Does he go off the inside of the track there? It might be okay. But we do have human judges watching that on different parts of the track, like I said before, so we should get a fair result.
少しでも前行きたかったわけ、
そ
れが出てた。
そんな気はします。
そこのスタートの部分よく見てますね、岩井さんね、さっきから。
いや好きなんですかね。
そこフェチですか。
Still though, ice cold from Tano in the lead.
いや、めちゃくちゃ狭いんですよ。
Here we go, on board with Naoki in the chase. Here we go. So let's just watch this cloud of just pure tyre smoke engulf this car as they enter. You go up through the gears. He's got his hand on the handbrake, ready to go. You're just going off what you can see out the front, not out the side. As a reference. Once again, hand on the handbrake, just adjusting the car. Not necessarily locking up the handbrake, just balancing the rear grip.
だそのあたりでスタートをどうやっていくかっていうのはだから田野選手そこでも攻めてきたってことですね。
と思います。違ったらごめんなさい。
さあ2本目。
And Naoki 9.3 proximity at Tano getting a -2, so that was an in cut according to them. So total result for the Tano Nakamura battle is 199.8 to 191.8. Naoki Nakamura gets the win. We are one step closer to a father-son battle. If you weren't here before, Naoki's son, Ryu Nakamura, is actually on the other side of the battle tree. So there's a non-0% chance we see a father-son battle in the final. That would be hilarious. So we'll see Tano tomorrow for round 6, but for now, it's a D-Max twin head-to-head. Yokoi versus Wada. Wada in the chase. Whoa, that was a bit of almost a bumper kiss right there. Oh, it's going to be a collision.
アクセル入ってましたけどずっとレバー当たってたんで。ですよね。前進んでなかったですよね。はい。
I think that was a bit of a 50-50 there. I think just on that, my initial reaction, Yokoi slowed down a bit, but Wada sped up too much. That was sort of a both of them fault.
多分これ動けないのを見ると当たってどうこうじゃなくてその何か
No team orders here at Team D-Max apparently.
失速してとは私は見えたし岩井さんも見えてます。ですよ。あ、見てます。
Yeah, Brian said it. He looked like he slowed down a bit. Like he didn't look like he was no good. Toast.
うわー、この D-Max 対決あっさり勝負がついた。でもいい飛び込み和田選手もしてましたよね。
That was going pretty well too. You could see from that entry, Wada was right on his bumper. I'd be surprised if there wasn't any sort of little touch on the transition as well.
本当にすごかった。
Just as a side, look at the rear quarter window of the S15 there, like the amount of stickers. That's how much Yokoi has won in the past. All right, let's watch this. So watch chase car. Sets up for the swing. Oh, that almost looked like a bit of a touch there. But watch this. Okay, watch the lead car, slow motion. Kind of slowed down. Wada was being very aggressive though. He really was. Okay. Can we see Yokoi's revs? Not really. Second, handbrake. Not a big hit. Michael in chat said, is this running tomorrow? Yep, we've got round 6 right here at the same time tomorrow. Yeah, Wada, slight hesitation on the transition. As you can see how close he was.
これがホイールほらここちょうどですね嫌なとこですよね。嫌ですよね。ですから和田選手はこれで勝ち上がったとしてもちょっとフロント左が
you can see there that the rear of Wada's car hit first, then the front. So usually when the rear hits first, that means the chase car is having to slow down a lot. That's usually what happens when you're at full angle, you start to slow down. The car will rotate around and go bang like that. Obviously, he hit there and went like that. So Yokoi getting a minus 35. And is that a broken tie rod there, or is he just turning the car? No, it looks like it's okay, but oh yeah, that is crabbing a bit, isn't it? Is it? It might be alright-ish. But collisions like that can break drive shafts quite easily.
これ第2セクターまでの得点と後追いポイントとそして減点が入った状態でこれで決定ということで大丈夫ですね。はい、どうやらリタイアというところが出ています。ベスト8進出は和田健志郎選手です。
So Yokoi retiring from that, Wada getting the win. So I think it's safe to say that the judges thought that that was Yokoi's fault. He slowed down too much. And some people in chat spotted that too. It's like, well, Yokoi kind of went slow there. He did slow down quite a lot. Obviously, Wada was expecting him to go a lot faster. So Wada, one of the drivers in D1, which has moved up from D1 Lights, which is the one step down. Yeah, no team orders here at Team D-Max. It's going to be an awkward dinner tonight. Why'd you crash into me? You'll go faster, bro. Can't, yeah, Lukester, nice one. Can't spell Wada without W. That's it. Maybe the drive shaft broke prior to the collision. I mean, I don't know if it broke at all, but just having to be towed off like that. The car still looked reasonably straight, like not like massively broken suspension, but you can possibly break other stuff. I don't know. Maybe that could be a thing. Yeah, we'll find out. I'm not on site, so I will have to ask someone to get some information for me. Maybe for tomorrow.
いいイメージできましたね。いやもう憧れますね。憧れて憧れるのはもうやめましょうよ。いやあれできないですよなかなか。だって先に返してましたもん。そうですよ。はい。だあれあれ行きましょうよ。あれ絶対勘でしょただの。いやまあ勘でもできたら勘じゃないですよ。まあね。そうですね。そうでしょ。そっか。イメージで行ったんだから。お上手。なんかいいイメージばっかりさ、岩井さんが持って帰って、なんか走りがバラバラだった。岩井さんの走りがもうなんかいやもうね全然ねダメなんで、多分そんなイメージとか持って帰れない。帰れない今んとこね、あんまりそんなすごいのだけ見て。それどころじゃないんで。今単走をどう通るかしかないですもんね。
Alright, so that's the first half of our top 16 battle run and done.
はい、ローアベレージ君でしたけど。ローアベレージ君になっちゃいましたからね。
Next battle about to come out, Ryu Nakamura versus Yumito Hatanaka. See Yokoi in the background getting towed in right there. So I guess we'll be seeing him tomorrow for round 6. Why are there so many Hilux Surf fans in chat? Right, so since this is Wada's car, since he'll be going through to the best 8, looks like they're on there doing an alignment after there was a bit of contact with the front end.
いやもうパイロンって大事ですね。そうですね。はい。ポールのことですね。ああ、ごめんなさい。そうですね。はい。そうですね。ボール1本ならいいんですけど、昨日の練習なんか信号機壊した人もいました。ああ、らしいですね。もうみんなすごいんですもん。あれすごいですよね。どうやって当たったんですか。知らないですよ。本当に。あれすごい。すごいですよ。だからみんなね気合が入りすぎてんです。あそこのスタート地点が本当に。はい。しかもこれまた横井選手もめちゃくちゃ速かったですよね。そうですね。
本当ですよね。やっぱりそこ見てましたね。やっぱりあそこ僕一番本当うまいの横井選手だと思ってますからね。
すごかったですね今。
あそこの持ってき方、転がし方っていうんですか。あれ運転のうまさなんですけど、僕はあれ横井選手本当にうまいなと思います。
すごいと思いますね。あれできないですよ。
それでやっぱり最初の飛び込み、まあいい位置に食らいついといたら、もう後ろの入り方っていうのは横井選手は本当にうまいですよ。
もう和田選手はその分、スタートが分かってると思うんですよ。
そうですね。いいっていうのがね。
だから
普通に全開でも
全開で来てましたよね。
来たぐらいだ。
だからそのポジションに開始の時のポジションに入れたっていうか、
そっか。
ちょっと想像よりちょっと
行き過ぎて
たのかもしれない。
先にだから抜いて振り出したのかもしれないぐらい。
そのように見えてます。
さあ D-MAX はもう明日に向けて
Low res pit cam stays winning.
ね、まず何がというところからにはなると思いますが、いやまずはここで横井が敗れました。これ勝ってね、僕中村直樹対横井正史になるのかなと。
You see the Drift Samurai in the background, also former D1 Grand Prix driver.
これは仮に何位ないぐらいなんですか
今中村直樹選手は実は出てないんですね、筑波を。
そうですね。
出てないんで、ランキング的にはちょっと低いところの17位にしかいないんですよ。
All right, chat, how we doing? Thanks for joining us on this not ideal time zone for anybody outside of Southeast Asia, Australia, or New Zealand. My mic is peaky, is it?
そうか、終わりましたもんね。ここから全部出れるってことですね。
ここから全部行くんで、いやいや、ここでまだ諦めてませんよって言ってた。本当に。
How's that?
全然そのための新車投入ですって言ってた。
I think I moved it a bit too close. There we go.
なんでこういうところもここで横井選手とか来るとより
Pit
盛り上が
cam
って
brought to you by LimeWire.
ですからね。ちょっと見たかったんですけどね。覚えてます？ここ
144p
西であった中村直樹対横井正史のミラクルな接触しなかった正面
Just having a late lunch?
ありました。
ありましたでしょう。
ありました。あれすごかったですね。
あれこそまさになんかライブ風じゃないけど映画じゃない。
Proud to bring you your Saturday or Friday night second monitor content here, so you can look over every time there's a battle while you're doing something else. I know that's what I do.
避ける方向をこっちって決めたら本当にすり抜けた。ぐらい。
あれすごかったですね。
そうだったね。ああいうのがこの恵比寿では行われていたんで、またね。
Oh, what's your favorite course they run in D1 Grand Prix? What's your favorite, like, as in to watch? Scuba? Scuba Circuit? I'd say. I like how it's got kind of a phase 1 and phase 2 of it. Like there's this the high speed straight, and then there's the more technical chicane and final hairpin section. So I'd probably say Scuba Circuit. Also, it's just a cool venue on top of that. Reginald says, watching this while scanning Facebook Marketplace for my car parts to waste my money on. That sounds good. Yeah, well, unfortunately, they don't run Minami anymore because Minami is not a regular track, so it's covered in gravel.
夢と選手はなかなかいいところを持ってるんですけどね、若手として。そこに対戦は中村龍というところで、中村龍選手ルーキー単走2位ですよ。すごいですね。中村龍選手も奥井吹ぶつかりましたもんね。ぶつかりました。はい。
I'll admit, I do like Okuibuki, like the course layout of it, but the fact it's just like on a big car park, it's like a little bit, it's not quite as cool as it could be, but the layout is quite technical. Yeah, there's no elevation, there's no chain, there's no like curbs and stuff like that. What happened to Minami? They turned it into a gravel, like a rallycross track a few years ago. Alright, here we go. Next battle about to start. Ryu Nakamura, the son of Naoki Nakamura. He's the Dale Jr. of the Nakamura family. Versus another actual former, well, no, sorry, son of a, it's not a former son. He's the son of a former D1 Grand Prix driver as well, Yumeto Hatanaka.
岩井さん。はい。さあ北海道から遠征してきます畑中夢人と、そして中村直樹の長男、実の長男ということになりますけれどもね、中村龍。
Thanks, Franklin.
この両者の対戦。
Why'd they do that?
もちろん初めての対戦という形の中で。
I mean, I've talked to Kumakubo about it, but the basic reason is because it really wasn't being used, you know, like outside of a Matsuri and D1, like during a regular event, during a regular like open track day, it was very rarely used. A lot of people crashed there, like a lot of people got injured and crashed cars and stuff like that. And Kumakubo's always had a bit of a thing for, you know, rally cross and things like that. So they used that. They originally actually turned this course, the Nishi course. If you look on the outside, I don't know if you can see parts of it. They made like a dirt section on the side of the track. Because rally and rallycross is much more popular in sort of northwest Japan, which is where Ebisu Circuit is. So Kumakubo wanted to make a venue where they could drive. Is the short version of it.
岩井さんのロータリーは、ガソリンは今何ですか？廃屋です。ですよね。ロータリーってやっぱそうなるんですか？いや、そういうことね。単純にコストです。アルコール系っていうのはが一番理想的なんじゃないかなと僕は思ってます。やったことないんです。でもそれによってパワーじゃまだ上げられるってことですよ。と思います。はい。だからやってはみたいですね。そうですね。ただね、そうなるとまた。
All right, here we go. VSKFs on the S13. Fresh pair of Velinos there, fresh pair of Drift Stars, scrubbed in, ready to go. Ryu Nakamura versus Yumeto Hatanaka. So Ryu will be leading his first run as the high qualified driver. He out-qualifying his dad, by the way, if you didn't see qualifying. Here we go, first battle. Literal next-gen battle. Oh! Oh! That looked like a bit of a tag at the door there. Hatanaka a little bit hot. Oh, Ryu running very wide there. He's going to get a penalty for missing that zone. How old is he? I don't... like... Is it 15, 16? Something like that? Watch this. Chaser coming in hot. That looked like a bit of a tag there. You can kind of see the S13 get pushed slightly. Here we go. Top down view. Yeah, that was 100%. You can see a bit of debris flying off there. Yeah, it came in a bit too hot, unfortunately.
3セクももちろん思いっきり飛び込んでるんで、第2ゾーンは完全に外しました。ただもうあれぐらいでいかなきゃいけない後追いモードに入っちゃったんでね。
It kind of looked like he was driving to match the lead car without thinking about setting up for the corner. I know that's easy to say because there is a lot to think about when you have a, you know, S13 billowing smoke in your face. Oop, bonk, yep, you saw it there. You could see him just jam the wheel over to get full lock and stop the car from spinning out. Great reaction there from Ryu Nakamura. It stays in it, hits the accelerator. Nice recovery from the lead car. Yeah, he was very wide. That's the thing. The chaser kind of got kited out that far. It's not easy. It's not easy, this drifting stuff. So that's probably going to be 2 penalties for the lead car. They're missing zone 2 and zone 4. Okay, score there 90.2 minus 5 for Ryu Nakamura. So that's probably a 3+2 for the 2 zones. Missing one completely and just tagging one probably. And a 47.9 total score for the chaser Hatanaka. Nice try. He kind of got lured to go out wide and still hit the lead car. Yeah, don't forget, chase car is not limited to the zones like the lead car is. Just because of the way tandem driving works. Like that's what, oh there you go, there's a bit of damage there. Damage on the VSKF's, the chrome lip. Bit of a scuff there. He's getting too wide, caused a lot of penalty. I'd say it's just missing the zone, really. Okay, looks like they're having a look at the car's tie rods or the steering rods. Obviously, when they're at big angle and you smack the entire car's weight onto the wheel, it can bend or snap them. And even a slight bend, it can just change the toe slightly, which will make the car really kind of light. If the toe is not quite right, it makes it kind of weird, really weird to drive. Guy says, the irony of a chaser being unable to chase. Well, it's got the Rays 57s, one-piece wheels, pretty common in professional drifting. It's a bit harder to brake or just bend, honestly. A name I cannot read in chat says, is there anyone getting around in JZX 110s at this level? There's no 110s in GP. I'm pretty sure there's ones in lights, including, you know, Verosses. It looks like the weather is clearing up a little bit more. Just sort of patchy clouds here today. No rain. It's been dry for the practice and also qualifying. I just saw a big spike for some reason. If you're just joining us now, we are on the second half of the top 16 here at D1 Grand Prix Round 5. We're currently in the battle between Nakamura Generation 2. It's Naoki's son, Ryu Nakamura, versus Yumito Hatanaka. And we just had the battle with Ryu leading. Yumito came in a little bit too hot. He's apologized there. Sorry, I hit you, bro. I'm sorry. But Ryu did a great job to recover from that. Just jammed on full lock, kept on the accelerator. Alright, here we go. This time the JZX of Hatanaka leading. Chase car already with a big advantage. He doesn't need to do anything too crazy. Let's see if the lead car can hit that zone. Ah, he runs wide too. This is going to be key this weekend if people can just keep that in mind. Oh, and he straightens and pulls up. Whoa! Okay. Okay.
おそらくですがタイロットだと思います。あ、折れたさっきのところ抜けたか折れたかとしか思えない動きのステアリングでした。
Yeah, that was not necessarily intentional. Yeah, look at this. Look at the wheels. Look at the left side and the right side. When he turns the wheel, they're not going to turn together. Say the thing, chat. Say the thing. Can't park there, mate. Alright, so from the previous battle, there was a collision. Hatanaka's front end. Hey, watch this. He wasn't really trying to steer. I don't know, was it the left or the right? Hang on. The left was the one that took the damage. Was he just trying to get out of Ryu's way because the car wouldn't turn left? Oh, yeah. It's the it's the right? But it turned at the last second. I guess that was probably just him pulling the handbrake and just trying to yank it sideways. Watch the wheel. Watch the wheel. I'm not sure what happened there, but something happened where Hatanaka went, yeah, this car is no longer doing what I want it to do. Better get out of the way of the guy who's like right on my bumper and at full throttle. Already plenty of action here in the top 16. He did a good job to just not go in straight. Yeah, Jake, I'm confused too. Okay, here's the chase car. Ryu Nakamura, shift up. A little bit of handbrake just to settle the rear. Does he look? Does he look left? No, he's just paying attention to his own driving. We don't have an onboard with Hatanaka. Because it can be kind of obvious, like if a tie rod breaks and you're drifting and all of a sudden the wheel goes like that. I can't see like an obvious wheel break, like a tie rod breaking. Because it would have been the left side. It was kind of a weird thing to do. Let's have a look. So one wheel facing one way. Oh, there's something hanging down there. You can see it. Yeah, on the driver's... but why would it be on the driver's side? Yeah, look at the wheel there. It's turned out like that. See the wheel? How it's doing that? And we have a broken drive shaft too? I think they were saying. It's not hanging down, but it's probably just grinding. We can't hear it, but they said, "Oh, it sounds like a broken drive shaft." So there's some. So look at that wheel. That wheel is it's trying to go that way, but the car wants to go that way. So that's broken. And according to the people who are there, there's some sort of grinding sound or drive shaft style sound, which would explain why all of a sudden he just backed out of it and said, "Oh yeah, this car isn't going anywhere. Better stop." Ah, what bad... Hatanaka's going to go visit a shrine or something and, do like a curse lifting or something. So, winner of that battle, Ryu Nakamura. We are one step closer to a father-son battle in the finals. It could happen. We're one step closer. Naoki winning his battle, Ryu winning his battle. They're on opposite sides of the battle tree. And they, see, that's exactly what they're saying right now. So that would be the first time that's ever happened. We have had a brother battle before. We have had Nomiken and his son drive together before, but I don't believe that was in actual competition. Right, next battle now. This is Mao Yamanaka in the Supra versus Seimi Tanaka in the 2JZ powered S15 Sylvia. Big veteran of D1 Grand Prix. You can see in his rear window all those stickers there. Those are his friends who have helped him. Seimi, definitely one of the higher performing, more privateer drivers. Not a works car, not a sponsored car, compared to a lot of the other drivers here this weekend. The tooth pra? That's too hard to say. It's easy to write, it's too hard to say. The tooth pra, because it looks like toothpaste. I believe it was at Fuji. Are you sure it wasn't a demo? I'm going to look into it too. So Nomiken's son Keiichi is there this weekend in his R34. I believe what happened to that is the transmission housing got a big crack in it. So they weren't able to get the car ready for competition today. It's like a crack like around the housing, which is not good because it could possibly do that and then all the insides go on the outside. Which is not what you want for a car. You want the greasy parts to stay on the inside.
6組目先行カーナンバー90山中真央後追いカーナンバー2田中聖美
No, it wasn't the bell, Jake. It was the actual, like the housing, the actual transmission housing. Right, next battle now. Yamanaka in the Supra in the lead. Tanaka in the chase. Oh, Tanaka, big angle. Big angle. Lead car also, once again, missing that zone. Lead cars need to pay attention to that. They're throwing away points. But is it worth it? That's kind of scary there, seeing the chase car just go in backwards and disappear into smoke. Yeah, zone 2 again, zone 2. That's just giving away points there. Oh, just pulls ahead of the smoke. So just to remind you where all the zones are on the track, there is one on the outside of the course right there. There's one on the inside clip right there. One on the outside right there. One on the inside right there. So those are the zones that the lead car needs to go through. And of course, both cars are being judged in a similar way to how they're judged in qualifying. The car's speed of transition, these big flicks you see right here are important for the points of the entry. And Yamanaka -4, so yeah, missing 2. That's just throwing away hard-earned points there. Seimi with a 2.7 base score of 93.5. So chase car will generally get a lower base score because of the line and the different position on track they're taking. Just because it's not obviously it's not a qualifying line. but they make up for it by getting more proximity points. With a total possible 15. That's true, Tekko. If everybody misses, no one misses. But that is true, Almarine. Yeah, the track crew doesn't need to repaint Zone 2 because no one's hitting it so far.
これはでも田中整備としては大きなアドバンテージではないですね。おそらく。
So not a huge advantage for Tanaka in that chase. So this is what the scores they're going to go into the next battle with. So only about a 4-point difference. So think about it. It's a 4-point difference going into this battle. If you miss both zones, you've just thrown away that advantage already.
状況とですよね。いやもう苦労人のすごかったと思いますよ。本当に。さあというところで田中整備の
Chicken nugget. Yeah, of course he does.
あと今ここは見てきたい。さあどうやら接された。
6組目。
Sideways is cool. Yeah, the Nomiken / Nomiken Junior battle was a demo match for Autopolis. Round 6 and 7, 2022. There we go. We have our research done. So it wasn't an actual battle. All right, here we go. Second run. Oh, what's wrong with the chase car? What's wrong with the chase car? A lot of smoke there. Was that one wheel spinning up? Was that a broken drive shaft, maybe? We saw a lot of smoke as he came off the start line. That could be one of a few things. But one possible thing is if you break one drive shaft and then the other wheel starts spinning up because it's the only one attached to the differential. Yeah, look at that, look at that, look at that. Right there, left side. Left side just spinning up. Yeah, they're saying Dorasha, drive shaft. Aqua fresh, not so fresh anymore. No, I wanted to see that battle. Right, let's have a look at this. Hits the zone, no problem. Remember, the lead car, it makes sense for them to continue doing their run because they do still continue to receive points. Here we go. You see it pulling, you can see it pulling hard left there. Yeah, that might be the right drive shaft or just something on the right side of the car braking. Oh, 0 everywhere. It's a shame there. Winner Semi Tanaka in the red S15 moves through to the best 8. Yeah, I know, right? He's a good chase driver. I wanted to see that battle. Oh well. Austin says, chase cub's a little low on the angle there. That's one way of putting it, yeah. Oh well.
電子です。省エネしようっと。ありがとう。未来の電子です。にゃ。カーボンニュートラルに協力して。
That was an ad for the power company.
あるでしょうけど、実力があった上での運ですけどね。そうですね。その運を呼び込むだけの
I need to make a
実
note.
力がいる。
Buy YouTube Premium or whatever it's called.
これこうなってくると今日の優勝なんて本当わかんないですもんね。そう全く。なんか誰かがぶっちぎりに強そうだっていうか、中村直樹選手は良さそうですよね。であとそば切り選手があれ本当に治ってない、じゃ治ってるんであれば別にね全然。
All right, next battle heading out right now. If this goes clean, it has the potential to be one of the best battles of this bracket. Daigo Saito versus Hokuto Matsuyama. Matsuyama in the rear-wheel drive Corolla.
してさらにはねわざと音を出すぐらいの状態にもね、はい、
そういうことに興味がある人なんですか？
大好きですよ。
そうなんですか。
So may I have a frame?
それなんか力が
May I have a
出そう
pixel?
にないから別にいいですとか言うのかなと思ってそんなことない。
そんなことないですよ。ドリフトとしての良さっていうかなんだろう、例えばじゃあ音が大きいとかも含めてですけど、なんかいいところは全部じゃあ煙が出やすいとか、どうすればいっぱい煙出るかとかっていうことは
The Stokes says incoming bonk. I agree.
やっぱりで今はやっぱりどんだけ角度をつけられるか、あとどんだけパワー上げられるか。あるんだったら
Joma, as someone who makes YouTube videos, I cannot endorse that.
1300馬力だけあれば欲しいですよ。
Whitelist, please.
壊れてもへこたれないです。そうです。昨日なんかちょっと壊れてましたからね。
あ、壊れたんです。
そうですよ。直しました。エンジン自体は大丈夫です。
いやーすごいなー。はい。はい。
何とも言いますけど、あなたそういう方々とやってますか？岩井さん。
僕もう壊れたら帰りますよ。もう超へこみますもん。
もうそろそろそらちゃんに慰めてもらいましょうか。岩井さんのもう聞いてられなくなってまいりましたよ。もう。
No, it is not. It's definitely not. It's running a 2JZ in that Corolla.
普通じゃないですか。それが。
Pixels were tariffed? Oh no.
交換普通みたいな、まあルーティンですけどみたいな。できますよ。いやー無理。
Yeah, Guy says Corolla just finds its way into drifting. That's right. You can't keep a Corolla away. So remember that model of Corolla does come in a four-wheel drive configuration as well, which means it has space for a rear-wheel drive setup. Everyone, please be a clean run. Pray to gods of sideways. What? Why? Oh my god. What is YouTube doing? I'm sorry, chat. Yeah, well, here we go. Let's just watch the run. Daigo, big entry. Matsuyama coming in very deep. A bit too deep. Daigo's lead run. Looking great so far. Let's just pretend this is we're seeing the run for the first time because YouTube just skipped forward. Okay, top down. Watch the chase car. Comes in very shallow line. Daigo running wide, missing the zone, just giving away those 2 points. We didn't time travel. We're watching it for the first time. That was lucky that wasn't a collision. But see, yeah, Matsuyama's doing the right thing. He's setting up. He's setting up for the correct line. Obviously, lead car goes super wide. It's just going to cut across his bow. He did come in kind of shallow, though. There was some pretty heavy braking there. It's hard. I don't know. I don't know how these guys do it. These runs are cheeks. Okay, David. Well, I'm not going to argue with you so far. We're just waiting for the Naoki versus Ryu battle, honestly. Okay, here we go. Second battle. Corolla in the lead this time. Come on. Come on. Up. Up. I think Daigo did a better job that time in the chase for sure. Look at actually, I take that back. Look how shallow he went there to try and set the car up. We haven't seen two drivers that just kind of mesh so far. You know what I mean? They're all being over aggressive. Okay, lead car -5, which is a -3 for one zone, and -2 for the other, which is a zone that you touch but do not run all the way through. -3 is for missing the zone completely. Matsuyama only at 0.3. Oh, this is the first run. This was the first run with Daigo in the lead. I mean, we saw those misses, yeah. Do you think it's like because they haven't run battles for a while and everyone's kind of rusty? I mean, looking at, I saw some video from practice and there's people crashing and rolling over and stuff like that. They got to blow the dust out, you know. They're not in that high level mindset yet. 0.3, yeah, it's not great.
はい、後追いを取れる、はい、いいところにはちょっと中入りすぎましたかね、斉藤選手ね。もうちょっと合わせきれてれば、もう少しもしかしたら後追いポイント取れるのかなという感じだと思いますが、ただもうやっぱり捉えてましたね、はい、飛び込みにから
侵入のところは。
そうですよね。
ここでちょっとずれたけど、
はい、そこの飛び込みで捉えてはいたんですが、第2ゾーンのところでちょっと修正ずれたんですが、また最後に向けては先行がいい状態で、後ろはそこそこ近い、まあ、かなりいいと思いますけど、ここですね。ちょっと
I mean, Lika not bad, honestly.
まあでも、いや逆に松山選手のカローラが角度がすごすぎるのかなというふうにちょっと見えたんですけど、五セクのところ。
I mean, Lika good. He didn't go for a super aggressive flick and like massive back. He kind of went for a bit of a shallower angle, but look, his speed is nice and consistent. That shouldn't really be any trouble for Daigo to chase. I don't like to talk about chaseable lead runs, but that's what that was, really. His line was fine. He missed the zone a bit, but his line was fine. I mean, it's the sort of thing you'd expect someone to do in a competition if they're just trying to get... They're trying to get the best run they can, but just cut a bit of the risk. I'd rather see them not cut the risk, but, you know. Yeah, zone 1 is on the entry of the turn, just right there, right there. You saw it. You can see it on the track. Lee didn't want Chase to hit him. Do you think he's like, it's Daigo, he's going to hit me? Yeah, Chase car can cut the course like that in order to get side by side. Of course, that's better for us as spectators because it means the chase, it's not going to be like a train with cars sort of following each other close. It's like the chase car can get door to door, and they are actually rewarded for that by getting more proximity points. It's just part of the track. You know, some tracks have curbs there that cutting across them will slow you down or be a bad thing, but here at Ebisu, this, as you can see, this whole section paved like that, so you can cut in. Not with your entire car, obviously. Austin, this time the zone is on the inside. There's 2 inside, 2 outsides. Okay, score there. Matsuyama in the lead, -5. Daigo only at 5 proximity. Pretty good for a run like that. 94 to 96 base run. So 99.7 to 91.5. That's a bit of a gap there for Matsuyama. And by about 2 points, winner Daigo Saito just scrapes his way through. Just scrapes his way through. Not super clean, but he did it. Hopefully these guys can sort of get a bit more into it. Okay, last battle of the best 16. Hideyuki Fujino versus Hibino. 2 veteran drivers. Fujino's been in D1 Grand Prix for a long time now. Former champion. Hibino, of course, you all remember him from back in the day in his jumping 8.6 on Minami course, if you've seen those videos. He was the first guy to do the jump before Daigo in a competition like that. Yeah, so Chase car can cut a bit of the course and not get a penalty because it means we're going to see more door-to-door action. That's what it's for. All right, I think everyone's cheering for Hibino.
でもそれだとあれですね、ちょっと限定されるっていうのはやりにくいですよね。
そうだからでそうなることが分かると飛び込むのも難しいじゃないですか、やっぱり。でも出たところをなんとかクリアしていくしかないっていうのはこれ藤野選手。
Are you guys getting this many ads on this broadcast too? I set it to as low as I could.
剛腕なんですか？です。二人とも。はい。日比野選手なんか特に
Battle of the Yunks, let's go, says Blue Cutter. Flake says posture check. What is this, Twitch? This Twitch chat?
もちろん違うとは思いますけど。はい。さあというところでどうやらセットされました。
I have no ads. Stop saying that. Whitelist my channel, please. Alright, here we go. Fujino, blue 8-6 leading this run, being chased by Hibino in the red 8-6. Similar setups. Here we go. Let's see the dive for Hibino. Oh, good drive forward from both these guys. Very nice drive forward. They're still staying door-to-door. Into the final hairpin. Lead car hits that zone, no problem. Hibino right on his door. What a great run. There we go. Exciting. Got to say, really good acceleration out of the corner from both those drivers. They set their cars up really well, and they were all ready to get. They didn't wash out. They were ready to accelerate out. Right here, look at that. Side by side. Hibino, a little bit of a straight in there just to get his speed back up, but once again, very nice. Nice stable angle from Hibino on the second half too. Here we go, on board with Hibino now. This is chasing Fujino.
一瞬そこで日比野選手が合わせていくところでもじもじはしましたけどもね、なんとかうまくこらえ、切り抜け、なんかもうベテランらしい綺麗な2人の
You can see that straight in there on the steering wheel a little bit. Just an adjustment to try and keep his speed there. Look at that. Barely moving the steering wheel through that final corner. Almost no adjustment. Okay, lead car zone might be okay. We'll leave that up to the judges there to see if he gets a penalty for that. It looked okay. No, it was good. Fujino's lead run, no penalty points. Must have just barely rolled his tyre through that zone. No problem there. 9.3 for Hibino. The top we've seen so far out of 15 is an 11. But that's a very high chase score. Bonus points. The blue points you can see there, the proximity points that the chase car wins from being close to the lead car. We need a pedal cam in these cars, says Austin. That would be a good idea. You could see there on that onboard cam, though, when with Hibino, as he accelerated down the straight, he actually used the handbrake a little bit to adjust his speed rather than take his feet off the clutch and accelerator. Because they do use quite a lot of clutch as well as a sort of a traction control. Now, these cars over 1,000 horsepower generally. You think 9.3 feels low? I mean, the highest we've seen so far is an 11. He did fall back a bit in Sector 3, though. I agree. I think I would say he deserved more, but you know, they're all judged evenly. Oh, he's fired up. Let's go. Look at him. Oh, Fujino's fired up too. This is going to be a good one. So this time Hibino in the lead. He's got the advantage. Decent score advantage if you can just hit those zones. Don't give away those points. How long do the clutches last in these cars? You know, I don't know. I should ask. I'm not too sure. These days, I'm not too sure. All right, here we go. Oh, Hibino really hard on the accelerator on that entry. Oh, he's going to wash wide a bit. Zone, good. Looking good so far. Fujino falls back a little bit. He needs to get... Oh, a bit too much angle for the lead car. Ooh. but he pulled it off. Hibino going in a little bit too deep into the final corner. Managed to pull it around though. And chase car, no collision, and then just tucks it back in. Woo! That was a good battle. I like that. That was exciting. Watch this. Lead car bit too much, but manages to pull it around. Yeah, that hairpin there, from that camera angle, you can see it from this camera angle right there. It's a lot tighter than it looks. You can see very early tire smoke from Hibino. He was really trying to pedal that thing. Ooh, this could go the other way. Here we go, on board with Hibino. Let's see what he does in that last corner. Nismo, it's Fujino in the chase. Same looking car. They're a team. Whoa. There we go. Shift down, a little bit of handbrake in the middle of the corner. Camera going crazy there. Oh, but look at that. He held that angle all the way around. Did he miss last zone? I don't think so. No, he went right through it. Hit that zone. Out of zone there. Watch this, no problem. 12.7 for Fujino out of 15. Best chase run score so far. Oh! Total even score. Now we don't have one more times in the top 16 here in D1. It goes to the higher ranked driver, which just makes it even more important to get a better qualifying score. I mean, I think he deserved it with that chase run, honestly. That's the rules. That's the rules. I'd say he deserved it after that chase. I want to see that level of chase later on. Everyone, round of applause for Hibino. That was a good effort. That was good. He did everything right. Ah, man. But deserved, I think, deserved.
That
All right, moving on to the next bracket. It's going to be Sobagiri versus Kume. Sobagiri, today's first place qualifier, making it through the best 16. And we have Murakami in the commentary. Oh, we've already started. No gap in the action, it seems here. All right, lead car, first place qualified. Whoa, Kume! A bit too hot there. Whoa, all the way out. Keep it going, you can still earn some points, maybe. Keep it going. No? No, rolls over the finish line. Ooh, that would have been a little bit scary. Right, what happened here? I'm just going to armchair it. I think Kume. See, here's the thing about drift cars. You'd think being off the accelerator and being on the brake makes them slow down. It doesn't always work that way.
なんとなく聞いてましたよね。あれを上回るしっかりとした広島県人として。
You want to keep the weight of the car on the rear as much as possible so it's gripping.
あれですけど、大体でいきます。よろしくお願いいたします。
I think Kume got off the accelerator too early and just tried to glide it in. Maybe he thought he was going too fast. I don't know, but yeah, it's hard to make that decision at the last second. Yeah, Austin in chat. That's exactly it. He lost the wheel spin. Once you lose that wheel spin, once the rear is no longer squatting down and gripping, the car's just sitting up flat and it just slides out. This is why, like, especially at this level, if they use the handbrake properly, using the handbrake will make the rear of the car squat down. Because the brake is on the rear and the rear will squat down like that. But it looks like he just let it glide and it got out of his control. Bit of a clench moment there for... Oh, Eddie. Oh, he's debeated. Uh-oh. He has debeated a tire. So when he went off the track there, I know exactly where he did that too. There's this one little spot on the outside of that corner. When the access road or the other part of the track comes down, there's a little corner there with a little curb. I'm guessing that's what he hit. So what this means is they are not allowed to they can't change tires unless they take a penalty with it. It's basically one pair of rear tires per bracket, and a DB just it counts as those tires. So the tactical thing to do right now would be just to take the L. And there you go. That's it, winner of that battle. Sobagiri, unfortunate there for Kume. But that is the strategic thing to do right now. He's already way down in the points in this battle. There's a 1% chance he could change tires, take a penalty, and still win. Yeah, he found the penalty pothole, Austin. Austin's on fire today. Your comments are really good. No, you're not allowed to change tires. Yeah, they say, mottainai. Oh, what a waste.
No, もちろんこれ空気圧って検査されますんで、ね、確かに 0.5 とか4とか下げられませんもんね。さすがにね。はい。もうただギリギリのとこはね、ギリギリ狙いたい。もちろん狙いたいし。Of course,
competition drift cars tend to run a fairly low rear tire pressure for maximum grip. The downside of that, a lot easier to debeat a tire if you hit something. Will I be at Kansai All-Stars? Probably not. It's on my calendar. I wrote it on there just in case. But probably not. This is why I want to build a drift Jeep. You always have a spare with you. Yeah, fair. Echo says, someone get a can of hairspray and a lighter. Unfortunately, that's outside the rules. You're not allowed to do that. Yeah, who was that smoking it up in the background? Next battle should be Naoki. So once again, bit of news this time. Naoki Nakamura and his son Ryu both qualified, and they both qualified on opposite sides of the battle tree. So there is... Now it's maybe greater than 1%. I was saying less than 0 before. There's a greater than 1% chance that we're going to see a father-son battle in the finals here at round 5, which would be a first for D1 Grand Prix for sure.
なんかそういう流れってありますよね。
なんか特にここ
Yeah, slowly. That's right. We've had a lot of retirements so far here in the top 16.
喋ってるうちに、いや大丈夫です。まだついてないです。はい。
Freshly scrubbed pair of per gears.
難しいですよ。はい。非常に1セクターで決まると思うんで。
Naoki's car, a bit of a crash yesterday. Went in backwards into the big dirt wall. So managed to get the car repaired overnight and ready.
もうね、もう守りに入ってる場合じゃなかったです。
そうですよ。はい。本当ですよね。ちょっと置いてきた割にはあれポール倒してくるんだよね。そうですよね。本当に。さあどうやらセットされました。
ベスト8、2組目先行カーナンバー99中村直樹、後追いカーナンバー81和田健志郎。
All right, here we go. Next battle now. Naoki in the lead. Wada in the chase. Wada was very aggressive in his battle with Yokoi, his teammate. What's he going to try and do to Naoki? Oh, dive in at the last second. Naoki hits that zone. Oh, he falls back a bit. Wada. A bit ugly for Wada in the chase. Naoki, that's a great lead run right there. Completes the course, no problems. Is that just plain sheet metal on Naoki's car? Yeah. They had to repair it. Bit of a dive in there, but has to pull back. Look, he tries to dodge the zone cone there.
これ取られないですね。
はい、取られないんだけど、だから後追いも取れないですよね。ちょっとね、あんだけ近いとこから行っちゃいますと。
多分直樹相手だと行きたいですね。行きたい。
もうでもこの
Yeah, good lead run from Naoki.
もうここから始まっちゃいましたね。
いやでもこれ
Very predictable right at the end.
最近シムばっかやってるんですよ。
Yeah, chase maybe just a bit too aggressive. Here we go, on board with Naoki. Let's see how he tackles this course. It's a green light. Lead car through the chicane to slow them down a little bit. Second, third, fourth. Initiates on the power. Downshift. Hits the zone. Transition back. Already ready on the handbrake. Settled the rear end. Steers the car through the zone over the finish line. No problem. Nice, clean run. I'd say it's a very good chase lead run for Naoki.
そんなとこばっかり考えて、そうなんですよね。追走ばっか考えて。今回もあれですよ。イメージとしては優勝する気で来てますよね。めっちゃ来ました。ですよね。初優勝する気でね。本当めっちゃそれで来たんです。エンジンもすごい。
There's not a whole lot you can say bad about that lead run from Naoki.
おお、村上さん、本当このとこ来てる場合じゃなかった。でもまあそれはすべて明日。 もうぶつければ。あれ本当にここ僕出てたんですかね。
I'm just glad that didn't end in a collision. Honestly.
大丈夫です。出てました。出てました。はい。出ました。あれ出ますよ。うるさいですよ。入ってたと思うんだけどな。そんなそういうことを言ってるようじゃもうダメです。もうダメですね。
So if you're just joining us, we are now in the top 8 battles of round 5 of D1 Grand Prix. We're watching Naoki Nakamura and Wada go head to head on Naoki's lead run. And it's looking pretty good for Naoki on this run. Now, did Wada go all the way off the track? Yeah, the chase car is allowed to cut the course slightly. That might have been a bit too much. I don't know the exact rules for the chase car getting a penalty for that sort of thing. They didn't send me the event manual this time. I forgot. I should have asked for it. I'm cheering for Naoki. I want to see the father-son battle. Because Naoki's son Ryu Nakamura. So Wada with a 46.6. I think that may be because he would have maybe not received points for that part of the track where he did that big in cut because he was kind of off the track. Remember, the DOS system runs off a GPS. It knows where the car is. And that part of the track maybe was considered to be, well, the car wasn't on the part of the track it was supposed to be, so a no score. All right, looking good for Naoki here. Wada's got to do his best.
踏んじゃいますですよね。さあ来た。
ベスト8を2組目入れ替えまして先行カーナンバー81和田健志郎
I'm sure they know, like, you know, they have the full briefing about where the actual DOS course limits are. Here we go, Wada in the lead this time. Naoki, huge advantage. He just has to do what he needs to do what Naoki does. Lead car hitting that zone. Yeah, everyone's starting to hit that zone right. They know they don't want to throw away points. Oh, Wada very deep. Big understeer there. Tries to keep it on track. Naoki on his door over the finish line. Not holding back. Very nice.
岩井さんと同じこと言ってますけど、はい、いやでもやっぱ入る位置がいいんですよね。いいですよ。はい。もうでその手前手前が全ていいですよね。そっから。Lead car runs a bit too wide. He tries to steer into trying to avoid losing points, but he's going to lose points there for missing that zone. A little bit too hot for the final hairpin. でもなんか対応できるような位置取りと自分のアクセルの状態に入ってますよね。入ってます。ちゃんとね。あれぐらい僕だってできるんですか。知ってます。知ってます。おかしいです。だから単走を突破してきてください。単走と追走別です。
So remember, if Naoki wins this, he's got to go up against Sobagiri, who is the first place qualifier and has been doing really well so far.
ブツブツ言わないでください。広島の人たちはブツブツ言うんですか。本当に。もう。
Yeah, Nostalgia Kids brings up a good point. Wada won D1 Lights. He was the grand champion. Was it last year or 2 years ago? If you've ever seen that car, it was a green and black S15 Sylvia.
それも単走にさらに結びつけていくこともあるだろうし。ありますね。で今日やった人とやらない人って違い大きいです。あ、言わない方がよかった。言わないでください。言わないでください。やめてください。そうですよね。これ単走に向けて大きいですよね。
Okay, Wada -2 for missing the final zone. Naoki 13.7 proximity. As you'd expect. In the chase. Chase is where he lives.
取ってきました。フルマークが15なんで、ほぼもう完璧
Wada won 2024. Oh, he did too. Okay. And winner Naoki Nakamura through to the best four.
すごいな。これでちょっとベスト4一組目面白いですよ。そば切り広大中村直樹です。
So that means Sobagiri versus Naoki.
可能性ありますよ全然。村上さんには可能性なくても中村龍選手はもうここいますからあるいますよ。僕もこの辺から出してもらえたらもしかしたら無理でいやもしかしたらもう
No, I don't think Sobagiri means the edge of the noodle. I don't think that's what it means. I think the kanji are different.
やりたいですよね。気持ちだけは強いんですよ。もう人の解説なんかしてたくない。したくないです。
Speaking of the Nakamuras, up to the start line right now. It's his son, Ryu Nakamura.
ベスト8、3組目、先行カーナンバー76、中村龍、後追いカーナンバー2、田中聖美。これはなんとなく想像できる。
This is going to be a tough fight for Ryu.
どういう走りを見せるか。さあ中村龍、田中聖美、今スタートしていく。さあ中村龍のまずは先行、それに対して。
Here we go in the lead. Whoa! Oh, good angle from both the cars. Whoa, Ryu just coming off that zone as well. Semi right there with him all the way around. Final zone hits. The lead car hits it no problem. Ooh, yeah, I agree with that noise.
中村龍も落ち着いてちょっと減点はね多分ゾーン途中退場等もありますが
So throwing away some points there for that zone.
してましたね。あこれ最後もちょっと抜けたかな。怪しい感じですかねこれ。ゾーン2、4がちょっと1点ずつぐらい。
歯磨きしたのにザラザラ。悩める人よ。我が名は。
で後追いポイント田中聖美。
That was an ad for
取ってますよね。
tooth whitening
6、7、8ぐらいは
paste.
取れているのかなとは思います。
Toothpaste.
その点がなんか開きそうですね。前と後ろで。前と後ろでは。はい。それは前の中村龍選手はまず
Yeah, that might be some penalties for the lead car for maybe zone 2 and 4. He's on board now with Semi Tanaka, working that steering wheel. You can see his feet down there as well, working all 3 pedals.
あとやっぱりありますよね。そこはね。
でもこの車、今朝っていうか今朝できたんですかね。
そうです。本当に今朝ちゃんと走らせたのは今日の朝のウォーミングアップっていうか朝の走行。
Semi Tanaka at 6.7 proximity points in the chase. Nakamura 97.8 though, good lead run.
その得点 95.5 後追いポイント 6.7、97.8 対 102.2 と。
Click the live button. I'm live. So no minus there for Ryu Nakamura in the lead, it seems.
こう思ってたんですか？
思ってました。
ってことはこれ多分繰り返せる。要するにベース自体の走りがやっぱり中村龍。
Chat said, does Aero do anything on these cars? You do see people mess around with rear wings quite a lot.
ちょっとセミが頑張ってなかったあれですね。
そうですよね。
はい。
Usually people who put on a large rear wing sometimes will do their practice and remove it entirely.
いうところに来そうだ。ただここからがそういったベテランのね。
Right, back up to the start line. Can Ryu make it through to the final here today? Can his dad make it through to the final? Are we going to see a father-son battle? I don't want to keep hyping it up, but that would be pretty cool to see. Akuma, I don't know. Alright, here we go. Ryu in the chase this time. How will this end? Semi Tanaka in the lead. Ryu, big dive in there, big Meihan style dive. He's going to fall back, he's going to fall back. Oh, Semi Tanaka with the better drive out of the corner. Ryu trying to make up the difference. I don't know about the proximity points in that one. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Here we go, here's the replay. Ryu just trying to go for that big dive entry rather than matching the lead car. Curse of the commentator. Hey, look. Yeah, you could see him trying to get as much speed as possible, then kind of slow down into the final corner. Trying to, yeah, look at that. Semi though, a little bit shallow on the exit of that corner, but you know, any points that get taken away could possibly make up later on if he's not getting those proximity points. It could still be pretty close. It could still be pretty close. Ryu's proximity was pretty good.
16よく残れたなっていうぐらいと思います。はい。やっぱり。だって来て早々ミッション下ろしてましたもんね。そうですよね。
Yeah, Franklin, yeah, right? The old knock knock Naoki des. He's not quite at that level yet. I'm sure he'll get there. But yeah, Semi Tanaka, very experienced driver in D1 Grand Prix.
さあというところからどう出てくるか。田中聖美の先行、そして中村龍の後追い。
Chase car, bit of a lift of the wheel there as well, just squatting the rear down.
はい。どういうことですか、こうって。こう。いや、こうだと思いますね。
Chat says kids eat free at Gapplebee's. Oh, we have a result. Oh, Tanaka a -3 though. Oh. 4.7 for Ryu.
これは決まった。いや、勝ったのは中村龍だ。予想通りなりました。はい。まあほぼこうなっちゃいました。ですよね。はい。
Uh-oh. It's happening. What was that -3 for?
いや、良かったです。
そこの差が今ちょっと田中選手と出たかなという。先行で 6. いくつでしたもんね。今ね。ギリギリの戦いでしたね。はい。
Remember, there are two other sectors on, two other zones on the track that you can lose points for. Sideways, I don't know. I was hoping they'd say. Okay, well that's one step closer, but now next battle.
村上さん、この間初めて筑波で単走優勝もねしたぐらいで、あの時がピークだったんですか。ピークじゃないです。ピークじゃないです。ピークじゃないです。これからです。明日です。
It's Daigo versus Fujino.
これちょっと近づいてきましたね。決勝が。
いやいや本当ですねこれ。
はい。
これまたそして出るんですねこれ。
どうやらセミファイナルの
These guys have history. They definitely have history. Both these guys, former D1 Grand Prix champions, multiple champions. Daigo just champion like everywhere. Pretty much. Daigo seems pretty dialed today. Here comes the whoa. Oh, we have a penalty on the start line. Oh, Fujino backing it in. Oh, he's going to lose the drift a bit. He's going to fall back a bit. Cuts the course slightly to try and catch up. Lack of angle from the chase. Daigo, huge angle in the lead.
村上さん、おお、あらあら、おお、あーしか言ってないですけど。
シグナル先輩は、私、なんですか、あれ、シグナルをやっつけたんですかね。
藤野選手が倒したんです。今。
そんなことできるんですか。
So Fujino chase car apparently. How did he do that? That's what they're saying.
もしかして斉藤大吾が倒した。
いや、そうかな。
It has to be Daigo.
シグナル先輩がまた倒したのかなと。
ですよね。
はい。
でね、それで見てたらその後、後追いでなぜか藤野選手がポール倒してました。
それはどういうペナルティなんですか。
It would have been Daigo who hit that, and then it got knocked across. Oh, ooh. Wait. So Daigo hit the start light.
これ古く福田さんがこれまずいですね。
これは多分怒りますよ。マイナス1点とかにしかならないんで、これ。
Does it still function?
ここ当たりました。
Quick check, quick light check.
手信号だ。やっぱり。
Yeah, well, that Supra may be a little bit more girthy than. Yeah, that's some damage right there. Uh-oh.
これいや、多分変なペナルティ
ですよね。これはさすがに。シグナル先輩。
So the guy who built the starting system is a guy called Fukuda, and he is also a former D1 Grand Prix driver. I guess Daigo's So the rear of Daigo's car hit.
明日ぐらいからあれですね。あのポールをなしにするとか。
嫌いなんでしょうね、あのシグナルがね。多分ね。なんか恨みがあるんでしょうね、あのシグナル。しかも
一ゾーン外。
It's kind of overshadowing the rest of this run though. Daigo, other than that, a pretty good lead run.
ただちょっと
Yeah, Fujino washing out wide on both of the main hairpin corners.
ちょっとドスの得点的には辛い。はい。後追いも取り切れなかった。
ボーリングじゃないんですからね、これ。
Murakami saying, is this bowling?
OK だったら全部倒してきますから、斉藤大吾さんは。
確かに。
はい。
I mean, yeah, just go for a strike, Daigo, if you're going to do that.
これそのうちまっすぐ出る人が出ない。
Okay, let's watch.
まっすぐ。それもマイナス1点ですか。
そうですね。
これ競技ですね。
Oh, so Daigo hit the start light, which then knocked over a pylon. Okay.
わかりませんが出ました。さあ、斉藤大吾ドスの得点やっぱり 98.2 でマイナスはマイナス6入ってます。ゾーンとそれから倒したのと含めて。
So Daigo minus 2 for missing a zone and also the pylon at the start. I guess the start light doesn't get retribution for that, doesn't get revenge. That's a big penalty. He's just handed 6 points to Fujino.
ベスト8、4組目。入れ替えまして先行カーナンバー66藤野秀幸、後追いカーナンバー87斉藤大吾。
All right, well we're back to the start. Yeah, we need that the bowling animation, right? On the TVs. He's going to get the bill.
今走りは全く問題なさそうなんで先行で入られたとしても
That's all handmade too. Like Fukuda makes those.
しっかりとドス97点以上を減点なしでいけばいいのかなと。
いやでもなんかあれですよね、シリーズに関係ない人たちが
なんか熱いですね。
Self-clearing starlights will get you, says chat. Yeah.
今シーズン初参加ですからね、斉藤大吾選手なんか特にね、荒れてます。
Yeah, starters like, please don't hit the light again.
シリーズを本当に
ひょっとしますねこれ。
まだ今スタート地点。セットはされました？
手信号の場合の
今説明ですね。おそらく手信号の説明しました。
Is the actual light broken? Oh, we have a. All right, we're going street racing rules here right now. Just let's keep the show going. The contingency, the good old, the old meat tree. They don't even have a spare, says Canuck Magnor. Do you think they just keep a spare tree? Oh, here we go. Fujino in the lead this time. Daigo. Oh. Lika. Oh, Daigo. Bit of an understeer right there. But he's keeping his distance. Whoa, Daigo way too wide. Oh! Breaking a wheel.
信号のあれが効いてますねこれ。
これはもう信号の怨念がここに入ってって完全にどんなクラッシュなんですか。
I'm pretty sure I saw a wheel like go flying right there on just doing that on Daigo's car.
村上さん。
これも後遺症ですよね。信号を2個壊したことによる。
壊ったことによるのが影響した状態。
さすがの先輩も。
いや響きましたかね。
Let's watch this again. Looking pretty good. Daigo getting aggressive right there. Starting. He left foot brakes there. The car starts to straighten up a bit. And watch the transition. Watch the wheel. Yeah, look at the driver's side rear wheel there. It was just doing that. It was a DeLorean time machine right there. Tucked under. Isaac says tire debeated. I think the whole wheel. It was the whole wheel. Yeah, there's a little, right there, that edge of the track. There's a little lip on that. Ooh, yeah, gonna need a new work for tomorrow.
完全に折れましたね。ダートとゼブラの間、あそこに乗っかった状態で。
Yeah, so what happened there? You see that little section of track as it comes down. There's a ripple strip right there with a little lip on it, right? And you're hitting it backwards. Well, it broke because he hit the lip of the edge of the track. The tree gets vengeance. Yeah, let's have a look. Oh, yeah.
斉藤大吾先生らしいですねこれ。もう先生って言わ
They
れる。
ain't got no gas in it.
すごいですね先生やっぱり。
はい、やることがもうめち
Well,
ゃくちゃ
it
ですね。
is debated. That is true.
これ。
Gonna need a new work wheel. Luckily, he's sponsored.
だから真剣に勝ちに行ったんですよね。
いや行ったと思います
ね。もう全部取って、後追い取ってと。斉藤大吾選手先輩が
What more can you
素
say?
晴らしいですよ。もうここまでの勝ちというかもうね。
先輩が辛そう。
何にも空気読んでないからね。この人はね、本当にもう完全に。
Well, time to drag it out.
先輩も。先輩前を気にしてる場合じゃない。
そうですね。もうこれだから前も後ろもボディも全部直さなきゃならない。
Oh, it was exciting.
明日に向けて。
Let me just Fuji no.
パーツ拾ってますけど。
I'm just gonna write that down. Why not?
いいですね。ちょうどねスタンド席前ですからね。すごかったですかね。
Chatty, having fun?
そこちょうど何席になった
Having
今
fun
斉藤
here?
大吾選手のところ。間近で喜んだ。
ピットレポーターの
高橋さんが行きましたけど。 なんで、あのマイク通じてないんじゃないの本当に。なんかマイク持って勝手に行きましたけどね、高橋さんがね。
Start trees like.
ピットレポーターあれ復
Haha.
活してほしいですよね。
Well, it looks a bit, yeah, it looks a little bit bent. They should be able to fix that for tomorrow, round 6. Got to get the forklift under there, clear the track. One step closer to a father-son battle. Best start of the weekend? Good, that's good to hear. Once again, chat, thank you for joining us here on the live stream. This is technically the official English live stream. D1 Grand Prix asked me to do this. We've been doing the D1 commentary for a while now. I'm doing it remote. I'm not on venue. Do have a couple of people on site though I can maybe give a message to and get some more information for tomorrow, but bye Supra. I've got the truck and everything. Blake says, yeah, 2 a.m. here, just ate a bunch of Taco Bell. Did you have a Baja Blast with that? What you need to know too is he is a licensed forklift driver. So total score there, minus 1 for Fujino though. But yeah. Daigo apologizes for the start light, he says. He said sorry about the start light.
新たなるペナルティーが多分今後考えられることになります。もうね。そしてその後は、いやちょっと信号壊しちゃった罪悪感から嘘をつきなさい。やりすぎてしまいました。どこが当たってるんですか。
He said he went a bit too hard and took out the light.
そもそもテールが当てたんですか。何引っ掛けたんだろう。多分タイヤで当たっちゃったんだと思うんですけど、その先のクランクがものすごい狭いんで、信号全く目に入ってなくて。
わかるわかる。
いやいや、そこ分かり合わなくていいんですけど。クランクね。そこ分かり合わなくていいんですけど。いや、ただ。
He said he thinks he hit it with the wheel. And he said the start is so narrow.
下手くそですね。いや、ただね。シリーズも関係ないところで大暴れしてくれて。
And he said, well, yeah, sorry, I suck.
ちょうどスタンド席前盛り上がってました。
He's bullying, yeah, he's bullying himself, right, Chaos Zero? He's actually bullying himself. Yay. Yeah, it's like, well, hey, look, it's Daigo. What do you expect? And he says he'll do his best.
どこだか分かってないんですよね、信号。そうみたいですね。多分感覚の中で。左側をスレスレでこう。
Cobra says, I'm pretty sure he's the widest car there. I would say he's probably the widest car there, yeah.
中でもそのギリギリを本当狙うんですね。
ああ、確かに僕も左側によって早く出ようと思う。加速から考えたらいらないじゃないですか、あの車。
Ruined the Supra. It's okay, it'll be back. Don't worry. Tomorrow, it'll be back. Yeah, it's so wide it doesn't even fit on the back of the truck. It's got to make sure the brakes are on. Might be a good idea.
ちゃんと壊してきましたね、2個目も。2個も壊しました。次はあるんですか？
ないですよ。だから直すんです。
え、直るんですか？
知らませんよ。多分怒ってましたもん。
All right, let's make an official result there. Fujino gets the win and moves through. So next battles, Sobagiri versus Naoki and Ryu versus Fujino. I have to call them by their first names because they're both called Nakamura because they are father and son. Keith says, a lot has happened this day. It has, honestly. It's been a lot happening today. Hopefully they all sort of get a bit more locked in tomorrow for round 6.
もうここ入れ替わってますから、はい、特にですね。もうとにかく明日頑張ってください、村上さんは。ただね、僕ね、藤野選手いいと思うんですけど。
来てますね、これ。
そうですよね。なんかあの方、少しずつ途中からなんかどんどんこう合わせ込んでいく
Just a reminder, we have round 6 on tomorrow, same channel, exact same schedule. So if you want to join us for that, that would be great. We have seen some good battles though. We've seen some good tandem. Maybe they'll get the start light fixed by tomorrow. I'm sure they may have a spare. Maybe they don't have it on site. I don't know.
基本的にこういうことやってる人たちって短期の人が多いですけどね。あんまりのんびり屋さんあんまりいないですよね。あんまりいないです。はいはい。でも特にそうなんだ。徐々に上げていくのがすごい上手ですね。このあたりが。
Chat says I haven't seen Mountain Dew in Japan. They do have Mountain Dew here. They just got the regular Mountain Dew. They don't have Baja Blast here.
ああ確かに。
Although I brought some back from the USA when I went last time.
でもリュウ君も乗れてますからね。
乗れてます。
I went to Taco Bell over there and put it on my story, and everyone lost their minds. I've never seen like a food story on Instagram get that kind of response. And then I went to the track the next day, and this guy walks up to me and hands me like a 12-pack box. He goes, "Here you go, Lexi." I was like, "Oh, thanks." And I brought it back with me. I've still got about half of it left. Well, it has been a little while since the last round of D1, so, they're all getting back into it. How'd you do that? I put it in my suitcase. I had plenty of room. Suitcase, helmet, gloves, t-shirts, underwear, socks, toothbrush. That's all you need. Plenty of space. Alright, freshly scrubbed pair of tyres also on Ryu's car, fresh pair of Velinos. This is Ryu Nakamura versus Semi Tanaka. Alright, here we go. We are down to the final 4.
そしてベストセミファイナルの2組目中村龍対藤野秀幸。いやー中村が2人もそうです。だからここついに来たかなっていうところはみんな願う感じもありますがですよ。
Who was the best run so far? Naoki versus Wada with Naoki's chase was pretty fun. Maybe not the best, technically the best run, but it was a lot of fun to watch. Okay, so sorry, but we are cheering for Naoki here because we want to see him and his son in the final battle. That said, Sobagiri's been pretty consistent so far today. First place qualifier. Alright, here we go. Sobagiri in the lead. Huge flick. Naoki right there. Oh, maybe a little bit of a touch. Naoki, proximity points. Here we go, final corner. Don't miss that zone lead car. Oh, door-to-door, very clear. There we go. There's you go. There's your technically good, clean run between Naoki Nakamura and Koldai Sobagiri. Huge angle and flick for the lead car on the entry.
だからこそ中村直樹もかなりいいところに入れていた。だけど追っかけ回すつくぐらいにはなってなかったですよね。そうですね。もっと行きたかったはずですよね。
Good lead, good follow.
Very
nice battle.
これだから先行のそば切りの走りがこれドスの得点も含めてかなりいいんじゃないかなと僕は見ましたが。
It should be a good DOS score just overall for both of these guys.
多分そこで
Look at the nice weather we have at Ebisu today. About 25 degrees, not a whole lot of wind, which is somewhat rare at Ebisu. Ebisu Circuit is right on the edge of a very large mountain range, and the weather can just come over those mountains all of a sudden. You look up at the sky and the sky is black. You're like, oh, I better pack up now or get my stuff under cover.
勝てますよ。そうですよね。そうですよね。大丈夫ですよね。GR86 ですけど。
Chat, what do you think? Who's going to get a better score? Naoki, best chase so far, 13.7 out of 15 for the chase. I'd say he was pretty close to that. Both these guys getting great drive out of that hairpin too. That is a very tight corner at that much angle. Oh, Naoki 11.3. Sobagiri making it harder for him this time. 98.3 for the lead run. No penalties as well. It's still close. Remember, chase car usually or hopefully gets a higher score than the lead car thanks to their proximity points.
これ本来は中村直樹選手は遠いは13とかやっぱり取りたいところとだったらもう少しドスを点を95点台か6点台にはしておきたかったですよね。そばぎり選手 98.3 ですから、ね。
Alright, still close.
推奨の中で 98.3 まだ出てませんから8点台は。
As they come back to the start line this time, Naoki in the right lane, which is the lead lane. Thumbs up, ready to go.
いや見てる中の経験からだけです。だけです。
ベスト4一組目入れ替えまして先行カーナンバー99中村直樹、後追いカーナンバー31そばぎり広大。
さあ入れ替えの2本目だ。
All right, close first run. Naoki in the lead this time. Are we going to get a repeat of that previous battle? Naoki a little bit ahead. Sobagiri falling behind a little. Can Naoki get more? Naoki! No! Naoki! Too much angle. It's over. It's over. Half spin there for Naoki. I mean, I guess as close as you'd call a half spin in a comp like this. All right, here we go. Let's watch it again. Entry. Both cars set up. Naoki, a bit better speed. Sobagiri starting to catch up. Sets up nicely. Yeah, Naoki a little bit too early on the accelerator maybe. Let's watch it from the reverse angle here. The rear of Naoki's car just started to rotate around, maybe earlier than he expected. We've been robbed of the father-son battle. Too much angle? I mean, there's no such thing in drifting, but yeah. Chase car Sobagiri, I don't think he did anything wrong there. What this could mean though, yeah, there's not a whole lot you could do there. What this could mean though is if Ryu loses the next battle, he's still going to beat his dad anyway. Naoki minus 30 for causing that accident. So winner, Sobagiri in the red Shiba tire GR86.
状態のこの恵比寿での男、これで中村対決が
なくなりました。はい、夢の。はい。ここはもう中
We've
村親子対決は
been robbed of a first ever. It might happen again. Might happen tomorrow. Who knows?
またとんでもない状態がこれ。
Yeah, there's no third place battle. We just go top 4 and final.
で単走も2位と1位。ですよ。もう誰も手つけられない。
出来が良すぎますね。
はい。完全に手つけられない状態でこっから始まって、そばぎり広大選手最終戦のお台場までチャンピオン。
Would have been fun.
前半はダメだったんですけど。で今シーズンもそうです。今シーズンはだから去年よりいいって言ってました。でここで
That's okay. We still have chance for retribution for the Nakamura family name.
これがいい位置だったんです。なるほど。これで去年より。
Son Ryu versus Fujino. That's a big ask. That's a big ask.
ちょっと苦手なのがお台場だけなんで。
Fawaz says apparently Daigo broke the start light yesterday as well. Is that true? If it's Fawaz saying it, I'll believe you because chat. There's this guy in chat, Fawaz Rafif. He's an encyclopedia of D1 Grand Prix. Always got the facts. All right, we're about to start the second of the top 4 battles here today. Ryu Nakamura versus Hideyuki Fujino. Another 8-6 versus 8-6. Sorry, S13 versus 8-6 battle. I want both of them to win. Well, yeah.
来るかもしれない流れはありますね、今ね。ただこっちの勝った方の流れっていうのも結構強いものが勝ってくると思いますよ。おじさんどうですか？一人になっちゃったんで、もうここおじさんちょっともうやめといてもいいかなって今思ってますでしょ。いつも思ってるんですよ。直樹もよく言ってたんですけど、なんかグループみたいなの若者のあるじゃないですか。ありますね。はい。おじさんニュードリフトジェネレーション。おじさんズ作ってチャンピオンズっていうのがあるんですよ。チャンピオンズっていうのがあるんですか。あるんですよ。だから横井選手と川端選手と中村直樹選手とだから村上さん入んない。いや僕はチャンピオン取ったことある人たちおじさんたち。じゃあ。All
right, Ryu up to the start line. He's leading this first battle, being chased by Fujino. Both drivers also on what looks like another fresh pair, each on the rear. Lachlan, you came in at the worst time to explain that. Just watch for now. Okay, right lane leads. We are back down to street racing start rules here with the so we don't have the tree anymore. All right, here we go. Ryu Nakamura leading. Fujino, great flick. Lacking a bit of angle though, but he's still right there with him. Oh, Fujino cuts in very shallow there for some reason. Yeah, Fujino's been a little bit off today. Oh, very close to. Ryu goes through that final zone, no problem. Ooh, chase car cutting in a bit shallow. Remember, chase car can cut the course a bit, but we have seen that before. I think it was it Wada? Ooh, that might be okay. Lead car needs to hit the zones. Chase car can cut the course slightly and ignore the zones in favor of close side-by-side drifting like we saw just there. But you can't just drive directly across the track. Let's have a look at it from this angle. Is that okay?
全然行けなくなっちゃって中であそこでブレーキしていくわけにもいかずもう踏んでいきましたね中側ででもそこまでのドスの下がりってそんなにないし今藤野選手のカットしていくのは減点は多分されないんではい
It might be okay. This should be okay. I mean, it's kind of weird. But the rules are set up in order to give us the best side-by-side action possible. Yeah, Fujino may have been lost a little bit there in the smoke. They can see out the front, like out their peripheral. I'm sure they've all sort of worked out markers for themselves by now.
ちょっとね角度入りすぎたところがあったんですよ、第一ゾーンが。そんな感じでした。そうですね。でここちょっとちょっとそうちょっと入れすぎて、ただその分なんとか持ち直してったんですよね。そこをね。だから逆に言うと行き場がなくなっちゃった感じだったですね。今藤野選手。
You can see Fujino's brake lights there. He kind of gets lost in the smoke, but you can see the rear of Ryu's car there. Sorry, yeah, you can see the rear of Ryu's car there, so Fujino was further forward. He kind of came out and came in. Right, no penalty there, a 1-point penalty for Ryu Nakamura. Bit of an ugly battle. I'd hate it to come down to that 1 point. Remember, it is possible to have one more time battles from the best 8 onwards. So we'll see what happens. If the score is within 1 point of the total.
ですが、まずは取ってたというところですね。これ。あれですね、リュウ君が珍しくミスしましたね。はい。 完全にこれドスの得点も 96.9 ですから、やっぱりこの2セク3セクあたりがちょっと伸びていなかったんだとは思います。
I mean, we have some people cut off the inside there, not that much.
ちょっと行かなきゃいけない。中
But
村龍、藤野秀幸の速さについていけるかどうか。
ベスト4 2組目入れ替えまして先行カーナンバー66
Second battle, this time Fujino in the 8-6 in the lead. Ryu Nakamura in the chase. It's still pretty close. It still could go either way for sure. Whoa, Ryu getting aggressive. Oh, this might be a miss zone there for Fujino in the lead. Last chance for Ryu. He's got to dive in here.
ラバならマシンピラティスもこの金額で通い放題。ラバでマシンピラティスも。
I'm just gonna DM the guy.
先行もゾーン2は完全外しましたね。はい。この減点もちょっと大きくなる。それで後追いとしては藤野さん先ほど 7.3 ですよね。それより取ってたぐらい。いや、そうですよね。はい。8、9は取ってるように見えますね。見えますよね。はい。8、9は取れただろう。そしてどこまで
Okay,
落として
I just told them, make sure you pause ads during the final.
またどその得点も7点台
Okay, on board with you in the chase.
また藤野君がいい感じで走っ
The
たので
open-handed slap on the shifter.
そうですね。かなり行きやすい状態でしたね。はい。藤野選手とかとはやっぱり
Okay, now on board with Fujino.
ですよね。後追いが取りやすいっていうのは先行の走りが安定して本当にいいところがあるから。で変なコントロール
Pretty
とか
stable.
ブレーキとかあまりなくいくんで、
やっぱ上手なんで。
ですよね。だからこそ後追いが取れていくっていうことにもなるんですけどもね。さあどうなる。
Oh, Ryu got pretty close on the entry
当
there.
たりそうになって今ストレート。そうですね。戻しちゃった。
Chad, what do you think?
ちょっとそう引いちゃいましたよね一瞬ね。
これが中村家の血なんですか。
そうですね。あのまま行ったらだってどう考えたって入り触れないですからね。本当に。もうちょっとその先を考えた。だからかなりもう。
That might be a penalty for Fujino for that second zone there on the inside. He was really just trying to keep his speed up the whole way around. You can kind of see that.
ちょっとわかんないですけどまだ。
Kind of went in a little bit too deep. You can see the rear wheels kind of slow down and stop. He was using the handbrake to try and get the rear to slow down and stop and settle down so he could accelerate out of that corner. I like that accessory that Ryu has as well. And that's the -1. 9 to Nakamura. Oh, that's really close. That's really close. Ah, it's less than 1 point difference. It's a less than 1 point difference.
微妙なところでした。いやこれコンマ7の差。コンマ7。数字的だけで言えば若干藤野選手が合計得点は勝っていた。
We go again. We go again. So the rules are if the total score for both battles is within 1 point from the best 8 onwards, they run it again. I'm fine with that. I want to see that again. I think that means they're going to have a chance to, yeah, because this is the final battle before the finals. So there is going to be a very slight... who leads now? It just resets again. So Ryu will lead again the next time they go out. So they do get a slight chance to go back to the pits. See, the 1 point penalty. It happened. Didn't I say that? The 1 point penalty for the zone made a difference there. That's the thing. It's going to be another 2 runs. It's going to be head-to-head, 2 battles once again. Just reset, go again. What dash is in the S13? I believe it's a JZX dash.
今懸命におそらくこれでもここがサドンデスになると、村上さん、ここ中古になりますよね。
あ、確かに。まずい。
いいのを探さなきゃいけない。
そしてあっちは余力がありますね。
Alright, so we'll see. Are they going to change for freshies on the back? Are they going to change to some used tires with more tread on them?
まずいい状態で決勝一人来てますよね。これまずここも流れってありますよね。
One more time, they are allowed to use another set of tires, or I should say, change their tires.
1未満の場合、イーブンって出るんです。
ベスト8以降はですね。
そうです。この表の中で。で、ベスト16の時にも出るんですよ。一応。機械上だけどそれで差がついてるからベスト16はサドンデスがないんでその差で勝負が決定というふうに言わせてもらってます。
はい、承知しました。
はい。ちょっとね、わからない選手たちもわかんなかったりするところをね今改めて多分言ってくれたのは良かったかなと思います。見てる人もっとわかんなくなっちゃいますから。さあそして村上さん、サドンデスになったところでの有利不利は一体どっちなのか。
Yeah, true. Both got the -1. You're right. Well, see, that's the thing.
疲れてる？いや、もう乗ってる？今スイッチ入ってる？
いや、いってると思いますね。
どうなんでしょう？あれ本当疲れっていうのはどうなんですか？要するに疲れって体力的な疲れっていう。
See on the left of screen, Drift Samurai. He's got his katana. I think it's a bokken. It's like a wooden sword, and his hakama pants. It's been his persona for a while in drifting.
ですよね。はい。そんな話。
でももう早いですね。先に来ましたよ。
All right, Ryu heading back up.
中村龍先に出てきました。サドンデスになりました。セミファイナルの2組目。勝てば初めての決勝戦、中村龍。
Luckily, these guys aren't driving into the sun.
初めて追走に上がったのがこの間の筑波。そしてその時に初めてベスト4まで来た4位という成績を得て、そのまま今回のこのラウンド5エビス、今決勝に上がれるかどうかと。
Alright, looks like a bit of a refuel as well for Fujino.
一生懸命やってやっと徐々に上がっていってる。
誰のこと言ってるんですか？
Is he going to hit people with it if someone messed up? No, he's a really nice guy, IRL, so probably not.
すごいなと。
村上選手の歴史も長いんですよね、実はね。
Is Nakamura family from Hokkaido? No, they're from Nara.
ここ3年ですよね。
そうですね。
本当にね。
乗らせてもらってから。
安定した状態でね、やるようになったのがね。
Yeah, it's a JZX 100 dashboard in there. Obviously, you can see the sides are cut off a little bit.
それが今の時代ですよ。
いや、すごい。
やっぱり。
時代か。
昔なかなかそうはいなかったですよね。若手10代がポンと、じゃあいろんなね、熊久保選手やね、野村健選手とか。
I wonder what they're spraying on the radiator. They just spray it with water to cool it down. Yeah, they're not allowed to run water spray systems on board anymore. They did back in the day. And then there was a bit of an issue one time at, I believe it was Autopolis, where there was a puddle of water on the start line from another car. And I think it was Uweo who wheel spun off the start line because of the water on the track and lost. So they banned that, the onboard water sprays to cool down.
これ中村龍選手が初めて決勝進出するようなことになるとやっぱり若手同士の新しい。
All right, so we have to wait and get these guys out together again because this is the last battle we can run possibly before the final, which will be between the winner of whoever wins this. And Sobagiri, first place qualifier for today. So going for a first place qualifier, first place win here in round 5, possibly Sobagiri.
どっちがですか？
中村龍選手です。やりたくない。
勝っちゃったらみたいな。
違います。勝てない。
お。それだけ偉大だと。
違う人の方がいい。
Epidemic says they have to be running cool shirts then, right? I don't know about today, but at the previous round, yeah, I heard that every single driver was running a cool vest in their car because it was hot. Some of this here was hot. I believe it was like the third hottest. It was the hottest year in Japan ever for the third year in a row. Not looking forward to 2026, that's for sure. Takamaki says, what happens if they're even on a one more time? I guess we run again. I don't know. All right. Well, I'm sure we're going to get a winner this time. All right, once again, Ryu Nakamura in the lead this time, being chased by Fujino. This is a one more time battle for a spot in the final two for round 5. All looking cleaner this time. Ryu running wide, missing that zone. Oh, that's going to be a half spin there for Ryu. Was that a push? I think Fujino was okay there. We're just going by the body language of the car. Fujino just being a little, just holding back like 5-10% there. Now watch the lead car. Throws it out. Realizes he's going to miss that zone. And spins. That section there, you can see the change in elevation too. It is a slight downhill and quite easy to spin out there. Right, watch it from here. There was a little bit of a tap there from the chase car. But I don't think they're going to give... I wouldn't give him fault for that. Okay, let's watch it from the inside. Ryu's car. So flicks it in. He does go a bit wide and realizes, oh, look at him wrench the wheel over to try and get in that zone. Slight tap. You can't really see the tap from the onboard view. Rough. There definitely was contact, but here we go. Watch this. When lead car Ryu does, you can see he does steer in quite heavily. You can see the front wheels steer in like that. So he did make a big correction there and drove towards the inside of the track, which would make you slow down. Let's watch it again. Shift down. He does, you can see he tries to steer out of it as well. Fujino, when he sees he might tap, he does steer to the left quite strongly. A little peck. More than a peck, less than a smooch. Yeah, you can see Ryu's car get hit a little bit and pushed, but if it was me, and look, I'm cheering for Ryu right now, honestly. I want to see him in the final. But I wouldn't put that on Fujino. Me. But I'm not a judge. You know, I know it's a cop-out. I hate it when commentators say, well, I'm not a judge, so I don't know. It's up to the judges. But, you know, it is true. And, you know, Fujino did try and steer out of it. You could see him on the onboard camera. He did steer pretty hard to the left. Here we go. Onboard again. This is Fujino from the entry. On the handbrake. Long time. Okay, now watch this. Watch the steering wheel. Watch this. He flicks in. He's on the handbrake. He's maintaining. He shifts down. Watch this. Steers left. Right before he touches. Yeah. I agree with that. So Nakamura missing that in zone completely, also a -1. I'm going to say that's probably for the final part where he didn't get through the entire zone. Yeah, I'm fine with that, I got to say. You're not a former judge, no. There's a reason I don't want to do it anymore. Yeah, see, that's the problem with you, dude. You watch any top-level competition, it comes down to all the little stuff sometimes. All right, what is Ryu gonna do? He's one of the next-gen sim drifters. He's used to just crashing and hitting the reset button. Oh, he's going for the dive. He's going for a dive in, Fujino. Yeah. That was a bit of a block, honestly. That was a bit of a block. What do you think? Did Fujino slow down a lot? I mean, he was right on the slowest part of the track, though. All right, let's watch the lead cup. It's coming down to the smallest things right now. All right, Fujino, good entry so far, looks good. Washes out a bit wide. You could see at the last second Fujino's head go, and look and see, oh, there's a car right there. Here we go, top down view from the reverse angle. Remember, overtaking is not really a thing. And so after the tap there, like Ryu's car goes a bit too far forward. It's like, well, Fujino can't really keep going with the car blocking the way. Nope, you see the little bump there. The only downside here is Fujino did go really wide, like really wide. Yeah, so he can't do anything there without just like riding over the front of the lead car. Yeah, see, chase car Ryu committed to going for a tighter line there. He's like, yep, okay, here we go. I'm going to go for a tight line. Fujino's going to come across the bow and make it, but Fujino didn't. I mean, you can't really do something just assuming the other driver is going to do something. You're like, oh, well, he's just going to go across. I'll be fine. Like, you can't really do that. And there you go, -30. I mean, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. It's not ideal. Fujino did go wide, but Ryu did cut across his bow a bit too much. It's unfortunate. Like, Ryu decided, okay, I'm going to do this. Oh, it didn't work out. I'd say that's what it was. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. And look, hey, look, I was cheering for Ryu the whole way. He just thought like, okay, I'm gonna tuck in, take the tight line. Fujina's gonna drive out, which is what he's been doing all day. Fujina kind of screwed up. Oh, I got to fix this, and there's a car right in front of me. What are you gonna do? Well, there you go. That was one way to figure out that one more time.
ですよね。なんか、やっぱ藤野くんのうまさっていうのがすごい垣間見えるんですよ。なるほど。1回目と2回目のやり方、そのサドンネスになった時の相手の位置取りとか、すべても。
Yeah, foot pole. That's Ryu's line was all or nothing. He was like, I'm gonna win this. He gambled and he lost. Well, that's it. Yeah, that's true though. He did commit. He committed. So the winner was the blue 8-6 of Fujino. Oh yeah, no Nakamura's in the final. Oh well. That's a shame. Yeah, Carter said it. Yeah, exactly. Carter said Fujino did not light off like he did every single run he's done before. I don't think that was a bait. I don't think that definitely no, that wasn't on purpose. You can't do that like he did on purpose. If you could do that on purpose, you'd be able to do the run without having to do that, you know? So Keith says, insert Ayrton Senna quote. Yeah, that every iRacing driver uses after they crash into someone. Well, there we go. We learned some stuff. Look, everyone's just off the summer break. They're a bit sketchy. We do have round 6 tomorrow as well. Skeeter, what am I doing? Sorry. I got bit by a mosquito before. The mosquitoes are insane right now.
ただサドンデスになるようなことになってくるとどっちがいいタイヤを残ってるかとなると藤野選手はちょっと不利な状態にはなってます。はい、そこは。ただ練習走行
By the way, chat, while you're here, brand new Noriero video out right now. If you want to go check it out. It's essentially the exact opposite of what you're watching right now as far as drifting goes.
もちろん3周4周走れますけどね。ただ東洋タイヤは3周割ということは言ってましたけどもね。
さあここでインタビューの準備ができたようです。白田さん。
はい。ただいま決勝戦に進出するそばぎりさんと藤野さんにお越しいただきました。
All right, down to the final here at D1 Grand Prix. Sobagiri, former champion versus Fujino, also former champion.
とりあえず安心してます。単走からちょっと流れも良くなってきて自分も走り方は分かってきたんで、この調子でただ今年ずっとやりすぎてるんでちゃんと自分の走りをしっかりできるように、そして今回社長とひろみちゃんが会場に来れてないんでその全力の走りを届けれるように頑張ります。
はい、先ほど中丸潤選手と戦ったんですけど、あまりいい勝ち方をしてないので決勝戦は広大君とバチバチに頑張りたいと思います。はい、応援よろしくお願いします。
ありがとうございます。これから始まる熱い戦いに目を離さないでください。
All right, so the comments there. Kodai said, Sobagiri said, I'm gonna drive at my own pace in a safe is the wrong word, but he's gonna I guess try and drive cleanly and not react, I guess, to the other drivers. Just drive his own race and drive his own drift the best he can, is what he said. And Fujino said, well, I just beat Naoki Jr. Not all that happy about the way I did it, but here I am in the final, so we're going to do it. Essentially is what he said. So should be a good final battle here. He should have said, like, I'm just going all out right now. You better be ready for me.
はい、ここから10分間 車両のメンテナンス時間を取らせていただきます。およそ10分後、4時50分より決勝戦を始めたいと思います。
They're all wearing like
しばらく
big
お待ちくだ
boots
さい。
too, so they
配信をご覧
add
の
like
皆
that
様
much
に
to
は
their
CM
height.
をご覧いただきます。それでは後ほど。
All right, very, very short break. By the way, new YouTube video on Noriero. Check it out. I'll be back shortly. Ad break.
PlayStation
そのタイヤは刻んでゆく。大地に立ち向かう勇士を、恐れを知らない青い挑戦を、あなたの青い意志を、青を刻め。トヨタイズ。
Skyly jumps onto the front wheel, across the transitions and looks shallow. Vincent goes nice.
Body no tire.
Shaping the future of motorsports. The future is always the same. Super Tire Motorsports.
雨の日の運転って心配ですよね。いざという時によりちゃんと止まれるタイヤといえば横浜タイヤでしょ。
晴れの日の約4倍も事故が多い雨の運転。横浜タイヤならより安心。
タイヤは雨で選ぼう。横浜タイヤ。
タイヤ丸善タイヤ丸善ホイール丸善ホイール丸善。
タイヤのネット購入徹底サポート宣言。タイヤ選びをサポートするマッチングシステムを導入。購入後のタイヤの取り付けもサポート。ご自宅近くの取り付け店を丸善が紹介。取り付け店にタイヤを直送、あとは手ぶらで行くだけ。タイヤのネット購入は
サポート丸善で検索。 新しいの買っちゃおう。
車買うなら
東方銀行オートローン。さあお待たせいたしました。ラウンド5恵比寿、いよいよ決勝戦です。今年の恵比寿ドリフトを支えてくださる大会スポンサー東方銀行様は、すべてを地域のためにをスローガンに掲げ、未来を切り開こうとする人や企業を応援し続けています。その姿勢はまさに限界に挑む D1 選手たちのスピリットと重なります。今回の大会スポンサーとしてのご協力は、地元福島はもちろん全国のドリフトファンにとっても大きな力となっています。東方銀行様の思いがこの会場をさらに熱くしてくれています。ありがとうございます。さあ学さん、いよいよ決勝戦ですね。
はい、もうここまで来て、もうどちらかという形になりましたけれどもね。さあただ全くですね、予想がつけられない形の中なんですが、
Alright, we are back. We're about to start the final battle here for round 5 of D1 Grand Prix 2025 season. It's going to be Sobagiri versus Fujino.
私ですか？
はい。予想でいいですよ。
私が勝つ予想ですか？でもやっぱりそばぎり
It's been some interesting battles so far today. We got robbed of a father-son battle in the final. Of course, Naoki Nakamura and his son Ryu Nakamura are both qualifying, and his son actually qualifying higher. Don't tell Dad.
あっさり決まるかもしれないし、本当にギリギリの状態の戦いになるかもしれない。ちょっとわからない。もう走ってみなきゃ我々適当に予想しますけども、わかんないですよね。本当にね。
勝手には予想しました、いろいろ。
ただ流れの中で両者がまあとにかくいいものを持ってる、すべての流れを持った人がもう決勝まで来たなというのはありますよね。村上さんもそうでしたよね、決勝まで来るときは。こ
こまではさささ
っと来るんですよね。でいけそうだなと思ったら最後でコテって
ポコってやっちゃうんですよね。
なんですが、ちょっと曽我浩大選手、藤野選手は最後でコテっていくような両者ではなさそうですね。
なさそうですね。
これね。
なかなか面白いのが見れる。
すごい後追いの取り合いになってくれるといいんですが、って感じはします。が、車の
Father son would have been so poetic. I know, right? Although we did have a battle before with two sons. This was today. Two sons of former D1 Grand Prix. Well, one son of a former D1 Grand Prix driver, one son of a current D1 Grand Prix driver, battling head to head. That was pretty cool. Closest we had to that before was a brother versus brother battle here at Ebisu Circuit on Minami course. It was the Suinaga brothers. On different teams, I should add. And it went down to, maybe Fawaz knows, it went down to like 3 or 4 or 5 more. I was like 5, it was over 5 one more times. It's crazy. Some question, but is it autumn in Japan? It is. We just had the autumnal equinox last week. No, what day is it today? Saturday. On Tuesday. So technically, yeah. Look spec, no, I've never been to halfway hangs. Alright, let's have a nice clean battle. Kodai in his driver's interview before the battle said, I'm just driving my race, I'm driving my battles, I'm going to drive my way safely. And Fujino said, yeah, sorry, yeah, that win was a bit weird just now, but I'm here in the final, I'm going to do my best.
今年何としてもまだここからチャンピオンを狙うと言っていた曽我浩大、本当に勝ってここから曽我浩大の快進撃が始まるのかどうか。
Yeah, autumn here is terrible. So do not come to Japan in autumn. Like from now on is good. There's going to be so many tourists. Wow. Even in summer there are a lot. Now the weather's nice. What happened to Team Orange? They started in a different drift competition. I think they have one driver in that. But Kumo is assisting a lot of overseas drivers, including the Thai guys that we've seen here in D1. All right, here we go. Final battle about to start.
ただあとは地方戦1年、ライツ1年です。はい。じゃあそうですよ。もう藤野先輩ははい何年ですか？30年ですか？90年代からです。
Nismo says I just went to Japan for a week. Oh well, you caught the tail end of it. All right, so final battle now. Sobagiri versus Fujino. So both former D1 Grand Prix champions. The car in the left side of the car on the left side of the screen. First place qualifier today. He's going for a double here today. Here we go. No! Bro, I'm so mad. I forgot to hit pause. I'm sorry. Clean run the lead. Forget about that. Clean run in the lead so far. Clean so far. Look at the speed. Can he pull up in time to hit that zone? Yes, he does. I forgot to hit. No, that wasn't my fault. Sorry. I'm getting YouTube like the paid version tonight. Look how clean this right. This Kodai doing exactly what he said he was going to do. Clean run. He's just going to drive his own drift. Cleanest run of the day so far. Absolute cleanest run of the day so far. Stop laughing. Stop laughing. The timing though. Look at this. Was that a demo? Are they doing a demo run? I don't think you can get any better than that. Clean. No cut. Both cars not cutting the course. Lead car hitting all those zones. No, Austin. The ads are on their end, not mine. Fujino 14.7 out of 15. Whoa! So see that blue score there? The maximum you can get is 15. That is for the proximity points for the chase. That means he was on the door of the lead car the whole time. Hi, Nav. That's okay, we've been good. So 97.3 for the lead. Sobagiri's just been that consistent all day. 96.9 the chase. Nice. And a 14.7.
フルマーク狙い。もうでもこの代わりフルマーク狙いしかないですよ。ないですね。ないです。
Saeeds, that's right. Although they hit the zones to avoid losing points, not to gain points. If they miss a zone, lose points. The lead car anyway. Chase car doesn't have to.
ベテランはそう簡単に転ばない。そばぎり広大。さあ気合が入る。
He got 98%. Is that 98? 40.7 out of 15? Yeah. That was just clean. All right, here we go. Second battle now. This time, amazing chase run in the bag for the lead car. Fujino, what can the chase car do? Oh, he's trying to get in there. Oh, he's even closer. Almost looked like a light tap there. Oh, washing out. He washed out. Chase car washing out slightly, carrying too much speed into the hairpin. I I think that might be a decision right there. I think it might be decided right there. Yeah, chase car just not quite as clean as he was. You see the chase car washed out a bit. Look at this. He had to slam on the brakes. His angle kind of went all over the place, the chase car. Lead car just doing his thing. All right, here we go. On board with Sobagiri in the chase. Here we go. Watch this. Big handbrake, big stomp on the brakes there to slow down. And also right here, watch him wash out wide here on the exit. Not bad. I mean, not bad. Here we go. Lead car this time. Watch this. Masterclass on the lead run for Gino. Big steering work, big accelerator work. His hands are busy. Shift down, handbrake, shift up. Look how fast his hands are moving. He's on it. He's locked in. It's not sped up. I haven't seen an onboard like that so far here today. No, not even remotely. He was on it. They're just fast. It's like a baseball game. Quick, we got to beat the traffic. Yeah, there's a one-lane road out of Ebisu down the mountain. So yeah, I'd be leaving too, honestly. Well, there you go. So by the way, if you have to leave, don't forget, same channel tomorrow, same time, round 6. So we'll be back tomorrow.
見応えのあるすごいいい戦いばかりで、はい勉強になりました。そうですね。それを生かしてぜひ明日まだ単走ですからね。あとポール倒さないでください。もうポールも取ってほしい。いや取らない。
Oh, I see the little likes popping up. Yeah, hit the heart button. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thanks everyone for joining us. Thank you all. Oh, 1,000. Cool. Okay. What did it max at?
どうもありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
11. So, all 1,000 of you who joined us here today, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for joining us. That is the end of the action for round 5. Like I said, we'll be back tomorrow for round 6. Same channel, same time, running it, everything the same. We got robbed of a father-son battle. Got some ads going now. Thank you, everyone. I have to get off this. This stream will keep running for the finals and everything. Thank you. I'll see you tomorrow, hopefully. I'll be back, but we've got to let the ads run. Bye.
PlayStation
そのタイヤは刻んでゆく。大地に立ち向かう勇士を、恐れを知らない青い挑戦を、青い意志を、青を刻め。Toyo Tires。
Skyling jumps onto the front wheel, cross the transitions in the shadow. Vincent goes nice. Body no tire.
Shaping the future of motorsports. Shiba Tire Motorsports。
雨の日の運転って心配ですよね。いざという時によりちゃんと止まれるタイヤといえば横浜タイヤでしょ。
晴れの日の約4倍も事故が多い雨の運転。横浜タイヤならより安心。
タイヤは雨で選ぼう。横浜タイヤ。
タイヤ丸善タイヤ丸善ホイール丸善ホイール丸善。
タイヤのネット購入徹底サポート宣言。タイヤ選びをサポートするマッチングシステムを導入。購入後のタイヤの取り付けもサポート。ご自宅近くの取り付け店を丸善が紹介。取り付け店にタイヤを直送、あとは手ぶらで行くだけ。タイヤのネット購入はサポート丸善で検索。
新しいの買っちゃおう。
いいね。車買うなら
東方銀行オートローン出発。
新しいの買っちゃおう。いいね。
車買うなら
東方銀行オートローン。プレイステーション。
そのタイヤは刻んでゆく。 大地に立ち向かう勇士よ、恐れを知らない青い挑戦を、あなたの青い意志を、青を刻め。トヨタイズ
Tomas Kylie jumps onto the front wheel, cross the transitions into shadow. Vincent goes nice.
Body no tire.
Shaping the future of motorsports. The future it's all in the same. Shiba Tire Motorsports.
雨の日の運転って心配ですよね。いざという時によりちゃんと止まれるタイヤといえば横浜タイヤでしょ。
晴れの日の約4倍も事故が多い雨の運転。横浜タイヤならより安心。
タイヤは雨で選ぼう。横浜タイヤ。
タイヤマルゼンタイヤマルゼンホイールマルゼンホイールマルゼン。
タイヤのネット購入徹底サポート宣言。タイヤ選びをサポートするマッチングシステムを導入。購入後のタイヤの取り付けもサポート。ご自宅近くの取り付け店をマルゼンが紹介。取り付け店にタイヤを直送、あとは手ぶらで行くだけ。タイヤのネット購入は
カポートマルゼンで検索。
新しいの買っちゃおう。いいね。
車買うなら
東方銀行オートローン。
お待たせいたしました。それでは D1 グランプリ表彰式を始めます。まずは2025年 JAF 日本ドリフト選手権グランツーリスモ D1 グランプリシリーズラウンド5恵比寿優勝者の発表です。大会審査委員長の小口さん、お願いいたします。
はい、今回の優勝者はゼッケン66番藤野選手です。おめでとうございます。
Winner is Fujino. That was quick. Oh, people talking about the UFO. That's the UFO steals the car. So the family goes, let's buy another car. And they'll go, yay. And they go get a loan for a nice new car. There you go, final result from the second run. 10 points for Sobagiri in the chase. Let's see how close it was.
そして藤野選手は先行で97の走りをして合計得点としては
Lead run 97, not bad. And still fairly close there. 202.1 to 208.6 in favor of Fujino in the blue Toyo tires. 8-6 gets the win. Of course, that means Sobagiri, second place, just missing out. First place in qualifying, second place in the battles. Still a good result for him overall.
優勝した藤野選手には賞金100万円が贈られます。プレゼンターは株式会社サンプロス副社長安田宗義です。
1 million yen. Not $1 million. That is, I don't even know what the US dollars are right now compared to that. 8,000. Hooray, I can go to bed now. Oh, good night. There you go. There's the winner. We have confirmation. Wearing a Corday shirt. Yeah, that last battle was really good. If you, if for some reason are just joining now, rewind and watch it because it was pretty good. Six, is it that low? Wow, $6,688 US. There you go. I just say stuff in US dollars these days because it's easier. So, of course, that means Sobagiri in second.
はい、では秀人くん一言お願いします。
いや、ほんまに嬉しいです。
ありがとうございます。
The final was fun.
続いて副賞です。朝日ドライゼロ3ケースの贈呈です。プレゼンターは大会審査員小口義則さんにお願いいたします。
Oh, he's got the wrong post. It should be 3 cases. Yes, and 3 slabs of beer. Non-alcoholic, because the guys have to work tonight.
続きまして、優勝チームの表彰です。優勝チームは、チーム東洋タイヤズドリフト1です。おめでとうございます。
Okay, what I'm going to do is get the membership for the D1 channel so I don't get ads tomorrow. I'll do that for tomorrow. The timing on that ad with the final was so bad. Well, they're not going to lug up 3 cases of beer. Hey, free beer. It's as good. Good as anything else. But it was also funny. It was kind of funny.
続いて副賞としてトネ株式会社より大きすぎず移動して使うにはちょうどいい大きさのミニローラーキャビネット WSS205 が贈られます。プレゼンターはトネ株式会社常務取締役平尾元弘様です。お願いいたします。
Well, Elias, they do it instead of the champagne splash, they do beer splash. By the way, it's pronounced Tone, not Tone, the tool company. They make some good tools. I have a couple of wrenches, not wrenches, like ratchet spanners. You know, the ones with the open socket on one end and the ratchet ring on the other side. Scott, that's a good idea. Yeah. Nice of them to give you a thumbnail template. Yeah, that thumbnail. I'll tell you the story behind that. This is a trick that I know because as a former photographer, when you take photos of someone, you take like 2 or 3 photos first, and you go like, you say something silly or you do something, and then they go ha ha ha, and then you take that photo, and that's the one you use. So they were taking those staff photos, and they were like, okay, stand like this, stand like that, do that, fold your arms, like look tough, look down, look up, so look sideways, whatever. Okay, now do something silly. And I'm like, and that's the one they use. So second place, Sobagiri. It's like Tone, not like, yeah, like Tony pronounced like Tone, like that. Yeah, Sobagiri's not that tall. Look at the shirt. You were cool. That was cool. When you say 3, 2, 1, smile, you take the photos on 2 or 1. True, yeah. So Bigitty's not that tall. IRL. Or toenail without the final syllable. There you go.
朝日ドライゼロ1ケースの贈呈です。プレゼンターは大会審査員小口義則さんお願いいたします。
Yeah, Sink, Sobagitty's just short. Look, honestly, as a racing driver, it's not a bad thing. Being skinny and short is an advantage. Keith, that's true. The kids here are getting taller. You walk past a group of high school boys especially, they're all tall now. And in third place, Ryu Nakamura beat his dad. Yeah, awkward drive home. So, Dad, Did you get third place today? Did you podium? No, I did. Burger Cat, that's a joke I always made here, like when people say, because I'm like 6'3", people go, oh, you're so tall. I'm like, yeah, it was all the hormones in the beef in McDonald's. I shouldn't say that. It's not, obviously, but you know. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Ryu is taller than his dad. Yeah, someone who said that in chat. Yeah, Leon. Yeah, Minoa's taller than his dad too. Everyone pose. There we go.
ありがとうございます。続いて副賞です。朝日ドライゼロ1ケースの贈呈です。大会審判員小口義則さんお願いいたします。
Mitcha says, "Do you find yourself too tall for Japan?" I would happily be shorter. It'd be more convenient. Although, the time it works is when you have to ride a crowded train, so your head is like sort of above everybody else's. That's good. Downside is though when you have to hold you're holding the rail on the train, and like people's heads are like armpit height, and you have to sort of stand like that. Like I took a shower this morning. Well, Gross, they're shy, you know? They're shy and nervous. So first place qualifying, a 2 today for... Congratulations, he said. He's got the shirt too, that's cool. One for third place, one for first place for qualifying. There you go. Burger Cat, I'm like 193, I think. I might be getting shorter, I don't know. That's like 6'3". RX-7s do not suit me. Neither do a lot of K cars.
自動車整備など幅広い用途に最適な LED 3面回転ライト LLT26WPC が贈られます。三脚やマグネット、フックがついてどこでも設置可能な便利なアイテムです。プレゼンターは利根株式会社常務取締役平尾元弘様です。お願いいたします。
Ooh, work light. Oh, that's cool. Oh, it's like a 360-degree work light. Oh, I need one of those. I need that. That'd be useful. And I think they said it's magnetic as well. Just stick it under the bonnet of your car, and that could be useful. Oh, unless you have like a fiberglass bonnet. That'd be good for like a barbecue. Who won? Fujino came first, Sobagiri second, and Ryu Nakamura third.
ベストメンテナンス賞です。この賞は D1 グランプリの車両検査を優秀な成績で通過した車に贈られます。
Best maintained
ベ
car.
ストメンテナンス賞は久米哲也選手のチームバズブレイクドリフトです。おめでとうございます。
The S15. The white and blue Buzz Brake S15 won best maintained car. Oh yeah, by the way, let me see if I can show you. I don't have Twitter on my phone. I probably can't find it. Yeah, the 8.6 that rolled yesterday and caught fire, they're working on it. And Droopy, the mechanic, is like, there's like a 1% chance this gets done, but I'm going to do it anyway.
利根株式会社よりラチェット機構のハンドルによりタップダイスの二次立て作業がスムーズに可能なタップダイスセット
Yeah, and hopefully we get to see the Aria Mamiya RX-7 tomorrow as well after a crash this morning in practice. Yeah, some people think the track layout, especially with that in clip, is a little bit difficult. But hey, look at that final battle we just saw. It was clean, chase and lead. Is Mekua's BMW going to be back? Well, the rolled over one, no, but he borrowed his teammate's BMW. I believe they did do some modifications to set it up more like he likes it, but it didn't actually end up making qualifying this morning. So we'll see. I don't know. We'll see what does Mekua have to say.
はい、皆さんお疲れ様でした。途中ちょっとクラッシュ等あって、いい走りじゃなく決勝戦に行ったんですが、最後は気持ちよくソバルキーリ君と一緒に走れたのが本当良かったと思ってます。やっぱ
I can find his wife's one, but there's nothing posted on there.
メカニックファンの皆さん、そういう人たちのおかげで、なんとかここまで来れてるので、また明日もありますので、明日も優勝しましょう。はい、頑張ります。はい。
ありがとうございます。
I'm trying to find it.
決勝はソバキリ選手との戦いでしたが、どんなところを意識しましたか？
No, can't find it. Sorry.
意識というより、ソバリキリ君がすごく走りが綺麗なので、もう思い切っていこうっていうだけです。はい。
No, can't find it. Sorry.
そして今回の優勝、喜びを一番誰に伝えたいですか？
Well, I don't know if you join tomorrow, you'll find out, I guess.
いつも手伝っていただいてる、応援していただいてる、ファンの皆様と、
I missed the first half of that, but thanks to all the fans for always cheering for us.
そうですね。あとはもう今年から、
Thanks to Toyo Tires.
スポッターも変わり、もう怒られながらやっと優勝できたので、それもすごく嬉しいです。はい。
And to my spotter, who's always getting angry at me.
はい。明日もですね。
This year we finally got a win.
トラブってて、治ると思うんですが、また万全の体制にして、はい、また優勝を目指して頑張りたいと思います。応援よろしくお願いします。
優勝しました藤野秀幸選手でした。おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございました。は
い、それでは朝日ドライゼロシャワーに行きたいと思います。
Here we go.
準備をお願いします。
Not champagne, it's the beer. All right, so round 6 tomorrow, same channel. We'll be back at the same time. Thanks again to everyone who's been sticking around. They're tired, man. You can tell. Do we know how the championship standing looks after today? Not at the moment, but I will have an update of all that tomorrow morning. We'll talk about it then. Yeah, it's non-alcoholic. It's pretty good. That Asahi Dry Zero, it's not bad. You know, if you have to drive or work later on, like these guys do, they've got work ahead of them. Do you know what's in the box Ryu got? I didn't see that one. I know that Sobagiri got a very nice magnetic stand work light. I could do with one of those. Yeah, Ryu does look tired. Well, they've all been up since probably 4:30 in the morning. Yeah, Ryu is definitely not old enough to drink yet. Yeah, the age of, do you say age of majority, I guess? You can't drink until you're 20 in Japan. Yay.
さあというところでね、今ノンアルコールビールっていうのをね、ちょっとね強調しましたけども、もちろんですね、18歳の方がいますんでね。
Oh, and well, they just said that you're allowed to drink non-alcoholic beer from 18. They said. Oh, there you go. Yeah, Ryu can't drink. He's not old enough. Even non-alcoholic, he's not legally allowed to drink it. Series ranking. Who got the update? So after round 5,
ご覧のようにまずは藤野選手の優勝、そして第2位にそばぎり光大選手、第3位ね、自己ベスト中村龍選手3位まで来ました。そして第4位が中村直樹選手、そして第5位に斉藤大吾、第6位に久米哲也、第7位
that was today, right? Naoki came fourth. Oh, so his son came third, he came fourth.
さあそしてシリーズランキングです。
Series ranking.
まだメクワ選手は変わりません。86ポイント。
メクワ
ですが第2位に81ポイント迫りました。藤野秀幸選手です。
Oh, so Mekwa still in first after missing a round. Second place, Fujino has gone up. And then third place is Yokoi.
そして75ポイント。第4位、そばぎり光大です。
And then fourth place after this round, Sobagiri.
もうトップ4
It's a successful day for first and second place.
村上選手が今日出れなかったんで5位で57ポイントということになっております。上位4人が
Wow,
9点差、僅差という形になったところ
Mekwa
で
missing a round,
ラウンド6
but still holding first
と
place.
いう結果でございます。はい。
All right, pressure's on him right now to come back tomorrow with a borrowed car.
そして明日も恵比寿サーキットでお会いしましょう。ライブ配信もぜひご覧ください。ありがとうございました。
All right, everyone, we'll leave it there. I'm just going to let it run until it ends. Thank you for watching. I appreciate it. We'll see you tomorrow, same channel for round 6. Here you go. Go watch the new Norio video if you want something to do while you're here. Why not? See you tomorrow. Bye. Bye, chat. Thank you.
新しいの買っちゃおう。
いいね。車買うなら
東方銀行オートローン。
そのタイヤは刻んでゆく。大地に立ち向かう勇士を、恐れを知らない青い挑戦を、あなたの青い意志を、青を刻め。Toyo Tires。
Tomas Kylie jumps onto the transitions, it looks shallow. Vincent goes nice.
Body no tire. Shaping the future of motorsports. The future waits all in display. Shiba Tire Motorsports.
雨の日の運転って心配ですよね。いざという時によりちゃんと止まれるタイヤといえば横浜タイヤでしょ。
晴れの日の約4倍も事故が多い雨の運転。横浜タイヤならより安心。
タイヤは雨で選ぼう。横浜タイヤ。
タイヤ丸善タイヤ丸善ホイール丸善ホイール丸善。
タイヤのネット購入徹底サポート宣言。タイヤ選びをサポートするマッチングシステムを導入。購入後のタイヤの取り付けもサポート。ご自宅近くの取り付け店を丸善が紹介。取り付け店にタイヤを直送、あとは手ぶらで行くだけ。タイヤのネット購入は
カポート丸善で検索。
歌り買ったり住み替えたり。住み替えいいじゃない。
三井のリハウスはお家を売ったり買ったり住み替えたりをサポートする会社です。
チフレ。
チョコ、こっちに。
お願いします。
In a world of extreme,
This is where they are refined. The real deal. Cusco.
出発。
新しいの買っちゃおう。いいね。車買うなら
東方銀行オートロ